Yeah, your boy's here. Your boy's here. Your boy's here. What's good, y'all?
Well, in an alternate universe.
My name's Ethan. I started smoking menthol cigarettes to be just like the cool guys in the ads. Here's my tip. There's nothing cool about smoking and having a stroke. I guess they forgot to mention that in the ads.
Tobacco companies aggressively target black communities with menthol ads. You can quit. For free help, text QUIT now to 333-888.
Well, in an alternate universe, we would be watching Avengers: The Kang Dynasty today. When Marvel Studios first announced Avengers: Kang Dynasty, it was set to release on May 2nd of 2025, which is today, and now the Kang Dynasty no longer exists. Instead, the Thunderbolts came out today, and Marvel Studios has changed the Kang Dynasty to Avengers Doomsday. Robert Downey Jr. is returning not as Iron Man, but as Doctor Doom, and Marvel Studios has already announced a lot of the cast for the movie. We estimate that probably a little bit over half of the actors and characters have been revealed for this movie, with Marvel Studios and other really big outlets already confirming that Marvel has a lot more characters to announce. But a new report today reveals 33 more additional characters on top of what Marvel Studios has already announced. Some are actors and characters you would expect to appear in the film, but some are not. But what's interesting is, I don't actually think that this is going to be the entire cast list. I think even after these 33 names, there are going to be more characters that appear. But let's go over these 33 names and see if any of these names surprise you, and talk about characters that could appear that aren't on the official list that's been announced yet, or this list that we're about to go over. This list is coming from Jeff Snyder from the InSnyder.com and the Hot Mic podcast. So the first one is Mark Ruffalo, Bruce Banner. This name is obviously somebody we expected to come back. We've already seen him in the MCU in the post-credit scene for Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. He was also in She-Hulk, and speaking of She-Hulk, her name is on here as well, Tatiana Maslany as She-Hulk / Jennifer Walters, the cousin of Bruce Banner, and we could also probably expect Bruce's son Scar to be in the film as well, even though his name is not listed on this list. So that's an extra one that is not on either list, but Marvel clearly has some type of plans for him since they introduced him in the finale of She-Hulk, plus not to mention we got that leaked Avengers Doomsday / Secret Wars concept art that had all three of them in it, Hulk, She-Hulk, and Scar. Next on the list is Benedict Wong as Wong. Again, I think this is another given, especially his involvement with Shang-Chi, and Simu Liu's name / Shang-Chi has already been announced in that first video from Marvel Studios, plus Wong is the Sorcerer Supreme right now. It would honestly be weird if he wasn't going to be in the movie. And speaking of another name that is on the list, connected to Wong is Xochitl Gomez, America Chavez. Wong is returning and she has been training with Wong. Plus, the multiverse is going to play a huge role in Doomsday and Secret Wars, and as far as we're concerned, she's the only person who has the ability / powers to open multiversal portals. So she'll probably play somewhat of a decent sized role, plus we know the Young Avengers are going to be in Avengers Doomsday as well. The next name on the list is Brie Larson, so Captain Marvel / Carol Danvers, and also on this list is Teyonah Parris, Monica Rambeau. These two names are very important because right now Monica Rambeau is in a different universe, the X-Men universe. We saw this in the post-credit scene for the Marvels, and based on what we've heard from insiders, right now Carol Danvers is searching for Monica Rambeau. She is searching for a way to get into this other universe. So as we dive into the original X-Men team in Avengers Doomsday, they most likely have Monica Rambeau with them, and Carol Danvers is going to be searching for them, and this might be how they first come in contact with each other before the incursions begin. And speaking of these two characters and the Marvels, Iman Vellani's name, Kamala Khan, aka Miss Marvel, she is on the list as well. And the last we saw her was in the Marvels at the end, where she was recruiting Kate Bishop to be a part of the Young Avengers team. Also in Daredevil Born Again, they did mention that Kamala was in California on the West Coast, most likely recruiting Cassie Lang, the daughter of Ant-Man, to be a part of the Young Avengers team. And Cassie Lang, Catherine Newton, is on this list as well. And Paul Rudd's name has already been announced, Ant-Man, so that makes sense. His daughter would return and also be a part of the Young Avengers. And while we're at it, I might as well mention that this new list does include Dominique Thorne, who is going to play Riri Williams / Ironheart. Ironheart is the next Disney Plus show that is about to release, plus Ironheart does have some pretty big tie-ins to Wakanda, especially after Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, so it definitely makes sense that she would be in the movie. The next one up is Don Cheadle, Rhodey, aka War Machine. Now, a lot has happened with the War Machine Armor Wars project. It was originally going to be a Disney Plus show, then they moved it to a movie, but now it's been pretty much canceled, at least for the time being. Marvel canceled a lot of shows and movies too.
We have these beautiful golden showers. Where's the hot sauce bar?
Honey, not every place can have a hot sauce bar like Firehouse Subs.
I'll be in the car.
The future of cybersecurity isn't just in a classroom, it's everywhere. Grand Canyon University's
Shout out everybody that's joining, man.
Has 24/7 HackNet Wi-Fi network access, so you can hack with integrity. Apply now.
Man, I'm about to get sold in this motherfucker.
We possibly push them to after Avengers Secret Wars, but the original story for War Machine's Armor Wars might not apply after Secret Wars, so we might not ever get the movie, but it does make sense, obviously, that he would be in the film. The next name we have is Jeremy Renner, one of the original Avengers, who just announced yesterday in an interview that he turned down Hawkeye Season 2 because they were only going to pay him half of what he got paid for Season 1. So I definitely
Avengers team that's active in the MCU. The way they explain this is that yes, there are some surviving Avengers like the Hulk, Thor, from the events of Avengers Endgame, the original Avengers movie, who are still active around the MCU in different places. But at least according to Kevin Feige's explanation, there is no active team, like they disbanded after Avengers Endgame and all kind of went their separate ways. And they're waiting for a reason to come back together. That reason will arrive during Avengers Doomsday in the form of, say, like the Fantastic Four coming from their universe, and also Robert Downey Jr.'s Doctor Doom showing up in the MCU ready to destroy it. All the crisis that Yelena talks about happening in space, like there's this big space crisis right now, those are the incursions, another big reason that the Avengers will have to come back together. Also, they're sort of playing into the idea, the joke of the post-credit scene with the new Avengers trampling on the copyright that Sam Wilson is filing for right now, like he's filing for the trademark to the Avengers name so that he can put his own new Avengers team together, but that's just kind of the gag for the post-credit scene. By the time we get to Avengers Doomsday, some of those characters will probably get killed off, some of them will merge to a single Avengers team, so it'll be very different by the end of Doomsday when we spill into Secret Wars, and most of the characters are probably going to die anyway. If you're worried about them having too many Avengers to deal with, don't worry, they will not have to deal with that many by Secret Wars, for reasons. If you haven't read that comic book arc, I would recommend checking it out. They don't really get too deep into Sentry's many different powers. Like, he has crazy numbers of different types of powers. He's so OP in the comics, it just depends on which writer is actually working on the character, how powerful he gets. In the comics, they showed that the Hulk, when he's World Breaker Hulk status, like when he's that level of power, he's able to go toe-to-toe with Sentry, and it's implied that he could potentially beat him. But if you're making MCU comparisons, he would be able to stomp Thor right now. Like in the movie, it's a big plot point where he says, why would a god listen to anyone? And you said that I'm powerful than all the Avengers, and there's a god on the team, so doesn't that make me a god by default? I am sure there'll be all kinds of questions about power scaling, who's the most powerful in Avengers Doomsday. We will get to that when we start getting some more trailers for that later this year. But at least during the movie, Val has a line where she says, you can do anything. That's sort of the reference to his many different comic book powers, because he almost can do pretty much anything. Like almost any power you could think of, he potentially has. Generally, the movie is meant to pick up a short time jump after the end of Captain America Brave New World, after Bucky has won his election. Remember, there was a cameo during Captain America Brave New World when he was on the election trail. He's the congressman from Brooklyn, where he and Steve Rogers were from originally during World War II era, before everything went crazy for them. He moved back there by the events of Falcon and Winter Soldier, and has since moved to Washington, D.C. since he's been in office. The way that Val makes fun of him later in the movie, she says that he didn't even make it half a term. That would be about a year, or like a little bit under a year. So we'll say the movie picks up about a year after Captain America Brave New World, because also there are a couple references that Val makes, making funny jokes about Thunderbolt Ross turning into Red Hulk during that movie. The actual movie itself, like the main plot, takes place over just a couple days. It all happens very quickly, and then the post-credit scene is a 14-month time jump after the end of the movie when Val names them the government's new official Avengers. Avengers with a Z. But they start the movie bringing back the regular Marvel Studios title intro that you see before most of the Marvel movies. They tried to take it away for Captain America Brave New World. People were generally not a fan of that. So they brought it back, but it's a slightly different version of the title. So it's a dark title, like it's not the traditional red and white version of the Marvel Studios logo or even the gold. It's very dark to foreshadow the Dark Avengers, which this team is a little bit more like, even though Val calls them the New Avengers. One of the other ways they foreshadow this big turn with them changing the name, the asterisk for Thunderbolt's temporary title to the Dark Avengers, the New Avengers, is by playing a version, like a darker version of the Avengers theme music. So already literally in like the first couple seconds of the movie starting, you kind of know where they're headed. The way they explain the asterisk in the title is that yes, it did always mean a temporary title name. The way they actually explain them picking the name the Thunderbolts, though, is vastly different from the comics. So in the comics, Baron Zemo puts the team together, and they pretend to be heroes for a little while, but really it's more like a villain team. In the movie, the way they explain it in the MCU is that the Thunderbolts were the name of Yelena's childhood soccer team, which they keep telling jokes about because, like, one of the little girls crapped in the middle of the field. She wanted to be the goalie. They never won a game. They were terrible. So it's meant to be a metaphor for their really crappy team of Avengers coming together trying to save everyone. The actual opening scene of the movie is actually Yelena jumping off the world's second tallest building. They actually did this stunt in real life, and the way that Florence Pugh said it, she had to actually bug Kevin Feige over and over to let her actually do the stunt. Now, there was a stunt person that helped doing it, but they did this big behind-the-scenes featurette for it. It was a really, really big deal.
I've been excited about this since I read the first page of the script.
During the opening scene, as she jumps off the building in the middle of one of her missions, she talks about this void inside her, like a metaphorical void, to foreshadow the literal void character later in the movie, in the void space that they travel into. All this grief, this loss, this sense of purpose that she's been feeling since Natasha, Black Widow's death, her sister, during Avengers Endgame. She and all the other characters have basically been crashing out in their lives in different parts around the world, which is why I call the movie the Mental Health Avengers. But the actual mission that she's in the middle of here is going around the world destroying different labs for Project Sentry that Val wants to get rid of. Val is basically trying to get rid of all the evidence tying her to Project Sentry because that's the thing that's getting her impeached right now in Congress. Based on the way they explain it, the actual project to create the Sentry was something that everybody knew about, like Congress knew about it. It wasn't a big secret. They knew that she was trying to create her own superhero. The reason why she's getting impeached, though, is because people find out about all the shady stuff she's doing, all the human trials, all the people that have been dying while she's been testing the serum on them, because so far, nobody has survived the actual serum itself, the Golden Sentry serum, which is also accurate to the comics. There's a couple funny moments. She saves the guinea pig in the lab, winds up blowing it up, and then winds up going on to the next mission, so on and so forth. But they jump between a couple different storylines to show you what all the characters have been doing in present day. They go to Val's impeachment hearing. Her assistant is Mel, short for Melissa Gold, aka Songbird, what everybody thought going into the movie. She has a pendant with a bird on it. That's about as close as they get to actual Songbird Easter eggs from the comics. As far as we know, she doesn't have any power. She's just like a regular person. The way that she explains it is that she actually was in high school and was saved by the Avengers in the New York City area during the events of the first Avengers movie. So she's a bit of an Avengers fangirl, which is why she likes Bucky so much, but she does clown on him just a little bit. Like, she's not as despicable as Val. She seems like more of a realist, though. She winds up trying to help Bucky give him evidence to stop Val from continuing with Project Sentry because she thinks that Val has gone off the rails. So at least she's trying to do a good thing. But like later in the movie, once they think they've stopped the Sentry, she asks Val for a raise. Like, you need to give me a raise. If you didn't think so before, in this movie, Val is meant to be a parody of a lot of real-world political figures. So she probably looks familiar, sounds familiar. Like, the things that she says, the lies that she spins, are meant to feel like real-world things. She tries to talk her way out of the situation and make it seem like she's been doing everything she can to actually make things better in the United States. Like, she basically tried to spin things so that she looks much, much better than everyone else she's involved with. She makes fun of Thunderbolt Ross for being the president and then turning into Red Hulk. That happened a while ago, like I said. She references the Avengers no longer coming through the door to save them, and that's why they needed the Project Sentry. She also makes it sound like part of the reason for wanting to get the jump on this Sentry character, like the very powerful character, is because there are other, much more powerful technological nations, which is a reference to Wakanda, for instance. Like, she's trying to spin it to Congress. We need to be worried about Wakanda, when really that's not the case. Val then continues to try and clean up all of her messes, connecting her to Project Sentry, all the secret labs all over the world, and then eventually tries to send all the Thunderbolts characters separately to her underground base, OXE base in Utah, which is also from the comics, where she's keeping the rest of her evidence that she's basically going to torch, including the Thunderbolts characters. The way they explain all of them in the movie is that up to this point, none of them know that each other have been working for Val. It's all been very compartmentalized, so Val sends them on a mission to essentially kill each other.
I'm Bob.
Who sent you, Bob?
Robert Reynolds was also one of the last people that was part of the Project Sentry program. She thought that he died, and his body was just in a case inside that room that she was going to burn too, which is why he was in there. He winds up secretly surviving, but the way they explain his powers, his multiple personalities, the void personality, is that he has blackouts where he'll lose his memory after he has delusions of grandeur and then swing back and forth, kind of like he's bipolar almost. So when all the different Thunderbolts characters see each other in that underground base and start trying to kill each other on their missions, like, get out of my way, I need to kill that person over there, the other person's trying to kill the other person, and so on and so forth, Robert Reynolds, aka Bob, they just call him Bob for most of the events of the movie, just wakes up because his case gets activated and opens. Like, oh, how'd you get here? I don't remember, because he had the memory loss, which also happens at the end of the movie too. He like forgets the entire events of the movie after he winds up defeating the Void himself. They use this opening scene to basically kill off the Taskmaster character. So if you didn't like the way Marvel changed Taskmaster, it's no longer an issue. Now they can have Tony Master's character in the MCU become a new version of Taskmaster and be a little more comic book accurate. They basically said the reason why they killed her off so quickly is because they wanted to have a big death early in the movie to make you feel like there were some stakes, like people could die, so it just wound up being Taskmaster that pulled the short straw. While they're busy trying to actually escape the underground base because it goes into lockdown mode, Val is having a benefit dinner with a whole bunch of Avengers artifacts, like she has the A from the original Avengers Tower back during the first Avengers movie. She has Loki's scepter that held the Mind Stone briefly. She has Chitauri cuffs from that first Avengers invasion that Bucky later steals and uses on some of the Thunderbolts characters. The way they explain her big party is that she's throwing it to try and turn favor in Congress to her, like she's basically trying to do PR for herself. Bucky winds up getting Songbird's help, who turns on Val after she visibly tries to kill all the Thunderbolts characters. Like there's a pad they're watching where she basically starts pressing buttons, trying to get the base to basically burn them alive. That's why Bucky knows where to go, where he helps them on the convoy and then captures them. But initially, the whole reason why he went there wasn't to actually rescue them. It was actually to haul them in so they could testify against Val inside Congress as part of her impeachment. He and everyone else in Congress is trying to get Val thrown in prison for everything she's done. Val spends the entire movie trying to weasel out of that, successfully by the end of the movie. It's not really till Sentry tries to sacrifice himself to let the others get away in a selfless kind of way that he starts to remember that he has powers again, because all the OXC troops that Val sends in try to gun him down unsuccessfully because he is effectively bulletproof. He starts to realize that he has powers again, but then winds up passing out again, and Val takes him back to the new Avengers Tower, which she's calling the Watch Tower because she bought it with OXC money, and she was just going to use it for Project Sentry. And the Sentry was meant to be the only superhero, like replace the Avengers, so originally it was just going to be called the Watch Tower, but I think the idea at the end of the movie is that when she names the Thunderbolts the new Avengers, they just start calling it the new Avengers Tower. Watchtower in the comics is the name of his base. It sits on top of the Avengers Tower, so it's just them doing more comic book Easter eggs. Most of the rest of the storyline with the Sentry is her just trying to convince him to do what she wants him to do. Like, she wants to be able to control him. The way she explains it is she says that she should be in control of Earth's last line of defense. She calls him Earth's mightiest hero, and that is another big Avengers reference. That's one of their catchphrases in the comics. One of the ways they visualize the Void's powers is that it sends people into like their deepest, darkest memories. We get a brief flashback for Val that kind of explains her, like it doesn't completely wave its hand over like all the terrible stuff she does, but it does give a little bit of background to her character and why she does some of the things that she does. Like, this is why you're this way.
Instead, you make nice and you form a team.
She grew up in fear in another country, watching her father killed by somebody that he knew in some terrible way. So you just get the idea that she wanted more and more power. Like, the person with the biggest stick would be the most protected, and that's why she pursues all this power. The way that she explains it to Mel, to Songbird later in the movie, is that there are bad guys and worse guys. So, like, she views herself as being one of the less bad people. The way they explain his classic comic book Sentry look like the yellow suit from the comics as well as his yellow hair, because he's a brunette naturally, is that they dye it to look blonde because that'll be more appealing in a marketing kind of sense. Like, it's a bunch of Val's marketing people trying to run him as a superhero business, the way you would expect somebody terrible like Val to do something like this. So if you think the suit looks a little bit cringy, it's meant to be that way on purpose, like a little tongue-in-cheek, like, yeah, this is something that a marketing team would come up with, not something that an actual person would want to wear running around. It's a little bit like the way Vought treats all of its Compound B superheroes on The Boys. Like, it's all just this big marketing experiment to try and earn more money. We don't really see Sentry again, though, that much until they all come to the new Avengers Tower to try and confront Val and arrest her. But after they managed to escape the underground base in Utah, Red Guardian heard Val because he was their limo driver, so he knew where to go to actually rescue them and is able to pick them up in his red limo. Red Guardian protecting you from a boring evening. As you would expect, all the marketing has been doing, they mostly use him for comedic relief, but he actually genuinely has some really great heartfelt moments with Yelena. Like, they are the emotional core of this movie. Earlier in the movie, she'd gone to visit him. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. It sounds like since the events of Avengers Endgame, or maybe like a little bit after Endgame. And they just talk about Natasha a little bit, like her dying, how she had purpose. Red Guardian has this grand idea of what it is to be a superhero. He misses the way that people in Russia used to love him when he was in his core Red Guardian days. He tries to inspire Yelena to be more like Natasha, like your sister had the right idea joining the Avengers. So like the entire movie, all he wants to do is just be on a superhero team. So like he is so jazzed up when he actually shows up in Utah to rescue them. Bucky winds up saving them from Val's convoy and then tries to take them in, but then Songbird basically tells him about Project Sentry and how Val's gone completely off the rails, and he has to literally bring everybody he knows, like bring everybody and try to stop this. She was hoping that he would bring all of his Avengers friends, but they're busy apparently, so he brings all the Thunderbolts characters that he had just captured. He also uses his past doing all these terrible things while he was Winter Soldier and trying to make his life better in order to turn them around, to inspire them to do better things with their lives. There's a couple of jokes about this later in the movie, because every time someone gets close to the Void and touches it, or the Sentry unknowingly uses Void powers on them, they go into their deepest, darkest memories. So when they ask Bucky what he saw, he just tries to play it off like, no, there's nothing terrible in my past. I'm totally fine. I didn't have to look at anything weird. Got one of the biggest laughs in my theater because just everybody remembers all of his scenes in the previous Marvel movies doing all these terrible things, all these traumatic things. Throughout the movie, they sort of hinted at what all the different characters had been doing since the last time we saw them. Some of them, like Ghost, for instance, we hadn't seen in a very long time. So the way they explain it, since the events of Falcon and Winter Soldier, Walker had spiraled and his wife had left him with their child. I'm implying that he's got his redemption arc during the movie and he will eventually get back together with her. Like, things will eventually be okay with their family. Maybe at some point he'll also finally get his shield fixed, because even 14 months later during the post-credit scene, he still hasn't had Bob been able to bend his shield back. But it's not made of vibranium, so he could probably have anybody bend that back. Of all the characters, Ghost probably gets pushed to the side the most. Originally, what they were going to do is explain that she'd been caring for Bill Foster in her free time, who seems like he was supposed to be suffering from cancer, like some degenerative condition, and she was just taking care of him since the events of Ant-Man and the Wasp, and she was using her money that she earned from doing mercenary work for Val for that. Taskmaster probably had her storyline changed the most. The way they explain it, there are like a lot of deleted scenes because they completely changed the movie when the strikes happened. It was right before they were getting ready to shoot the film, and they basically wound up completely completely redoing the movie before they started filming. So originally, there was a completely different storyline, and one of the biggest changes from the original story to the new story was what they were doing with Taskmaster. Since the events of Black Widow, Avengers Endgame, she'd just been doing regular work for Val as a mercenary, just the way you saw at the beginning of the movie, the way that Black Widow, everybody else had basically been doing. They said the reason why in this final version of the movie that they killed her off so quickly is because they wanted to show some stakes in the movie, like they needed a big death, and they knew they weren't going to be using this character a whole bunch in the future. So they're like, who can we kill that we don't need for Avengers Doomsday or Secret Wars, or is it going to be like a big deal with our movies going forward? In Taskmaster just fit the bill for that. Personally, I'm not that huge of a fan of that version of the character. Maybe now they can actually turn Tony Masters into a version of Taskmaster in the MCU going forward. They're kind of doing that in the Fantastic Four movie with the female version of Silver Surfer here, the Shala Bal version of Silver Surfer in their universe. I don't think that she's meant to survive the events of that movie with the Fantastic Four. So we will talk about that when we do more Fantastic Four videos, but like obviously there's a lot of Fantastic Four talk happening now because of them showing up in the post-credit scene. I already talked a little bit about Yelena's storyline. Like, she's basically one of the biggest characters in the movie. They spend a lot of time talking about what she's been doing since the events of Black Widow and Avengers Endgame. And we've seen her a couple of times already, like during the Hawkeye series. Basically doing a whole lot of cleanup jobs for Val like she does at the beginning of the movie, eating a whole lot of macaroni, murdering a whole lot of people. Red Guardian, as they explained, had just been a limo driver since the events of Avengers Endgame, and he felt so ashamed of what he was doing. Like, he was so dejected, and he'd begun to spiral. That's why he felt like Yelena didn't want to have him around. She gets super pissed that he had basically broken contact with her. Like, you haven't called me in over a year, what's going on? They don't really explain what happened to Melina, but David Harbour said that he was actually campaigning Marvel and the director to bring Melina back for the movie. They basically said no, but there's always the chance they could bring her character back in the future. David Harbour said that he was continuing to campaign for her to eventually come back. My assumption is just based on the context is that she went back to Russia and she's just doing more experimental, more research there, trying to help the former Black Widows they all rescued from the Red Room. And the way they explained Robert Reynolds' backstory is that he came from an abusive household. His father beat his mother, his mother was also very verbally abusive to him, causing him to develop his many psychological conditions, his drug addictions. He was addicted to meth. He was traveling around Southeastern Asia, which is where he got inducted into the Golden Century program, the Golden Century Serum program. That lab that Yelena blew up at the beginning of the movie was where they actually injected him with the Golden Century Serum. In the movie, they also get some documents that Yelena takes where it says the power, that's actually a line directly out of the Century comic book about his creation. As is normal for a lot of big Marvel premieres when characters debut, they had the creator of the Century in the comics at the big premiere for the movie.
I think every single person has some form of duality within them and some form of challenge.
There are a couple other big characters that they introduced during the movie. Val's OXC leader, like the point man for her at OXC, is Holt, running all of her teams. He's played by Chris Bauer, who most of you probably recognize from True Blood. He's been in a ton of other stuff. There are a bunch of Easter eggs in Val's new Avengers tower, like the whole top of the tower where they go to confront her is meant to be a comp for the original Avengers movie. She kept Tony Stark's bar from the original top of the Avengers tower, but everything else has pretty much been redesigned. She has her own We Have a Hulk moment, but it's a very dark twist on that because Sentry is her Hulk. In the comics, Sentry and Hulk also famously fought each other during the World War Hulk storyline to a standstill. So always lots of questions. Who would win in a fight? World Breaker Hulk or Sentry? Maybe if we're lucky, they'll pay that off at some point during Secret Wars. I know there's a lot of questions about what they're going to do with Sentry during Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars, or even the Void character, because they're so OP. How are they going to break the story, or how are they going to deal with that? Don't worry, we will talk about that in a second. But you do notice the detonator in his brain that Mel sets off is not enough to kill him. Like, they literally blew apart part of his brain, but it regenerated fast enough for him to survive. Here's the thing though, this is based on the comics. He can still be killed. He was just killed by Null, god of symbiotes. But it takes a lot. Like, you literally have to rip him into a couple different pieces. Really good example of this phenomenon is mutants that have healing factors like X-Men characters, Deadpool, Wolverine. In order to perma-kill them, you actually have to destroy their brains because that's where their mutant abilities are centered. Like, the X gene is centered inside their brains. That is why during Deadpool and Wolverine almost winds up destroying his head with his claws, saying, regenerate from this, because that was basically going to perma-kill him. But if it wasn't clear, Sentry is not meant to be a mutant. He was given his powers through a serum, so he's a mutate, like his body was mutated into this state, kind of like Spider-Man or the Hulk. I am sure there are going to be a lot of questions about what Spider-Man was doing when the Void was covering New York City. What was Mayor Kingpin doing? What was Daredevil doing? Because this was all happening concurrently with the events of Daredevil Season 1 and Daredevil Season 2. We will talk about that later in the video too. They only do some of the Sentry's powers during this movie, but the way they explain it is that he basically has any power that he believes that he has. Val kind of has a line where she says, you can do anything. That's what that's a reference to, because in the comics, his list of powers is so long. He basically has every single possible type of power you could have in the comics. A lot of the time, though, it just depends on which writer is writing the character or how they want to use the character as to what types of powers he uses. During this movie, he displays super strength, he can fly, he has telekinesis, he can teleport, he has super speed, heat generation, like he can increase the temperature of things even without touching them physically. In the Void, separately, like separate personalities, kind of like Legion, where different personalities have different types of powers. Void also has S-tier psychic powers and can consume reality with his Void domain, inside which he has God-level control over every aspect of reality on the level of Scarlet Witch inside the Hex, like fine levels of molecular control, and he can create anything.
Intentionally expanding the borders of the false world we created.
For those of you asking, though, that does not make him more powerful than beings like Galactus or the Celestials. He could probably fight them for a little while, but like if Null is able to kill him, and Null has trouble against the like if the Celestials give him pause, but he can barely kill the Celestials, then Sentry, for example, probably can't completely solo the Celestials, or if he were to fight them, he would last for a long time, but ultimately probably wouldn't be able to permakill them. But he doesn't even come close to hitting his top level of strength during this movie because he doesn't fully understand how his powers work, so he isn't pushing himself hard enough. A big part of his abilities is that he has to understand what he's trying to do, like he has to understand his powers in order to be able to use different ones. So this is them just sort of dipping their toe in the character, and they'll just continue to develop him as they continue to bring him back in future movies through Secret Wars. We will see what Marvel's long-term plan is for the character after Secret Wars, though, just because he is so powerful. At a certain point, you have power creep problems, like it becomes a Dragon Ball problem, where you have to find ways to reset the character back to baseline. That's what they're using his psychological conditions for. Like right now, at the end of this movie, he basically hides from his own powers, like he's afraid to actually use his powers, which is how they explain him not just running around solving every single problem all over the place. This is also probably how they're going to deal with him during Avengers Doomsday. Like Doctor Doom, how does he stop someone like Sentry who's so powerful? Well, he attacks him in more psychological ways. It's also something they get into on The Boys TV show with Homelander, who was also created using a special serum.
Stop with that shit.
Most of Homelander's greatest weaknesses are all psychological weaknesses, not physical weaknesses. During the movie, they do explain that his suit that he's wearing here, it'll probably change over future movies eventually, but it's not nanotechnology. It's like a real physical suit that he climbs into every time he puts it on. Throughout the movie, though, his Void powers throw people into their darkest memories, and later, at the end of the movie, they travel into the actual Void space to deal with all these things and try to save Bob. Inside the Void, the flashbacks Yelena keeps seeing her first major test in the Red Room, and later regular types of tests that they put them through. The other girl they required her to name have killed to keep from forming too many attachments to anyone, to make them better killers. It's implied that she was a friend that she had when she was early in the Red Room. That later test where they whipped the hands of the losers of that speed test was basically just to motivate them to be able to put guns together faster. Then she sees her recent past getting drunk and passing out between missions in a pile of flesh in her bathroom here. Total alcoholic, rock bottom, which she'd mentioned that she'd been doing recently between missions for Val. Then she sees Bob in the attic of his childhood home, tinkering with video receivers and tech. Maybe he has some secret tech skills, because it looks like he's working on a lot of receivers here. Remembering his abusive father, who beat his mother, and his abusive mother, who was also being beaten by his father. Generally very, very bad home life, causing him to develop these psychological conditions. They also explain that the chicken that he fights later was himself, like he was in the chicken suit high on meth while he was doing this, and that's why he was attacking them. The younger chicken version of Bob was the one that was attacking them. Later, when he confronts his Void self, like Bob versus the Void in this lab, it's meant to be the lab that Yelena blew up at the beginning of the movie, where they experimented on him, gave him the Golden Sentry serum. You notice there are these two voided figures behind him on the walls. It's implied that he did that to them after he first got the Golden Sentry serum and just blacked out and forgot that he did that at some point. I've already done a much longer video for the actual ending of the movie in the post-credit scenes, but part of the idea is that Bob is able to talk down the Void, like he's basically able to absorb the Void back into himself and retake control of his body with the help of the other Thunderbolts characters. Like part of the idea is that he doesn't beat the crap out of the Void, he accepts his darker self, like it's all about acceptance. So it's kind of like he reabsorbs the Void into himself, and it's no longer a separate personality, it's just like part of himself. New York City goes back to normal. Red Guardian swears he's going to kill Val because she has the most punchable face ever, and in order to save herself from going to the raft, going to prison, she basically turns on a dime using the press conference to name them as the New Avengers, claiming that she did all these things to save the day, basically trying to claim credit for everything good that happened, but also she caused all these problems herself.
Benadryl allergy liquid. Now, there's a great tasting way to get powerful allergy relief. Bring it.
There's some big threat out there, and you are gonna help me stop it.
Wait, us?
Why, you got some place to be?
Almost got gone.
This May, the Thunderbolts bring the action, and Mike and Ike brings the flavor. Fruity, chewy candies that pack a punch.
Getting so tense in here.
It's the team-up you didn't know you needed. Mike and Ike and Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts.
We can't call ourselves that. Thunderbolts.
Barbara's check engine light is on, but a friendly AutoZoner runs a free Fix Finder scan and refers her to a local shop.
Characters go along with it, but on the condition that they now have dirt on Val that could send her to prison. So Yelena says, "We own you now." There's a montage of credits of newspaper headlines of their New Avengers team in the ensuing months, and most of them are actually ripped from real life. Like, a lot of them are just jokes that people told about Sam Wilson's New Avengers when they heard that he was going to be putting a New Avengers team together, like Not My Avengers or the B-Vengers. And the way that Walker explains it later during the post-credit scene is that everybody inside the MCU, like regular people, are posting very, very nasty memes about their New Avengers team, and inside the MCU, they support Sam Wilson's New Avengers over their New Avengers team. During the montage of all the newspaper clippings of their New Avengers team, meant to be mostly parodies of real-world photos, they actually transition to the Thunderbolts title, which morphs into the New Avengers title, confirming what everybody thought, like the team was going to turn into the New Avengers, and the asterisk was meant to denote the temporary nature of the Thunderbolts name. I'll post a link to my post-credit scene video, but essentially during the post-credit scene, it picks up 14 months later. Val's finished the New Avengers facility. Avengers with an 8, like there's a new Avengers symbol here. It looks like this. It's meant to look a little bit more like the new Avengers symbol in the comics too. The whole vibe of the game is meant to be a little bit more like Norman Osborn's New Avengers during the Dark Reign era in the comics, where Norman Osborn replaced the Avengers with a bunch of villains and anti-heroes who would do whatever he told them to do. While the post-credit scene is going on, Bucky also says that Sam Wilson is filing a trademark for the Avengers name, and what are they going to do if there's two different Avengers teams? Who's the world going to support? They will likely resolve that during Avengers Doomsday, where a bunch of them either die off, go off to other teams, and then some of them just combine into a single New Avengers team. We know that Robert Downey Jr.'s Doctor Doom will eventually become a version of God Emperor Doom. We're heading into Secret Wars, so most of the characters in Avengers Doomsday will probably either die off or barely, a couple of them make it to Battle World in Avengers Secret Wars. They reference the space crisis, which is all about the incursions, so like the incursions have gotten worse 14 months later. Then they spot the Fantastic Four spaceship coming from another universe into Earth, like it's coming to New York City in the MCU. So they're implying that right after this, the Thunderbolts are going to meet the Fantastic Four. Like, who are you people? I've already talked about this during my post-credit scene video, but there might be a corresponding scene at the end of the Fantastic Four movie that sort of syncs up with this scene of them coming to the MCU where they meet the Thunderbolts characters. Interesting detail though, the director Jake Schreier said that he didn't direct the actual post-credit scene, which is actually normal for Marvel movies. Usually post-credit scenes are filmed on the sets of other movies by whichever director or multiple directors are filming that new movie. So the way that he explained it is that this post-credit scene was filmed on the set for Avengers Doomsday, so it's probably the Russos that actually filmed it, and that's probably why Florence Pugh was confused about when they started actually filming Avengers Doomsday. Kevin Feige in an interview had to correct her, saying that no, we haven't begun principal photography yet, like a couple of weeks ago when she was doing an interview. When he said she was confused and they were working on pre-production in the scene that they had been filming at the time, he was probably talking about them filming this post-credit scene. So part of the idea is that this post-credit scene is basically meant to be the very beginning of Avengers Doomsday. Sort of like the Hulk crashing into the Sanctum Sanctorum to warn Doctor Strange about Thanos. I'll probably do a different video about the alternate storyline that they were going to do before the strikes, before they completely changed the movie Taskmaster's original storyline, what they were going to do when the movie was supposed to end Marvel Phase 5 and lead into Avengers Kang Dynasty. Remember, there was like an original version of this movie that was meant to set up Avengers Kang Dynasty before they pivoted to Robert Downey Jr. Doctor Doom. There are a lot of big questions too just about the changes they made in general. For instance, Baron Zemo created the Thunderbolts in the comics. What was Baron Zemo doing during the events of this movie? Is he still on the raft? Why didn't they include him in the movie in any way? What about Spider-Man, Daredevil, Kingpin? What were they all doing in New York City while everything was going crazy? My assumption is that Spider-Man was stuck in a loop, experiencing all the worst things that had ever happened to him, just like all the other characters. Like, they were experiencing their worst memories, so he was probably reliving Aunt May dying at the hands of Norman Osborn's Green Goblin during Spider-Man No Way Home. Would not be surprised if his Spidey sense also helped him break through what was happening in the Void into other people's rooms too, and he was just trying to help people on his own. The way they explain his Spidey sense in previous movies is that it helps him break through a lot of illusions and things like this. Daredevil's abilities aren't quite as strong as Spider-Man's, but his abilities have also helped him do similar things like that too, like break through and realize what's real and what's fake. But I wouldn't be surprised if Kingpin tries to use this as ammo during the events of Daredevil Born Again Season 2. They usually lightly reference stuff. That's supposed to release in March next year before Avengers Doomsday, so I just would not be surprised if there's some light references to something crazy happening with a super-powered being up towards the Avengers Tower. There were a lot of light references like that during Daredevil Born Again Season 1, where like they referenced Spider-Man but in a roundabout kind of way. For those of you asking, how is Doctor Doom going to stop Sentry or the Void during Avengers Doomsday? Like I said, probably in some psychological way. Because he's Doctor Doom, he will control both magic and technology on the level of, say, like Doctor Strange. Like, he'd go toe-to-toe with Doctor Strange, but also toe-to-toe with Iron Man, which is why Doctor Doom is such a versatile character. But because it's Robert Downey Jr., you also have to imagine that he's going to be messing with people's heads, making them think that he is the returned 616 Tony Stark. So he's just going to be messing with the MCU characters in really big ways to accomplish his goals. And it sounds like it'd be pretty easy for him to mess with the Sentry's head so that the Sentry is essentially disabled. All you gotta do to stop the Sentry is just mess with his head enough. There's a lot of stuff going on during the movie. I tried to cover all the really big Easter eggs and references, and my post-credit scene video contains a whole lot more, so I'll link that at the end of this. But if there's any other Easter eggs or references that you spotted that I haven't talked about in my previous videos, just write them below in the comments. Really hoping for some cool Sentry fights during Secret Wars and Doomsday though, like Sentry versus Thor or Sentry versus Hulk. That would be amazing. There are a couple other videos that I'm working on, like the deleted scenes, alternate endings, alternate storylines. I'll try to post that soon. We also just found out that Jeremy Renner basically turned down Hawkeye Season 2 because Marvel tried to cheap out on him. I'll probably do a video for that at some point this weekend too. Big WTF. We'll also probably get a brand new Fantastic Four trailer really soon. We're also supposed to get an official Superman trailer in the next couple weeks too. So there's like a lot of really big stuff happening. This summer will be like the battle of the box office. We will see which comic book related movie winds up earning the most money. Thunderbolts, Fantastic Four, or Superman. Really like the big matchup. But you also have Jurassic World Rebirth. That's not really a comic book movie, but it's also coming out around the same time this summer that Fantastic Four and Superman are coming out. So there's just a lot of really big stuff coming out this year. We will see if any of the movies wind up earning over $1 billion. Everybody click here for my post-credit scene video, and everybody click here for my brand new Avengers Doomsday video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Plain 24-hour moisturizing lotion with real shea butter isn't a myth.
Can't stop kids from using shirts to wipe their face. But these waffles are where we both agree.
Get your wins where you can when you Lego with Eggo.
I know. I've committed the cardinal Boba sin. Hello everyone, Baby Boba here. Welcome back to a brand new news roundup video in where we're getting into, as usual, all kinds of things. And yes, I know, Baby Boba's back having skin issues, felt like the skin needed to breathe. And I know I look younger because I literally got ID'd when my food shopping arrived the other day. And they were like, sorry, gotta think 25. And I'm like, mate, I'm turning 31 this year, so compliment, I guess. But yes, I want to dive into very interesting DC updates today, as well as sprinkling other bits and bobs in here. As always, these videos are timestamped, so if you want to stay up to date with everything and all of my takes, I recommend watching the whole video. And check out yesterday's video if you haven't done so already. I go over the top things you guys need to see in the DCU and give my takes on your takes. If you've checked it out already, thank you for your support. But today's first story goes into lanterns, and trust me, this gets more and more and more interesting to the point of where I'm like, okay, I need to try and contain my hype for what we could be learning with regards to the villain, the ancient horror. But before we get to that, I know a lot of you have been like, Boba, why haven't you been talking about the Green Arrow? You love Green Arrow, why are you talking about Green Arrow in lanterns? Well, if you don't know the backstory behind this, essentially, Garrett Dillahunt, who is playing William Mason in Lanterns, this conspiracy-minded man, you probably recognize me or are familiar with me talking about him before, but all of a sudden, he put on his Instagram story, storyboard, or like reposting something from Seth Adams' art, and I believe Seth Adams is a comic book artist, and it's of Oliver Queen there in the middle, right? And then, the next slide of his Instagram story was him as Oliver Queen, the Green Arrow, in what looks to be the CW's Green Arrow Stephen Amell, mask. And people like, he just gave away that he's Green Arrow in Lanterns.
Shit,
and
this
you
shit
have
over
all these
with.
outlets,
Yeah, I have
like
to.
Garrett Dillahunt will be playing Oliver Queen, and there's some other outlets who or fan pages or news pages, putting it out there way more decisively, saying he is the Green Arrow. I'm like, every time something like this happens, so many people believe it. And look, if you're one of those people, I'm not hating. We've all been there before. But this happens way too much. Like recently with that bloody John Kempier video clip that was going around online. All of a sudden, the Batman Part 2 is cancelled. And who knows if it will be one day. I'm just saying, it isn't right now. People believe that clip. And this didn't make sense to me right out the gate. I looked at it, I was like, okay. To me, it's just like Garrett Dillahunt is just doing something with Seth Adams, some maybe comic book thing. Who knows what it is? Seth Adams, as far as I'm aware, isn't working on Lanterns. The reason why they deleted their stories, which people used as further evidence, was probably because they were giving the wrong end of the stick to thousands of fans. And also, William Mason, all while I'm very familiar with production code names for characters or false descriptions and stuff, it really didn't sound anything like the character he would be playing. And also, I actually saw whole news outlets put out entire articles about entertaining the fact that Oliver Queen, the Green Arrow, could be the antagonist that Hal and John would be going up against in the Lantern series. But yes, James Gunn got asked by a fan saying, okay, is Garrett Dillahunt playing Oliver Queen? He was like, haha, no. Now, yes, I would like Oliver Queen to come to the DCU. We actually talk about that in my previous video, in the top wants and needs for the DCU. Now, what I will say is Garrett Dillahunt could be playing an incredibly interesting character, and we're going to get into that in just a second. But first, since we're talking about Lanterns, and that Green Arrow story is out the way, so debunked, don't believe it, just put that out of your mind. We have a new casting for the Lanterns show, and this is where we go into a bit of a deep dive rabbit hole before going on to some other news stories. Now, for those of you who are excited for Lanterns or know a bit more about Lanterns lore, this casting of Paul Ben Victor joining the Lanterns DC series at HBO from Deadline here has brought about some really interesting ideas that I can't wait to go over, because it all ties back to the ancient horror thing. So they say he's playing a key recurring role. Ben Victor will play Antan, an extraterrestrial devoted to exposing the truth and exacting vengeance against those who wronged his people. Consumed by a deep and unrelenting hatred for the law, he is determined to deliver justice on his own terms. Now, this really starts to sound like another character in the Green Lantern mythos, if you will. The more you look into it, the more it's like, damn, like we need to try and, as I try and caution here, it's fun to like wear the fan goggles, but we need to like try and stay rooted and not get overhyped or set expectations is another thing. And the reason why I say that is because it is exciting to ponder how Atrocitus could come into this series, and how, since we knew way back when James Gunn and Peter Safran were talking about Lanterns, is that it is a very important show that plays a larger part in the overarching story of the DCU. And ever since then, I've been racking my brain about, okay, what do they uncover? Is it the center psychic related to this town? Is there like some center code? Are they attempting to awaken Necron but not obviously truly do a Blackest Night thing within a Lantern show? That's just way too much within one little bubble of a series. But, you know, maybe a try and failed attempt at awakening an ancient horror. Now, that could be the slither of a trail that could end up being true in a long distance future kind of thing with regards to Blackest Night. Now, when I say Blackest Night, people often like to go, oh my god, they're not going to do Blackest Night right. No, I'm not saying they're going to do Blackest Night right away. Obviously not. Lanterns, as Gunn and Safran has said, and you've probably heard me pull up those quotes a billion times before, is a series that is, again, really important to the overarching story of the DCU, but is one that will kind of reverberate, you know, the story in between different movies and shows. So up next, related to this, we have Apocalyptic Horseman, who works with Nexus Point News. He writes stories. He's a really, really reliable scooper. So Apocalyptic Horseman with Lanterns has been really on the ball since his pre-production and everything. And here he says, this is who I was teasing when I said there would be another villain in Lanterns. I believed he would be Atrocitus, but they're still referring to him as Antan. Also, I know they wanted to cast a tall actor, but he is 5'7". Not sure if it's Atrocitus in disguise or an original character. But if you read the description, it sounds an awful lot like Atrocitus. In the comics, he blames the Guardians for destroying his planet with the Manhunters. So if you don't know who Atrocitus is and how all of this could really play into the Lantern show, especially a show that is evidently giving us flashbacks, because we've got like present day castings for Jon Stewart's parents, but also younger castings, and this could also play into Sinestro and his days mentoring Howard Jordan before things went sideways there. It's like, okay, maybe they could tell a story about, you know, obviously with how Hal originally got his ring, how that links back to Atrocitus, and how this could still come into play with the Blackest Night prophecy and all of that stuff. I don't want to spend ages on this because this could basically be its own video at this point, but this gets me really excited, and just to let you know, I might do a whole separate video for where things could go with this. So, Apocalyptic Horseman, full credit to his theory here, is saying, theory time for Lanterns. Assuming Ben Victor is playing Atrocitus, I think the show is gonna pull from John's secret origin and plant the seeds for Blackest Night. So, the story tells Hal's origin, and while the show has an older Hal, they could use Hal in Sinestro's place as the mentor, and have John take young Hal's place in the story. We're introduced to Atrocitus' origins and how he was on Abin Sur's ship when he crashed on Earth, and that's true because that was the whole Blackest Night thing that Abin Sur wanted to look into. At this point, Atrocitus, you know, is at war with the Guardians and whatnot for God knows how, like this, he goes back eons, essentially. But Abin Sur wanted to look into the Blackest Night prophecy, so he brought Atrocitus with him to Earth, but that's when Atrocitus screws with the ship, screws with Abin Sur dies, and that's how his ring flies off his finger and finds Hal Jordan. So continuing on here, we're also introduced to a younger Black Hand with a new origin. William Hand could very well end up being William or Billy Mason. Literally, we got William Mason in the show played by Garrett Dillahunt, and Billy Mason, his son, which, you know, Billy is a nickname for William as well. So you could argue, even though it's kind of on the nose, but William Mason, and we have explored this in DCU discussion series theory videos before, in how I've said, you know, maybe, you know, you could do the whole Black Hand thing with William. I didn't entertain his son, though, Billy, at the time. So that's interesting. There's technically two Williams that could become William Hand, attempting to bring about Necron, maybe. But anyway, after Sur's ship crashes and the ring finds Hal, Atrocitus could then find Hand and tell him he's the key to the Blackest Night prophecy. Now, I can see Hal and John defeating Atrocitus and sending him back to Usmalt to eventually become a Red Lantern if he's not one already, and Hand / Mason stealing Atrocitus's power rods to actually become Black Hand. Again, this is just a theory, but throw that in with how adaptations don't copy and paste. You know, here in present day, we've got an older Hal Jordan, throwing Sinestro into the mix. There's an ancient horror that they uncover. There's a conspiracy-minded man at the root of this town who's an antagonist, and there's community secrets emerging. There's a murder in this American heartland. It does feel like now with this casting as well of Paul Ben-Victor playing Antan, an extraterrestrial, so an alien devoted to exposing the truth and exacting vengeance. Like Atrocitus, like poor guy, I'm not gonna lie, like his whole home was obliterated, massacred by the Manhunters who were created by the Guardians. And yes, it all does tie in the comics long-term wise into Blackest Night, which the Lantern show could eventually set up and kind of go back and forth with those flashback scenes and, you know, in the present day, slowly but surely unfolding into this wider investigation and where they stumble across a deeper, darker, terrible truth that is the Blackest Night prophecy, and William Hand, or William Mason becoming maybe the Black Hand, could tie into that suit fitting we saw him getting behind the scenes. I don't know. And again, I do want to absolutely emphasize one of my most famous sayings on the channel. Adaptations don't copy and paste, so there is room for innovation, changing things up a bit to that of the typical structure to get to Black Hand in the comics, but I can imagine maybe something like Atrocitus being in the series and them uncovering or like recontextualizing things like with perspective of the past and how Hal got his ring and how it links to his predecessor and what happened to him. And I'm sure he already knows about the whole Atrocitus thing, but he maybe never truly peeled back the curtain of what was Abin Sur truly looking into with this Blackest Night thing. Oh, this Blackest Night thing was like a little whisper back then. It was nothing, John. But no, it's now in their face in present day as they investigate. And it's like, I can imagine that episode structure like coming back into Hal's life and it's like, oh, I disregarded this. A lot of people did. But now there could be something more to it. But now we need to move away from lanterns and talk about Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. I do want to give another spoiler warning here, even though what we're about to show with regards to Lobo isn't like super up close or anything like that, which is why we haven't had official reveals, because, you know, a lot of people have been wondering why haven't they revealed the Lobo look, the Supergirl look, because this set leak stuff is getting out there. I think that's quite simply because they don't feel like they have to. It would be a different story if you had an up-close look to the point of where you could see little texture patterns on Supergirl's suit or her skirt or like the details in her gold belt, to stuff like that. But since you can't see that up close, they don't feel compelled to give you a better look because it's still obscure enough away where it's like, okay, I can tell that's Lobo, but you know, that kind of feeling. However, it is now great to see Lobo, and a massive shout out again to Unbox PhD Film for allowing me to show this. I will leave a link to their footage of the Supergirl set down in the description below, just in case you don't want to see anything, even if it is from a distance. I'll give you this opportunity to skip to the next timestamp in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right, okay, so now you're seeing on screen. I know there's not too much to say here, but yes, I will now say that the Lobo we saw before on set, or what we thought, or who we thought was Lobo, wasn't Lobo, and it was probably some alien guard. But now you see this guy, and I say this guy because it could be Jason Momoa, but you could argue it could be a double. That is definitely more akin to Lobo, because a lot of people were saying in the previous guy who we thought it was, that he had too much armor and stuff, and I was like, well, maybe you could argue they might be changing the design a little bit, but no, here you can actually see a very Lobo look. Arms are all out, so less armor there, more of just a coat, a very tall guy. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if this was Momoa just rehearsing a scene. And what's happening, and I say rehearsing the scene is because, you know, they're obviously trying to practice him throwing something, latching onto the dude, pulling him forward for the sequence, and then, I guess, for Lobo to take this guard or henchman or whoever it is out. Now, the reason why this is so cool is because I think that's like Lobo's sickle, if you will, that's on a chain, and he's like launching it forward. It like hooks into the guy, the sickle's like attached to him, and he gets like yeeted forward by Lobo for him to like proper like smack him down or something like that. We can't get a good sense of the design clearly, which is why I don't think, you know, Warner Brothers, as I said, is releasing a whole Lobo reveal. All you could tell is like, oh yeah, that's definitely Lobo throwing his like little chain sickle there. But it's still cool to see this unfolding, and it whets the appetite to want to see more from Momoa's Lobo. Now, in some Superman news, a little update to the whole court thing with regards to, oh, will it release everywhere in the UK, Canada, and stuff like that? Well, surprise, surprise, a federal judge here from DC Film News, re-reporting this, reposting it, on Thursday dismissed Superman co-creators' estate in their bid to reclaim foreign copyrights and blocking the new film, citing lack of jurisdiction. Superman will release in Canada, the UK, Ireland, and Australia without issue. Now, I say surprise, surprise, it's just because, you know, if you've looked into this a bit, you will know that in various different angles and attempts, stuff like this, like it, has been attempted before. But I know to a lot of people who just read the headlines and see this, it causes concern, being like, oh man, could this seriously impact the film? And in a way, like, obviously, if they were successful, it would have, if it could have released where I live and many other territories, but it was just very unlikely, and now we finally have that apparently settled in, well, at least dismissed. Like, the judge literally was like, get out of here, like, it's dismissed. So don't worry about that. Apparently all is in order with regards to the Superman lawsuit. Then in other DC news, this is going to be very brief, but I wanted to bring up Gunn posting this Peacemaker photo. I believe it's actually even from the same scene that we saw in some of the extended footage that was released from that HBO Max, or well, Max sizzle reel. Now, the reason why I wanted to talk about this is just, you know, we're in April now, about to go into May. It gets me excited about the prospect of a season 2 trailer, since we know season 2 is releasing in August. So just to give you guys some idea, for season 1, we had the official teaser, so the first glimpse, the teaser trailer, not the official one, but the teaser trailer, released on October 16th. And then the series released on January 13th the following year. So maybe if they follow a similar, roughly similar approach, we
ready
could
for
get
that,
our very first teaser trailer towards maybe the mid to back end.
Well, I told you, ready for that Matthew Golden
We'll have to wait
touchdown?
and see, obviously, but sometime
Detroit,
around it, we should really
Detroit
be
Lions
getting, again, not
too?
like a full-blown official trailer, but a teaser trailer. So just make sure you subscribe to the channel to stay up to date on anything Peacemaker Season 2.
Well, y'all
Now, flipping
BBs
things
again.
over to the MCU Marvel side of things with regards to
Did y'all draft one?
Thunderbolts reviews, and it's a very good sign.
Oh,
Now,
yeah,
Thunderbolts, believe it or not, is one of the first movies
I know you got
in
Terry on, but
quite
yeah,
a
he's
while in the MCU. It's not the first project necessarily, because it's like Daredevil Born Again and things like
I'm
that,
glad we
which
didn't
I'm
draft
really looking
one.
forward to. But
Like,
one of the first movies where I was like,
if
you
you
know
finna change
what,
our
from
hair,
the
we better get
trailers
a
and the
young
marketing,
kid
it looked like a
CB or
really,
something.
really good project. In terms of setting itself aside
You know what I'm
from the
saying? Like, if we change
typical
our hair, we better
formulaic
get a young
cookie cutter
cornerback, bro.
approach, and that was always
good.
interesting to me because, you know, on paper, if I looked at it, it's like, okay, yeah, I like Yelena, Red Guardian,
Don't even care, they
Bucky,
give us.
US Agent.
I ain't gonna lie,
whoever else,
I'll do a
but,
trade with the Browns.
you
They
know,
got two quarterbacks
I
they
would
can give
worry
us.
that it would just come across as I know what I'm getting.
Cause y'all hear?
Another MCU movie where I'm sure it will be entertaining, but ultimately a popcorn movie. These days, I'm looking for something that doesn't feel repetitive, even if it's still entertaining. And what I would say with Thunderbolts from the marketing is that it actually, there's something about it, something that I can't quite grasp, where it really did feel like, okay, you know what, let's put it this way, I am going to buy a ticket to see it. Now, some of these reviews, friend of the channel here, 3C Films, I know you guys know 3C, saw it and says Thunderbolts is a real breath of fresh air. That's all I want to hear already. It's a breath of fresh air in the MCU. Absolutely loved the team dynamic. It's also rich with emotions. Movies need emotions. You guys know my philosophy and ideology on that. Tackling pretty serious self-worth issues. Yelena carries the movie. Best part, it's 95% standalone with 5% set up, but that 5% though really felt like old MCU. It's great to hear. Jacob Fisher, basically the head of discussing film. Thunderbolts is truly fantastic. The cast has electric chemistry with each other. Florence Pugh and Lewis Pullman are the standouts, and the action sequences are very strong. But most of all, the film's story hit me like a ton of bricks. It's bold, important, and so well written. Like, guys, if this wasn't good, like, I know these particular reviewers would just be like, yeah, I like this and that, but ultimately I'm sorry to say. But it's getting glowing reviews. Brandon Davis here saying Thunderbolts is for any and all of us who have ever felt like we're not enough. Florence Pugh is its brilliant heart, and David Harbour as a perfect shot of life. It really has something to say about self-worth and growth. Great action too. Genuinely quite fantastic. Loved it. So I'm going to see it. I'm going to review it. And I am looking forward to it. Because I am telling you, my radar started going beep, 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 like literally in terms of vibe-o-meter for this movie, which doesn't happen all the time. So to feel like validated in a lot of people coming out and saying that this is like really genuinely decent, I'm hoping to go into that movie, get what I want out of it, and come back and hopefully give a glowing review. Hopefully, but let me know what you think. Keep an eye out for a review on the channel. Let me know if you're interested in seeing a Thunderbolts review as well. And then in other DC news, technically speaking here, we had, and I completely forgot to cover this in a previous news roundup, a week ago now, Netflix dropped, it's not an official trailer, it's not even a teaser trailer, it was just a date announcement for the Sandman Season 2, which is releasing July 3rd, and then the second half of the season, July 24th. You can kind of look at it as a teaser trailer, though, because it does give us a bit more of an extended look compared to the previous look that we got. And it does look really good in terms of the production, the accuracy to the source material, the things to look forward to in general for Season 2, especially as they are closing up the entire Sandman story. It does, I have to admit, it does still feel like weird with regards to the Neil Gaiman stuff, putting such an unfortunate on the optics of this series. Now, obviously, that doesn't reflect the showrunner, all the cast, the crew, who worked incredibly hard to bring this show to life. And, you know, I know some people say, oh, you know, the first season was a bit slow, I couldn't really get into it. But those who like the world of the comics of the Sandman, and then you watch the show, and you saw how faithful and well portrayed that was, the acting by Tom Sturridge, the entire cast, the way it was written and stuff, you will know like how good it is in terms of like a source material adaptation. And this doesn't look any different. It looks just as quality as season 1, if not more improved. But then again,
what's the point of beginning? Niggas don't get on.
Of the whole Neil Gaiman thing floating over. So I guess I would like to know, A, what do you guys think of the Sandman Season 2 teaser kind of thing? Are you a fan of Season 1? Will you be watching Season 2? And what is your whole perspective on the way Season 2 is releasing with this whole, again, big black cloud, you know, raining on it from left, right, and center with the seriously messed up allegations that Neil Gaiman is facing? And on the Disney side of things, I know I need to pick things up with Star Wars, because Star Wars is one of my biggest passions as well. However, you know, I know that's kind of dwindled for a lot of us fans in the past decade or so. But, you know, Andor Season 2 debuted over 96% on Rotten Tomatoes. The same score as Season 1, according to Discussing Film here. Believe it or not, I haven't even watched the first 3 episodes, and that's not me not liking it, because Andor, in my opinion, is literally the best piece, highest quality in every sense of the word, writing, everything that Disney Star Wars has ever put out, period. I want to sit down, turn the lights off, and blast it on the TV. And I haven't done a review because last time I did a review for Season 1, nobody tuned in to watch it, but let me know if you would like to see a season something, maybe something review video about Andor. I'm not against it. I know there's a lot of other things in Star Wars going on. Obviously, we had a lot of news coming out with Hayden Christensen returning as Anakin in Ahsoka Season 2. Not really a shocker there. given that he'll probably pop up to speak to Ahsoka again. Zeb returning, of course. We got that new Star Wars Maul Shadow Lord series, which is, I mean, Sam Witwer. I mean, I've been a fan of his ever since Star Wars The Force Unleashed. Man, I remember that game when it came out.
I was trying to kill you before you did.
My mind. But obviously, Maul, Sam Witwer, just, he is Maul. So to think that we're now going to get a new series in where apparently Maul navigates life before the events of Rebels, including training a Padawan. And if you know who that Padawan is, oh my god, things could get interesting there. But at the same time, kind of hesitant about it because of the way things have been handled before. Obviously, there's a lot of Star Wars stuff I could cover. I just wanted to sprinkle a tiny piece of commentary at the end of this video, just because I want to gauge interest on your thoughts about my opinions on other franchises like Star Wars. And you know me, if I had an editor, because I'm a one-man band here, which is why I can only cover so much stuff and I can't output it like other channels, I would be putting out stuff like all the time. But like, editors cost a lot of money, I can't necessarily afford that. But hey, if there's a lot of demand for it, I will put my thoughts out there. Or maybe I can just record a video that's more of a ramble, less editing, and then at least it's some kind of content. But that is everything from today's news roundup video, guys. I hope you enjoyed the ramble as always. I really enjoyed rambling in this one in particular, especially going into the lantern stuff. If you got to this part of the video, would greatly appreciate a like. Check out yesterday's video if you haven't done so already for a bit more of a deep dive into the broader DCU and things that could be coming our way. But until next time, I hope you all have a lovely rest of your day, and I'll see you all in the next video. Goodbye.
You see my drive? And then you get my control. That shit fuck.
Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist. If you can see how all of this fits together, we might have a chance.
Final destination, Bloodlines, May 16th, rated R.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is an in-depth breakdown of everything you missed in Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts! As my favorite Marvel movie since Avengers Endgame, I've now seen it 4 times, and I've combed through every scene and found so many interesting details, Easter eggs, connections, and visual themes that collectively make this movie really great, and I am pumped to share with you what I found. And while I'm so grateful that you watch these New Rockstars videos, really the best way to support what we do here is to grab something from our merch store, nerdriot.shop, like one of our Thunderbolts designs. The opening Marvel Studios title card jumps right into the flashing comic book images on the surfaces of the rotating Marvel letters as usual, but quickly they are overtaken by shadow, which also silences the sounds of Michael Giacchino's Marvel Studios theme until we're left in silence with a monochromatic dark version of the studio logo, visually foreshadowing the threat the Void will inflict in this story. But before we even get to that, if you look closely, the flashing comic images that we see that typically show Captain America, Iron Man, and others now show only Century Comics from a number of issues since its comic debut in 2000. There's the short-haired Ryan Topper Sentry from the recent Jason Liu series, which ended in May 2024. I think actually this is the most recently published Century Comics released by Marvel Comics by the time this film was released. There's the retro Golden Age design of Sentry from the 2009 The Age of Sentry run by Jeff Parker and Paul Tobin, which explores Sentry in an alternate universe. There's this image of one of the times Bob Reynolds' Sentry battles the Void, and most of the other images show the best-known Bob Reynolds version of Sentry from the past 25 years. And we see the bottom of this page from 2006's Sentry number 5 by Paul Jenkins, art by John Romita Jr., the panel where Dr. Worth tells Robert, "You're not going to shoot me, Robert. You're not going to hurt anyone because secretly you want to do good. Give me the gun." And then Bob rips himself into a Sentry and Void form as he screams, "You're tearing me apart!" So Sentry was created in September 2000 by Paul Jenkins and Jay Lee, who wanted to create Marvel's Superman, but not in terms of values, rather just power set. And they chose to introduce him in an interesting way as a man struggling with addiction and mental health who didn't even realize he had superpowers. Rick Veitch, who co-developed the character, had the idea to market his introduction as a meta figure who had supposedly been part of Marvel's comics history from the beginning, from the 1940s Golden Age, and existed in all the eras through the Stan Lee and Jack Kirby Silver Age. Due to some cataclysmic event, everyone in the universe forgot about Sentry's existence, including Bob himself. So he suddenly flashes back to memories of being a superhero named Sentry who had taken a super soldier serum 1,000 times more potent than the one given given to Steve Rogers that gave him
I'm like, hold on,
1
this ain't
million
me.
exploding suns. He could manipulate reality, use telepathy, fly, go toe-to-toe with pretty much every Marvel character, including Hulk, Galactus's Herald Terrax, Doctor Doom, Spider-Man recalls that Sentry fought Galactus to a stalemate, and then most famously, he rips Ares in half. Sentry also shares his consciousness with a dark malevolent entity called the Void. So, this movie, reinserting Sentry's comics history in place of the normal comic images on the studio logo, is a reference to this in-universe retcon that happened in the comics. The idea in the comics is that Sentry is supposed to have existed in our universe since the beginning. It's not that his watchtower gets built on top of Avengers Tower, it's the opposite. Avengers Tower got constructed over the site the watchtower was, and just no one knew it was there. And I just like that the opening seconds of the movie pay tribute to the way Sentry was introduced in the comics. Now, the Void has a similar, supposedly ancient origin, speculated to be a separate entity that then latched on to Bob when he became Sentry, with roots maybe as far back as the Old Testament, like part of the plagues of Egypt. But part of Bob's struggle with the Void is that he's never quite sure if the Void is really just a symptom of his own shame or not. This movie asks the question, does that darkness we all feel come from someplace real outside of ourselves? Something that was always there before we were broken enough to feel it, making it like a cosmic shadow demon that we have to fear? Or is it an inner pain that comes from our own experiences, something we all create together, and therefore something we can unite around to get through together? And that Void is actually where we open with Yelena Belova, Florence Pugh, who returns from the 2021 Black Widow film and the Disney Plus Hawkeye series, still mourning her sister figure, Natasha Romanoff, and now working in special ops for Val. We see her tight in close-up as she closes her eyes, meditating, as her voiceover says, "There's something wrong with me, an emptiness. I thought it started when my sister died. Now it feels like something bigger, just a void." So right away, Yelena references the void that she will be battling in this movie, and she even questions whether it was caused by her grief over Natasha, or if it was something bigger that was always there. Yelena sits atop the second tallest building in the world, Merdeka 118 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. They actually had Florence Pugh on top of this building and had her leap off the edge with support wires, but they did swap in a stunt performer for the parachute base jump. This shot of Yelena taking this kind of leap is significant in a lot of ways. It underscores the dark thought spiral Yelena is going through, because at first, if you haven't seen the trailer, you don't know why she's jumping off a building or if she even has a parachute. Also, it recalls Natasha's deadly leap from the cliff on Vormir in Avengers Endgame, and it puts Florence Pugh through a real practical jump that she actually did. And it feels like a bit of redemption for the character, considering the most maligned moment for many people.
Shit,
Black
that
Widow
motherfucker
was
wide
a
open
very
behind
epic
me.
shot of her doing a very cringy jump. This jump is awesome. Yelena lands atop another building and takes down a guard in an Ox hat, OXE. This is the logo of Val's holding company, Ox Group. OXE was mentioned in recent comics. 2023's Thunderbolts Volume 5 #1 has a secretive group founded by a version of Valentina Allegra de Fontaine that gives Bucky intel that he brings to Val to form a new Thunderbolts team. Beyond that, there's no real history to OXE in the comics, and the company might have just been created for this movie. It seems to be taking the place of Oscorp, the weapons company of Norman Osborn, who plays Val's role as a director of the Thunderbolts in the Dark Reign era of the comics, which started around 2009, which then leads to Dark Avengers. Norman Osborn and Oscorp, of course, are Sony properties as they're in the Spider-Man orbit. Yelena fights her way through this building as director Jake Schreier stays in a smooth overhead long take, showing Yelena gracefully and deadly moving down this hall, creating a stunning visual of long shadows, which is another visual foreshadowing of the Void, how it flattens victims into shadows just like this. This whole movie, whether or not Yelena realizes that she is fighting her own Void. Among Yelena's moves is the firing of her electrified Widow's Bite, the wrist projectile she inherited from Black Widow Natasha, and something we saw her use in Hawkeye. Now, the music we are hearing in this sequence and throughout the film was composed by Sunlux, the amazing band and composer group who composes
down there where you at. She not in Houston, but she down there
so
too.
well against a group of characters who are going through a similar journey of being sucked into their
This
own
girl that came to my streams
we realize that Yelena's opening narration is actually her talking to a bound guard from the Ox Group in this lab as she tries to access this intersection with tubes of serum that she needs to destroy under orders from Val. Our colleague Matt, formerly of Game Theorist and Film Theorist, who I actually met at the Thunderbolts premiere, tweeted that this taped guard might have been him, but he was joking. This actor is credited as Matt Einhorn. He does share the first name though. Get Matt Pat in the MCU. He was great in Five Nights at Freddy's. Yelena finds a guinea pig in this maze, and I wonder if this guinea pig might have been given any versions of the serum Bob received. The maze that the guinea pig has to navigate mirrors the maze of shame rooms that they will have to navigate to the center of Bob's mind in the final act. Now, in the background on the far end of this room are the two frozen shadows of the first Ox Group text that Bob/Sentry voided. They're just still there, floating behind Yelena in a lot of these opening shots. And I like how she's just so dead inside and so focused on the mission that she doesn't even comment on the spooky shit that clearly went down here. But it tells us that Bob and Project Sentry were a recent breakthrough. And now that we've seen the movie, do these two guys ever get unvoided when the crisis gets resolved at the end of the movie? Do they wake up on a floor that's been blown up by Elena? Does Val's goon Holt wake up unvoided on a crashed helicopter? Or in the midair spot the moment he was voided? We're getting to some unblip logic here. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. Mother's Day comes around every May like clockwork. For some of us, that's no problem. But for any of you who might have a more fraught relationship with your mothers, it can be a source of significant stress and anxiety. That's the exact kind of thing therapy can help with, and BetterHelp makes starting therapy easy. Anxiety often peaks in the late springtime, but with BetterHelp, you can nip it in the bud. The majority of BetterHelp members seek support for anxiety, and 69% of members report improved anxiety symptoms after just 6 weeks of therapy. Just head to BetterHelp.com/newrockstars, fill out a questionnaire, and you will match with a therapist in as little as a couple days. Easily switch therapists anytime at no extra cost if it's not the right fit. They carefully make sure therapists on the platform are well qualified, and their customer support team is there to help you if you have any questions. With over 7,000 reviews and a 4.5-star rating on Trustpilot, BetterHelp is a platform you can trust. Let BetterHelp help you rule your anxiety so it doesn't rule you. Click the link in the description, scan the QR code, or go to BetterHelp.com/newrockstars and get 10% off your first month of therapy. But this scientist with a gun explains that Val doesn't understand what happened here, that Project Sentry could bring about the end of the world. This scientist gets his face shot off in the struggle, and Yelena walks off with a guinea pig as the floor this lab was on explodes. And according to behind-the-scenes material, this movie's production actually set off practical charges for this shot.
We shot Florence jumping off of that building in the morning and then went to another street and just blew up an entire floor of a building in the afternoon.
We move on to Washington, D.C., where, if you look closely, you can see the Capitol building, and the Washington Monument has scaffolding around it to repair some damage, which is a fun little detail referencing the recent Red Hulk battle in Captain America Brave New World, which included Red Hulk leaping after Sam Wilson from the White House and scraping part of the Washington Monument. Poor Washington Monument. Between this and Spider-Man Homecoming, it's just had a rough go.
Right in.
Jay would say it's because of this.
I don't really want to celebrate something that was built by slaves.
Bucky Barnes is now an elected congressman. Now, in Captain America Brave New World, he mentioned having a fundraiser to go to, and we found out that he was a newly elected congressman. Here, reporters talked to him about the day's hearing, and he mentions his constituents in Brooklyn. Bucky and Steve grew up in Brooklyn. Depending on how the districts are divided in the MCU, Bucky could be
Understand.
district,
Hallway.
which in our reality is
Fuck.
King Jeffrey's district, the House Minority Leader. Really, all the...
Oh, damn!
Bounty Mega Roll. 4 rolls in 1.
Alright, I remember that.
Ooh, baby. Feedback things people love.
Say hello to your cheesiest craving yet.
Oh, snap.
That's right. Cheese it, made with chicken.
Oh, snap.
Baked, not fried, with 100% real cheese.
Oh, snap.
Okay, somebody please eat this thing before I do. Want it, need it, cheese it.
Receive up to $6,000 annually. National University's Believe and Succeed Scholarship can help make your bachelor's achievable. Launch your degree and career. It's time to believe.
Because unlike Senate seats, which can be appointed by a state's governor, House seats are left empty until a general election or a special election happens to fill them. So Bucky definitely won an election. He could have run uncontested, but people had to mark his name on a ballot. And I just think that's awesome.
Solid B+.
Because Bucky has never given any indication, as recently as the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, that he would ever want to seek public office. But since the Sokovia Accords have been repealed according to Episode 8 of She-Hulk, and of course since Bucky Barnes is a veteran who fought alongside the Avengers in the Battle of Earth, I'm assuming there were some local leaders in Bucky's hometown neighborhood who urged him to run. Actor Wendell Pierce, who will also play Daily Planet editor Perry White in DC Studios' Superman this summer, plays in this movie Congressman Gary, the chairman on this hearing on articles of impeachment against Val, who we learn in Black Panther Wakanda Forever is the director of the CIA in the MCU. Val corrects Congressman Gary on the pronunciation of her name. It's not Fontaine, but DeFontaine, and mentions the Secretary of Defense as Anderson. So keeping track, the U.S. Secretary of State in the MCU is played by Toby Ziegler actor Richard Schiff, and the Secretary of Defense is this guy, Anderson. And we have 2 ex-presidents that we know of, Thaddeus Ross, Harrison Ford, and recently James Ritson, played by Dermot Mulroney. Val's signature hair stripe color is now silver, and she wears a white suit, white being the historic suffragette color worn by modern-day feminist politicians. Many have pointed out the visual similarity between her look and Tulsi Gabbard during her confirmation hearings in early 2025, but this scene was shot well before Gabbard was nominated to be part of Trump's administration, or before anyone knew how the 2024 election was going to play out. Gary says that before serving as the CIA director, Val chaired Ox Group, which answers some questions about why she recruited John Walker in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier and recruited Yelena as a Black Widow, but it does have us wondering about her marriage with Everett Ross, who's been part of the CIA. Like, was it a CIA connection? Did he know what group she was involved with? Did he know? Val testifies, right now there are several rogue nations with technologies that exceed our own. She's likely referring to Wakanda and potentially also Salo Khan, because in Black Panther Wakanda Forever, she was definitely after the vibranium tech of those two kingdoms. Val also says, and you'll recall that our last president turned into a bright red superhuman monster who nearly destroyed the city. Of course, referring to the events of Captain America Brave New World, when President Thaddeus Ross turned into the Red Hulk after years of manipulated blood treatments at the hands of Samuel Stearns, the leader. Val says the Avengers are not walking through that door, which Bucky reacts to as he literally just walked through this door. He too is going to have a personal arc in this movie to formally step into the role of becoming an Avenger. Val says, the onus is on me, on us, the American government, to shield its citizens. And she emphasizes the word shield, I think, to also imply that there once was a government organization called SHIELD that aimed to do exactly this. But since SHIELD fell due to Hydra corruption and Captain America the Winter Soldier, there really has been no government agency doing quite that function on the ground on this planet. Val says she doesn't mind at all that Congress pokes around Ox and awkwardly sips her water, and cut to shit as Val and her assistant Mel, Geraldine Viswanathan, rush to clear out the Ox facility. Val tells Mel, get rid of any hanging chads that could get me impeached or land me in prison. The hanging chads is a reference to the 2000 presidential election and recount in Florida, where hanging chads became a media buzz term as the punched out pieces of ballots that were alleged to result in counting errors that assigned some votes for Al Gore to Pat Buchanan and ended up giving George W. Bush the state that tipped the election. Red Guardian Alexei Shostakov, David Harbour, watches on TV footage an old Soviet parade. I'm a bit of a history nerd, and I actually figured out exactly what footage they used for this. It was a May 1st, 1981 Labor Day parade, or May Day parade, in Moscow's Red Square, and that's Prime Minister Leonid Brezhnev Alexei is waving behind. They inserted a young, thinner Red Guardian in this actual historical footage, Forrest Gump style, and I love it. Alexei mutters, Brezhnev, get out of my way. Now, I recapped all of these characters and their numerous past MCU appearances in this recap video, but we last saw Red Guardian in the Black Widow film, where we learned he was a Soviet counterpart to Captain America in the 1980s, who then became a spy in the 1990s as part of a fake family living in Ohio with Melina, Natasha, and Yelena, and when they were exposed, they had to flee to Cuba, where the family was split up. Natasha and Yelena went to the Red Room training under Ivan Dreykov, and Alexei, years later, actually ended up in prison in Siberia until adult Natasha and Yelena busted him out.
Super soldier.
And after helping them bring down the floating Red Room base, he now, several years later, works for a limousine driving service in the DC area, or really on the border of Baltimore. Yelena passes that red limo and reads the slogan, Red Guardian Limo Service, protecting you from boring evening. And after thinking Yelena is a pushy DoorDash delivery person, he invites her in. And in Alexei's dumpy home, we can actually see a poster labeled Red Guardian in Cyrillic letters behind him in the doorway. We see various posters for motorcycles, which just sets up his love of Bucky's entrance later.
It's a Winter Soldier. That guy is so cool.
We see various pro-Russia art pieces on the refrigerator. We see past due bills, and we just see old Red Guardian propaganda prints, like one behind Yelena of him using a hammer to break a chain on an anvil, which is just some classic Soviet imagery. And then we see another poster of Red Guardian posed with a woman who we never really get identified, but it kind of looks like some media event or movie or video game that they were trying to promote. Alexei says he moved to DC, and Yelena asks if this is technically Baltimore. He says that Baltimore starts one block over. Hey, Alexei lives in the same city as Isaiah Bradley, and I think they should hang out. They'd get along great. Alexei observes that the light inside Yelena is dim, even by Eastern European standards. And Yelena says she feels lost and empty, but Alexei tells her that her sister Natasha understood that that meant to pursue a higher calling. Yelena finds a framed photo of her youth soccer team, the Chesapeake Valley Thunderbolts, which is where they will get the team name of Thunderbolts in this movie. Apparently, this team lost every game, and we learned that there was one girl who pooped in the middle of the game. Actually, director Jake Schreier said that they really wanted to shoot that as the jokey post-credit scene as a handheld video that was shot by Alexei from the bleachers, but they realized that since it would have been in the early 90s in Ohio, Alexei would have just been using his really well-developed American accent, and it would have just sounded like David Harbour and wouldn't have been as funny when he yelled. Yelena calls Val about a more public-facing assignment, and Val gives gives her one last covert job: stop Ava Starr, Ghost, Hannah John Kamen, from robbing the Ox Vault buried a mile deep in the desert in Utah. Since we last saw Ava Starr and Ant-Man the Wasp, Janet Van Dyne gave her the quantum healing particles, healing her chaotic phase shifting so that she now has greater control over it and doesn't have to live in Bill Foster's energy chambers that keep her from disintegrating. Inside this base, Yelena finds a bunch of crates dragged out into this incinerator floor, including some paperwork on Project Sentry. We see 2 pages on the right showing various alternatives of the Sentry S logo. On the right, we see 12 blank heads with different haircuts, and above that, 12 heads with different colors of hair beneath a bar graph displaying various focus group testing survey results, as Val and her team have clearly been workshopping the best look for a perfect Avenger hero. On the left, we see yellow wardrobe designs of the costume that they'll settle on for Sentry, and over on the dark blueprint, we see the words The Watchtower, which in the comics is Sentry's headquarters, and in this movie, the name of the building Val was planning on renovating Avengers Tower into. Before Yelena can read these, she's shot at by John Walker, Wyatt Russell. They fight, and John throws Yelena pretty far because he did take the super soldier serum in the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. While he did have to give up the Captain America shield, he has since acquired a new shield, which you can see is super scratched up, implying a number of vicious missions since we last saw him. Taskmaster, Antonia Dreykov, played by Olga Kurylenko, attacks John, and Ava attacks Antonia. So we get a full circle of 4 targets trying to kill each other, like, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander. And it's pretty clever how Val structured it so that each killer would be most effective over their target's weakness. Like, Ghost targets Taskmaster because although Taskmaster can replicate any attack move, Ghost would be able to phase through any surface and try to surprise her. Taskmaster is aimed at John because while John is juiced up with super soldier serum, if he were to face someone with parallel combat moves, he probably would get easily confused and flustered. John targets Yelena because Yelena is smallest and likely most vulnerable to John's relentless strength, and Yelena targets Ghost because while Ghost can phase shift, Yelena is most subtle and agile and probably has the best chance catching her before she would phase. Olga gets one line as Taskmaster in this movie. When she strikes John, she retracts her mask to tell Yelena, "I'm not here for you." Ghost phases into the fight and phases through John's body to punch Taskmaster. Yelena fires her Widow's Bite at Ghost, but Ghost phases away so that the probe zips right through where she once stood and hits John behind her. Yelena pounces on Ghost, but Ghost fades away from under her, so Yelena just hits the ground. This is all just really fun to see, this scramble. And the fight bumps into a crate containing what we later learn is Bob, activating it to open. I think one of my favorite moves from this fight shows the exact target chain in a single shot, following a knife. Yelena flings the knife at Ghost. Ghost lets a knife go through where she once stood, but then phases back in to catch it behind her, then flings that knife at Taskmaster, who deflects it off of her shield directly at John, who catches it, and then stabs the knife back down at Yelena, who can only hold him off by using the Widow's Bite to electrify his stronger arms. Ghost and Taskmaster duel, and I love how you can see Taskmaster perfectly mirroring each of Ava's strikes until Ava finally figures it out and phases to Antonia's blind spot, and blam, R.I.P. Taskmaster. You can see a single trickle of blood going down her mask. This is why trailers of this movie hardly showed Taskmaster, aside from a very clearly VFX shot of the group in Avengers Tower with Taskmaster painted in, that they didn't even bother to paint in for later trailers that they released. So Bob, Lewis Pullman, who also played the pilot Bob in Top Gun Maverick, stumbles out from behind a crate vomiting. He introduces himself.
Who are you?
I'm Bob.
Bob can't remember how he got in here and seems to have a completely wiped memory, similar to how we first meet Bob Reynolds as having memory issues in the comics. We cut from this scene to a charity event for the First Responders Family Fund, hosted by Val, themed around the Avengers from the Battle of New York. We see banners reading, "Honoring Our Heroes," with Iron Man in his Mark 7 armor from that battle, and Captain America Steve Rogers, and I think Hawkeye, and probably the other 3 Avengers who were part of that. And we see on display Loki's scepter, which would no longer contain the Mind Stone, and was recovered from Hydra after Von Strucker extracted a stone, and the Avengers did recover it in that opening battle from Age of Ultron. We also see some Chitauri guns, and Val also shows off a pair of Chitauri handcuffs, which she says came with the new property, meaning these were also left behind when Happy Hogan supposedly moved everything out of the tower in Spider-Man Homecoming. Like, he got Thor's magic belt, but did not get the Chitauri handcuffs. Now, I thought these might be the cuffs that Loki was locked into when he was arrested at the end of the 2012 Avengers movie, and when we revisited this scene in Avengers Endgame, and in the Loki pilot episode. We can also see the big broken A from the word Stark when the tower was first Stark Tower, the A that was left standing at the end of that battle to inspire the tower to become Avengers Tower. Congressman Bucky chats with Mel facing that big A, and they talk about Kierkegaard, how the Danish philosopher said that life can only be understood backwards, which is true, and the full quote is, "Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards." And it applies to what these characters will have to face going through their personal voids, facing their past shame and their dark memories by looking back upon them. Bucky proves that he does read Kierkegaard, saying he did believe it was up to individuals to create values. Back in the vault, Bob tries to run out the door, but the blast door slams down. Director Jake Nick Schreier directed the series Beef on Netflix, and I'm reminded of the horrifying moment with the mansion panic room door that we saw in that finale episode of that season. As they try to figure out who Bob is, John gets quickly annoyed at how many times Bob says Bob, and actually if you notice from this point on, John ends pretty much every line he says to Bob with Bob or Bobby, like, stop asking so many questions, Bob, and he ends up saying Bob or Bobby way more than Bob ever says his own name in this movie. John calls Ava a S.H.I.E.L.D. reject on the run from 15 nations. Yes, after the quantum tech accident that killed her father Elias Starr, Ava Starr was taken in by Bill Foster and made a S.H.I.E.L.D. operative before she went rogue. John describes Taskmaster as having destroyed half of Budapest, and Yelena says, don't talk about that one. Yelena says this out of respect for a former fellow Widow agent who was stuck under mind control from Ivan Dreykov, but talking about anything in Budapest in the MCU kind of reminds us of this line in 2012's Avengers.
With buy one, take one, you get a dish for today and tomorrow, starting at just $14.99.
Wow! Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tears, tan suave y fácil de cortar.
Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear tiene perforaciones onduladas que se cortan mejor para ir más fácil y más contentos. Disfruta ir con Charmin.
You and I remember Budapest very differently.
John claims he was the official Captain America, and Yelena's like, yeah, for 2 seconds. And Ava reminds us how he publicly killed an innocent man in the street. And John replies, define innocent. They're referring to the Flag Smasher who, in episode 4 of The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, killed John's friend, Lamar Hoskins, after which John crushed him to death with the Captain America shield, smearing it with the guy's blood. And that led to John getting dishonorably discharged and recruited by Val. John also says he has a loving wife and son, referring to his wife Olivia, whom we did meet in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. But, you know, John's shame memory later reveals that he is definitely not in a loving situation with his wife. The red lights turn on as the incinerator warms up, and they look for the power source of the frequency device that traps Ghost in this room, and they pry open the panel to defuse it, and John barges in with a shield saying, on your left, showing that the favorite salute between the other Caps, Steve and Sam, is something that John has fanboyed out over as well.
Don't say it. Don't you say it. Left. Come on! On your left.
Ava gets the door open at the last second, and jumping out to avoid the fire, Yelena ends up touching Bob's hand and taking her into the void for this shame memory. Violet McGraw returns to the 2021 Black Widow film as a young Yelena, a few years into her Red Room training, in some kind of test to lure out another trainee, Anya, into the snowy woods during lunchtime, and then this man comes out to shoot Anya. To be honest, I'm not really sure what the lesson was here. Don't go wandering off, or if a fellow widow gets lost, leave her behind, don't go looking for her, or is it just being in the Red Room's terrible? But the book that Anya drops reads this. This is Snigurushka, which refers to the snow maiden of Russian folklore, the granddaughter and helper of Ded Moroz, the Russian Santa Claus, or Father Frost. The snow maiden began as a Nobi god character from Russian fairy tales, one about a peasant couple with no children, and then one day a snow sculpture miraculously came to life to become their adopted daughter, and Snigurushka brought so much joy to her parents, but didn't live long because she was challenged by the village children to jump over a bonfire, and she melted. Earlier in this film, Yelena dismissed fairy tales to Alexei, maybe because she feels like the Snigurushka who melted before she could bring any real joy to anyone. Or maybe this reflects how she chose to be the goalie of the Thunderbolts soccer team, the kind of sacrificial figure who jumps on the grenade. I also enjoy how this movie sort of makes Alexei the Russian Santa Claus, dressed in red and white, with a big old beard, driving a kind of sleigh, who is even called Santa by Val later in the movie.
Who is this old Santa?
Val's plan is to use a strike team to take out Yelena and the rest, and it's overheard by her limo driver, Alexei, who will from here on out spend the next several hours in a very long road trip out west to Utah. Thank God he's a slob with junk food everywhere, because he's gonna need that big gulp cup. John slams Bob against the wall, and for a moment, Bob's eyes glow a pale gray as the void begins to peek out. I like this detail because while the void is mostly marked by shadow, the void's eyes do emit a pale gray glow. Yelena encourages Bob, who wants to stay put even if it means his death, and she says she gets hating herself, but after a while that darkness becomes alluring and becomes, and Bob finishes, a void. And Yelena says what she does with that void is to shove it way down. Bucky reads Congressman Gary's packet, spilling a chili dog on it and on his arm. Why does Bucky eat chili dogs? I think he's remembering his great times at Coney Island with his buddy Skinny Steve, and how they probably puked out chili dogs while riding the Cyclone roller coaster. But he washes his vibranium arm in the dishwasher. Yes, he somehow got it back after Rocket and Nebula had it in the Guardians Holiday Special, and then he pops pops the vibranium arm back arm and rotates it, similar to what he does when he has to put it back on in the Falcon and the Winter Soldier after the Dora Milaje 5-point finger palm took it off. Mel calls and remembers being in high school when the Battle of New York happened. Bucky says he was like 90, and there's that age again for never-aging superheroes.
Disney brought him back. They're gonna make him do this till he's 90.
Mel tells Bucky to track his phone, which I think this scene establishes to show how Bucky knows to go to the Utah desert and how he knows to drive them back to Avengers Tower in New York City. The crew gets into the elevator shaft and John tries to leap up, but for a moment, he disappears into that inky darkness, and I think it's another visual example of a character just going into a void shadow. They ask Ava if she can phase shift up the walls, but she says she needs to know where she's going and can only hold it for a minute. And it's similar to the logic Alan Cummings' Nightcrawler gave when they were trapped in a base in X2.
I have to be able to see where I'm going. Otherwise, I could wind up inside a wall.
Ah, isn't it great that we're gonna get that guy back in Avengers Doomsday? Bob proposes they inch up the shaft, back to back to back to back, and from above and below, they form the shape of an asterisk, which is just fun. Remember, Val said that this vault was a mile down, so that's gonna be a long way to inch back up. Probably about as long as it's gonna take Alexi to drive out to Utah. Mel shares with Val Bob's personnel records, and on this screen, you can actually see some interesting details. Reynolds, Robert, biography, earliest available hospital records indicate Robert Bob Reynolds was a victim of domestic abuse throughout his childhood. There are no records of criminal charges filed in relation to these reports. Following a car accident, Reynolds was addicted to orally administered morphine during middle school, but was able to finish 8th grade before ultimately dropping out less than a year into high school. He has a history of drug-related arrests for nonviolent crimes, including breaking and entering, larceny, and burglary. And it lists his hometown as Sarasota Springs, Florida, and we see Bob's mugshot from when he would have been a teenager. I don't know many people from Sarasota Springs, but I can tell you, a lot of people are addicted to meth. The crew realizes they have no good way to get from their current position to the upper level. Bob mutters to himself, always making things worse. This we will later see is what his mom would say to him when he would try to intervene when the dad was abusing her. John snatches Yelena's baton and makes an executive decision, pushing off, dooming all of them to die, but Yelena instinctively latches her cable to Bob, who sneezes. When Bob and John touch hands, John is taken to his shame memory, a scene that really struck me as a parent who has occasionally found myself doom scrolling while I was with my kid. John reads an article that uses a photo of John Walker from the end of the first episode of The Falcon and the Winter Soldier when he was first given the shield. And this article reads, Fall of a Hero, the John Walker story. Few have fallen further from grace than the putative heir to the mantle of Captain America, John Walker. Not long ago, Walker was thrust into the public consciousness with all the fanfare Washington could muster. And we see a story by Rory Bruin, and Rory Bruin is an art director on this movie. He previously worked on Christopher Nolan's Tenet. The story of what went wrong starts long before his unveiling just a few short years ago. While no one could doubt that the boots of Steve Rogers were big ones to fill by any man's standards, Walker did seem to fit the bill, a decorated combat veteran from the Army Rangers, and then he gets cut off. When John comes out of this shame vision, he turns back to look down the deep pit of the elevator shaft as if he kind of looks ready to jump, or at least considering it for a beat too long, like Yelena's self-destructive leap that opened this movie. Bob tells him that when he was younger, he worked a summer job as a meth-addicted sign-twirling chicken, setting up the crazy moment in one of his void shame rooms. Later, Val and her commander, Holt, send in a strike team. Yelena and Bob have another private moment where he reveals he took the medical trial with Ox to try to make something better of himself, saying that he had always had these episodes since he was a kid, with a high and then a big low, followed by a blank. And later, we can infer that these might have started by witnessing his father's abuse, but it's just murky enough to imply that the void might have always existed in him. Yelena fights through the strike team, tying Bob to herself with a fire hose to keep him from helping. It kind of sets up how these two will be tethered together around the neck in Bob's attic in the void later, and how at the end of the movie, Yelena just knows that because the void was never purely extracted from him, she's just gonna have to stay close to him. Yelena directs Bob's gun to fire at John. They get out dressed as strike team soldiers, and when they get stopped at the checkpoint, Wyatt Russell gets the biggest laugh from me when the gate guard again orders him to identify himself, and he just goes, no. Bob creates a diversion and gets shot, but he gets back to his feet, and his medical garments are shredded, and those aren't the only thing that's shredded. I mean, damn, dude, it's only one shot in the movie, but hey, if Marvel Studios gives you some fitness trainers and puts you on a nutrition plan, you can't say no. The void creeps into Bob's eyes, and Sun Lux's strings work into a frenzy, leading Bob to blast up into the clouds. Then comes come thundering back down to Earth, landing in a huge shockwave. Yelena shows John and Ava the paperwork from the lab that explains how Bob was a successful case of Project Sentry. Ava reads the power of 1,000 exploding suns and the golden guardian of good. They actually changed it to 1,000 exploding suns instead of 1,000,000 as it is in the comics. But in the Sentry comics, newspapers do call him the golden guardian of good. And we also see the quote, "He will stand for humanity's hope," which is a line about Sentry from New Avengers number 9. In the comics, Sentry was part of the Super Soldier program, given a serum 1,000 times stronger than what Steve Rogers got. So it sounds like the Ox group was continuing the legacy of trying to use a new serum cocktail to create this government-controlled human weapon. But just because Bob Reynolds was so unstable from an early age, it amplified something very dark about him. A certain insecure darkness, a shame demon that is known as the Void. Ava asks Yelena if she knew Antonia, and Yelena says yes, she had a tough life, and she killed a lot of people, and then she got killed. Yelena did not have that much time getting to know Antonia Dreykov after Natasha gave Taskmaster the anti-brainwash antidote, but really, I just think Yelena was just so conditioned by the Red Room to feel hardly anything when another widow were to die. I think Natasha was really the one exception to that. Alexi's red limo pulls up.
Oh no.
It's coming right at us.
Who is that?
It's no one.
Oh, God.
It's your dad! Don't go in the vault! Valentina's gonna burn your life!
Oh my god, hearing Alexi screaming, "It's your dad! Go Thunderbolts!" It's just so wholesome because this is what Alexi would be doing at her soccer games, making her feel even more embarrassed than Mandy, the girl who pooped on the field. Alexi compliments the team Yelena has put together, noticing that the light inside her has grown brighter. John sarcastically says, "Yeah, go Thunderbolts." And Alexi thinks that she genuinely named them after the Pee Wee Soccer Club. Alexi remembers that they were sponsored by Dimitri's Elite Industrial Lighting and Electrical, not Shane's Tire Shop. But I just think it's clear that Alexi's favorite business in their Ohio town was some Russian buddy of his. Alexi tells him this team has the power to be on the Wheaties box. Since Alexi was an 80s Russian hero, he likely would have been jealous of American athletes and celebrities who got to be on boxes of cereal. Then an Ox convoy catches up and Alexi hits the gas, but it tops out at 54 miles per hour. And we see this limo has over 98,000 miles on it, which is way higher than a novelty ride service within a city area should have on it. Alexi activates his defensive measures, which just turn on party lights and fog, and Genuine's pony jump on it. It's similar to the gag in Thor Ragnarok when they're escaping Sakaar on the Grandmaster's pleasure yacht. Alexi swigs vodka and makes a Molotov cocktail that hits the armored truck and then immediately goes out. So Yelena has to lean out the window and shoot, and one of the armored trucks blows up and flips, but it wasn't her gun, it was Bucky!
Is that Bucky?
Actually, in my favorite interview clip ever, Florence Pugh describes the take of Wyatt Russell.
We did a take where Wyatt turned around and went, Bucky! Because he just looked so cool.
Bucky rides up, taking out these trucks with the same explosive discs that we saw him use on Nick Fury in 2014's Captain America the Winter Soldier. And the way Bucky rides up through that dust and then grabs the shotgun and he flips it around, it's totally an homage to the Terminator in the chase scene in T2 Judgment Day. Sebastian Stan even confirmed that while shooting this sequence, he was listening to the T2 soundtrack obsessively. Bucky shoots out the cable hook, lets it run, and then brakes, grabs the hook with his vibranium arm, and then punches the ground, completely flipping the truck. And I think this is one of my favorite moves I've ever seen in an MCU movie. It's so sick. And I love that even the Thunderbolts seem to recognize this from a meta awareness. They can't help but cheer. Even John Walker, who has fought alongside Bucky before. Val and Mel return to the Watchtower. The existing structure of Avengers Tower is still there, even with the additional penthouse structure beyond the landing pad for the Quinjet that was added for Avengers Age of Ultron. But
100% real cheese. Baby Bell, the fun kind of good.
We don't play games out here.
How long will this take? I'm kind of in a rush.
Just 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Just 10 minutes.
Get out.
Shoulders, knees and toes, and eyes and cheeks and mouth and...
Skilled professionals helping you to be your best. Massage Envy, where better begins.
The future of trading is here on Robinhood Legend, the new desktop trading platform. Visualize the way you analyze, buy, and sell like never before.
X has now built over it a new black facade that, if it were ever completed, would change its silhouette in the skyline, which makes it overall look like the comic depictions in which Sentry's hidden watchtower was kind of enveloping Avengers Tower. Val meets with Bob and places his S belt buckle on the table. She brings up his family history and touches his hand, and then we're taken to Valentina's shame memory, the day when, as a girl in Italy, she accidentally told a man in town where she and her father lived, and then that man showed up to their home and killed her father in front of her. Valentina Allegra de Fontaine, known as the Contessa in earlier years of comics, first appeared in 1968's Strange Tales run as a companion to Nick Fury.
Ain't nobody trying to get online. What the fuck going on?
And her parents were actually killed for aiding in some unspecified resistance movement. So I assume her father's involvement in that resistance is what got him killed in this scene. But Italy was under fascist rule during World War II, but Valentina would not have been a kid during that point in history. She was definitely born after it. So it's not really clear why her father was killed from the scene, but I'm assuming the killer was someone outside of the law, which is why Valentina is so obsessed with world security and having the strongest weapons now. When Mel talks to Val, the necklace she's been wearing all movie really stands out in the scene. Many have likened Mel's necklace with the Songbird icon. Songbird, Melissa Gold, or Screaming Mimi, was part of the original Thunderbolts lineup when it was created by Baron Zemo. To be clear, that's not the Thunderbolts era that this movie is focusing on. This movie, I would say, is adapting something closer to the Dark Reign era, mixed with Sentry's comic arcs, and the name Thunderbolts is really just a coincidence with it being the nickname of Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross. That connection is not really drawn in this movie. Bucky restrains Alexei, Ava, Yelena, and John, and he puts Ghost in the Chitauri handcuffs that we saw earlier, clearly to keep her from phasing away. And again, I'm not sure if these are the same ones they put on Loki, but I think they have the same alien technology that prevents teleportation out of them, since Loki is able to use sorcery tricks of like duplication casting and a similar type of teleportation. That's not exactly the same thing, but you can imagine there would be certain technology that would just keep slippery people like this restrained. Bucky realizes he has a team of heroes who actually can help stop Val in New York City after his call with Mel, and he gives a pretty great speech to get them into it.
Look, I've been where you are. The past doesn't go away, so you can either live with it forever, or you can do something about it.
Alexei has dreamed of this
You know my
moment,
other
having
listening
true
work,
Avengers
man.
team.
Discord now. My other Discord work now.
So they get to New York, and this city shows no signs of the police state or curfew imposed by Mayor Fisk that it's supposed to be under as of the season 1 finale of Daredevil Born Again. But I think we are finding that there is just a clearer and clearer line
I just
between
fixed
Marvel
it today.
Studios and Marvel Television. John, Yelena, and Ava right in the back.
What about your hat? The hat.
The helmet?
Whatever you want to call it.
Cool. Alright,
Do you like the hat?
yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Very cool.
I feel like these comments about his little hat are why John changes his headgear when they rebrand him to the new Avengers in the post-credit scene. Alexei asks Bucky,
What kind of super serum did you get?
I don't know, regular. Hydra.
Hydra? Oh, fancy. Mine was Soviet recreation, but it's still good, you know. We are the same, you and me.
Well,
I mean, we are different, but we are the same.
remember that even though Hydra had a facility in Siberia, Hydra was technically a bigger network and a separate organization than the normal Russian government. So while the Russians, like the Americans, were all trying to recreate the super soldier serum in different and various diluted ways, Hydra had its own successful program that produced the Winter Soldier, actually the Winter Soldiers, as there were many of them, and ultimately that cocktail is what led to the batch that we saw in the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Bucky's plan is to just ram this truck into the lobby of the Watchtower. When he jumps out, he rips off the car door and uses it as a shield, recreating the first time his buddy Steve used a makeshift shield in 2011's Captain America the First Avenger. The Thunderbolts beat the crap out of these Ox Guards, and I just like how right outside this on the street is the same area where the 2012 Avengers fought the Chitauri, with that same bridge level where Natasha and Steve fought in the later stages of that battle. In fact, on that bridge, we know from the Hawkeye series, is a plaque that commemorates those original 6. Val invites them up the elevator, and she pours a drink from the bar, which is the same bar set that Tony Stark had in the 2012 Avengers movie. Val says, isn't it crazy to think of all the monumental fights that happen exactly where you're standing? Indeed, Tony Stark's face-off with Loki was right here. The Avengers fought Ultron's first form right here. And in the time heist in Endgame, the future Avengers came back to this location to steal the Tesseract and the Scepter. And speaking of that Scepter, it is back on display in the background of this room. We also see another Chitauri gun, and I might be wrong, but I think we see Coulson's Destroyer Armor prototype gun in these display cases. Val taunts them, calling John a junior varsity Captain America, And I think it takes more offense to just junior varsity because we know he played on a football team and probably was varsity. She says Bucky has survived less than half a congressional term. I suppose she assumes he's gonna die or at least have to resign. And she calls Alexei an old Santa, but really she's just trying to get them to be violent with her to incite Sentry to overreact. She invites Bob down, and he's got a new look as Sentry. And damn, it's pretty comic accurate, down to the hair. This casting was great. The golden suit he wears actually looks like it's made of the same fabric that they use on Anthony Starr as Homelander in The Boys. And I don't think that was an accident, because Sentry is the same kind of lab-grown, perfect superhero with a hair-trigger mental health imbalance. Val says that he's stronger than all the Avengers rolled into one, and soon he'll be known as Earth's Mightiest Hero, taking the Avengers' classic moniker of Earth's Mightiest Heroes and making it singular. Val orders Sentry to take down this violent group of criminals, as she calls them. It leads to a big fight. Yelena tries to back out, but it's too late. Sentry throws Alexei out the window, and then he yanks him back into the bar. Sentry folds John's shield into a taco. Bucky tries to stab him, and Bucky even does his signature badass move of dropping the knife from one hand to the other that we saw in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, but it fails, and Sentry punches him up and then flies to catch him to hit him again. He sees Ghost phasing around him, and then No Look grabs her throat, and for a second, I thought he was gonna go Omni-Man on her. Then I remembered that he's just pulling his punches to try not to kill them. He catches Bucky's punch, and then superheats the arm, and yanks it off. The Thunderbolts retreat, but Bob holds back. The Thunderbolts regroup outside on the sidewalk. Yelena, in particular, insults the others.
You can hear me?
I suck, I'm terrible, we're all terrible. And in this
Bruh.
moment, there's an extra
Got a
as
new
a New
mic.
Yorker passing her on a sidewalk and
$40.
gives her the funniest look, like extra of the year.
$40 mic,
Bob
nigga?
argues with Val on
What
whether
you
he
mean?
should take orders from her, since if he's more powerful than the Avengers.
My controller has stick driven. My little pieces broke. What else do you want me to do?
So that is what is choking Val, so that Mel has to hit the kill switch.
I'm
as
not
Leo,
rich.
the shadows
Not spending shit.
absorb into his body, and he turns dark, and boom, tiny white eyes.
Said I'm
I
rich.
love this visual choice because it does remind us of how the Void's eyes look in certain comics, but adapted on screen and live action, I love the choice to make his eye holes just tiny little pinpricks. Like the Void, it doesn't want to emit any light whatsoever. And I'm reminded of the 1990 film Ghost, when those rotoscope shadow demons would just show up
That's
to drag
insane,
souls
B.
to hell, how they would have
Rich.
eyes for just a few frames,
I
and circle
wish.
faces with tiny little eye holes of light. Also, director of the Annabelle sequels and Shazam movies, David F. Sandberg uses this technique in his horror work, notably in his feature version of Lights Out. You see this a lot in creepypasta art because it plays on two innate visual fears: a shadowy shape and our anxiety over the unknown, and our paranoia over being watched by something we can't really make out, like seeing a predator's eyes reflecting back to us from the darkness. Florence Pugh pours her heart into Yelena's confession to Alexei, how she feels so alone, how she's lost her sister, her father, and how she has so many things she feels shame over. And then, like John Walker's doom scrolling with his phone, we hear another example of how these things are psychologically killing us. Yelena says, all I do is sit and look at my phone and think about all the terrible things that I've done, and then I go to work and I drink and I go home to no one, and I sit and I think about all the terrible things that I've done again, and she needs Alexei to cut off the spiral. And I mean, isn't that the death spiral we often find ourselves in? It's a kind of emotional hard truth and specificity that we don't normally hear in Marvel movies, and I loved this moment. Alexei reassures her that she was a light that could brighten any room, and that as a kid, she wanted to be the goalie on the Thunderbolt soccer team so that she could be the one everyone relies on when they make mistakes. Yes, even
With buy one, take one, you get a dish for today and tomorrow, starting at just $14.99.
Disney Plus, Hulu, and Max together for $16.99 a month.
What did you do?
I saved her. We ain't no more.
You want to fight?
This is what the world is watching.
I feel like we have this whole place to ourselves right now. It's so peaceful.
Man.
Best.
Huh?
Yeah.
What you doing, man?
Cellular has a new deal we don't want you to miss. It's just $15 a line when you get 4 lines.
Oh, I love that deal. Oh, come on. You have flowers?
Save big with our best price ever. Just $15 a line when you get 4 lines. U.S. Cellular. Built for us.
is very unsettling. It really just starts with people behind Yelena in the background of the previous scene, just frozen, looking up. And as more and more civilians do the same, we see his dark, silhouetted form just floating silently, waiting for people to realize he's there. The first Ox soldier who fires on him, we hear the Void say, "Are you tired of fighting? Here, let me help you." Like, he sincerely believes that he is freeing them from their pain. And I love how they manipulate Louis Pullman's voice for this, like we're hearing 2 versions of his voice layered on top of each other.
Look what you unleashed.
And
No. Ooh. Yeah. We can work.
Alright, so for about, I would say, 2 to 3 years, I've been trying to figure.
You clicked on this video because the alarm bells were. You clicked on this video because the alarm bells were going off in your head saying you've had enough not being able to get your gameplay audio and your party chat audio recorded into OBS. I know, I've been there. It is an infuriating headache, and I'm here to hopefully solve your problems completely. Assuming that you already have your gameplay picture coming in as it should be, depending on whichever capture card that you happen to be using. So to get to figuring out how you can get that PS5 audio into your OBS, you have to first understand what cannot work for recording any gameplay audio or chat audio into your computer to be recorded in OBS. The first of those items that you can't use in any of these cases is a USB headset. Whether it has a microphone, whether it doesn't have a microphone, it doesn't matter. You cannot use a USB headset directly plugged into your PS5 and expect to have your audio recorded at the same time. The second type of device you're going to want to stay away from, and you guys are going to hate me for this one, but I'm sorry. No wireless headsets with a microphone, without a microphone, doesn't matter. You cannot use any sort of wireless transmitters via USB or even Bluetooth with your headset and expect to have audio recorded, with the exception of the Astro A40s, A50s wireless headset that have the base station and the mix amp. I've made a separate dedicated tutorial on how to get the Astros to work on the PS5 console, so go check out the card above if you want to get that type of audio setup with your setup. Setup. With all that out the way, let's get into the two methods I have to show you for how to record your game audio and your party chat audio from your PS5 into OBS. Let's go. The first method I have here for you guys so you can record your PS5 audio into OBS is called the Chatlink cable method. What you're going to need in order for this method to work is the Chatlink cable, of course. You're also going to need a wired 3.5mm input headset with a mic function. You're going to need a capture card with an auxiliary input such as the HD60S Plus, the HD60S capture cards from Elgato. You're also going to need a microphone input for your computer as well. That is, if you expect to record any sort of commentary over your gameplay or your live streams. Now, I've gotten a lot of DMs and questions from you guys regarding this Chatlink cable, and there seems to be an overall confusion of how this cable actually works. The function of the Chatlink cable is to record the audio out of your PlayStation 5 controller, which is why you plug it into this 3.5mm male input on your controller. Now, you also plug in your headset into that Chatlink cable, and this is where you guys get really confused. That audio from your microphone is getting passed through the Chatlink cable, but only to the PlayStation 5 console. It is not being sent to your computer to be overlaid on top of the game audio and the party chat audio and intermingled all together. That's not how it works. With the Chatlink cable, you're going to get your party chat audio and game audio recorded at the same time, and your party is going to be able to hear you with that headset microphone that you have connected to the Chatlink cable. If you want to have your commentary audio on top of your gameplay, then you're going to need to have a separate USB or XLR mic connected to your computer. So with that out the way, to set up the chat link cable with your capture card, you're going to want to first take the far end of that cable where you see the one connector, and you're going to want to plug that into your capture card where you see the audio input jack. The other end of the chat link cable will be plugged into the controller with the end above that for your headset. Once you have that set up, you're going to want to double check your settings on the PlayStation 5 console. So to do that, you want to open up your quick menu settings, go to sound, and then check your output device and make sure that headset controller is selected. If you're currently in a party, you'll be able to go below and adjust the chat game audio balance level. So in case you have your gameplay too loud and you can barely hear your chat, then you can adjust that dial so that you can hear your chat a little bit more than the gameplay. If you head over to the microphone setting, you're going to want to make sure that the mic is set to headset controller. And that's the part where you have your headset microphone connected to the chat link cable so that it takes that input so your party can hear you. Now,
We'll hang later. You only have so much time.
connected to it, this is where we're going to want to make sure that we're taking in that analog audio. What I'm going to do is load up the 4K utility tool, or it could be the original Elgato Capture software tool as well, depending on which capture card you're using. In your preferences, you're going to want to change the audio input to record analog audio. When you switch your audio input to analog, it's going to take in your preferences, you're going to want to change
It don't matter. It don't matter. What does it do? Robot. Yeah. What about now? What about now? Still can hear it? What about now? What about now? An echo? What about now? It don't matter. I'm playing better right now. My package franchise. You started. Too many games. Yeah, start up. Make your job class first. Fix the job class. Nah, fuck that. We ain't got time for that. If I beat that pussy up, is you gonna tell on me? What you know about that, B? Oh.
Change the audio input to record analog audio. When you switch your audio input to analog, it's going to take in the chat link cable connection. What I'm going to do just load up the 4K utility tool.
Nah, niggas.
Or it could be the original Elgato Capture software tool as well, depending on which capture card you're using. In your preferences, you're going to want to change the audio input to record analog audio. When you switch your audio input to analog, it's going to take in the chat link cable connection that you plugged into the capture card. Once that's complete, you can close out of your capture card software and then open up OBS. Just go ahead and add a new video capture source, and then selecting the drop down go ahead and select your capture card device.
Please don't sell me, bro. I've been purple play for the last 2 weeks.
Appear within your mixer. That audio source is
Is that
the
my mic?
gameplay audio from your capture card. Now, in the case that
Yo.
you didn't see an audio source appear within your mixer. That audio source is the gameplay audio from your capture card. Now, in the case that you didn't see anything appear in your audio mixer, for those of you probably on Mac OS, you're going to need to go into your settings, go to audio, and then for one of your mic auxiliary devices, you want to select the capture card. And you should see it appear in your mixer now. Something else that just came to mind while editing this video is that if you're hearing a buzzing sound coming from your controller through the chat link, then that means you're trying to charge your controller while you're trying to record audio from it from the same time, which is causing that electrical frequency to go through the cable, giving you that sound that you definitely don't want. So make sure you unplug that cable while you're trying to record at any time. The other issue a lot of you guys run into using the chat link cable is that the audio is just too soft in OBS to even be heard by anyone watching your gameplay or stream. So to fix that, you just want to go to your mixer, click on that settings icon, go to your filters, and then within here you can add the gain filter. Now you can increase that game audio up as much as you want till it's at a good level. Other than that, at this point you should be fully utilizing the chat link cable for your setup. The second method I have here to show.
What are you talking about?
I can hear y'all on the game now. I'm talking to y'all.
Can I get an invite?
Then what this for?
Oh. I'll be right back then.
Fix my shit, B.
Birthday Princessasaurus card. Everything for every party on Amazon. The future of isn't just in a classroom, it's everywhere. Grand Canyon University's overclocked Encanto Residence Hall has 24/7 HackNet Wi-Fi network access, so you can hack with integrity. Apply now at gcu.edu.
The past doesn't go away, so you can either live with it forever or you can do something about it.
Hey, welcome back to Screen Crush. I'm Ryan Airy, and this is all of the Easter eggs, references, and little things you might have missed in the Thunderbolts asterisk. Now, before we get rolling, I just got to do a little dance here because this is the best Marvel movie since Guardians 3. I am so excited for what this movie means for Avengers Doomsday, Fantastic Four, Secret Wars, Vision Quest, and I really feel like this cinematic universe is finally on an upswing. As always, remember you can listen to us on all your favorite podcast platforms and check out our merch store for fun parody merch that we designed for you. And I am so excited to show you guys these new Thunderbolts soccer team shirts sponsored by Shane's Tire, and you can even customize the team member with different names on the back. Links are below. At the opening, the Marvel Studios logo now features comic books of the century. Appropriately, this image is slowly taken over by darkness, and the Marvel fanfare grinds to a halt. Now, I gotta take a second to celebrate the Centuries adaptation in this film, because I am a huge fan of the character's original run of the comics. He was created by Paul Jenkins and Jay Lee as a kind of Marvel's answer to Superman. He starts as an ordinary guy, an alcoholic named Bob Reynolds, who has dreams that he is a superhero. And then he gradually remembers that he was a superhero, the greatest hero on Earth, but somehow everybody forgot him. So the series is actually about him gradually remembering his past and reminding other heroes that he's trying to get more powerful before his archenemy, the Void, returns. So in the comics, the fact that he is the Void is a major twist. That's why I didn't want to spoil it in our early trailer breakdowns. And they also did this cool thing where Wizard Magazine ran an article claiming that the Sentry was originally created by Stan Lee, but then everybody just kind of forgot about the character, which is, what actually happens to the Sentry in the comics. So the comic ends with the Sentry allowing himself to forget that he was ever a hero to remove the threat of the Void. Basically what happens in this movie, but I highly recommend the comic if you've never read it. So we start with Yelena on the roof of the second tallest building in the world, Merdeka 118 in Malaysia. And Florence Pugh actually jumped off this building in real life, and she had to lobby Kevin Feige directly for permission because the insurance rates were so high. Now, I think this movie does a pretty great job with its exposition, explaining everybody's backstory as they meet each other and introduce themselves. And even though we did a Thunderbolts recap video, I am going to give you a very brief rundown on each character as we start to talk about them. Yelena Belova was the spy sister of Natasha Romanoff, and in the Black Widow movie, they took down the Red Room assassin program that had brainwashed them. Afterwards, she reached an emotional catharsis for Natasha's death, but as we see here, she's still feeling listless.
Just a void.
And that line, the Void, is crucial for setting up the theme of the movie. Each of the Thunderbolts are broken in some way. They all have this void inside themselves because the movie is actually a metaphor for dealing with depression and trauma. You'll notice even the color palette of the movie is very desaturated, almost until it's black and white, until the Void is finally defeated at the end of the film and everything becomes bright and saturated. And she also says,
"There's something wrong with me."
And this is the nature of depression. You feel like there's something wrong with you, something broken, and as a result, you feel like you're unworthy of love or a family. So, as we talk about each character overcoming their depression, we see that this prepares them for their newfound family, the New Avengers. For a moment, it even seems like she could be taking her own life before the parachute opens, and she says,
"Or maybe I'm just bored."
And this line sets up the opening fight. See, everything about this first sequence is kind of typical. We've seen a million Marvel hallway fights, so this one is just filmed from above, mostly in silhouettes. And you can also say that there's something meta going on here. Marvel has been in a little bit of a slump lately, and fans aren't actually showing up for every single movie because they feel like they know what to expect.
Welcome to the MCU, by the way. You're joining at a bit of a low point.
So when the movie starts, Yelena's bored, we're bored, and this all feels very 9 to 5. And then it turns out that she's actually narrating to her hostage. Now, we have seen this before in Marvel movies. Whenever a movie starts with a voiceover, it always turns out to be a character talking to other characters. Korg is talking to children in Love and Thunder. Thor was talking to Surtur, and in Iron Man 3, Tony narrated.
We on AA.
I'm sorry.
We on AA.
I'm not that kind of doctor.
The only exceptions here are Deadpool and She-Hulk, who are the only characters who talk directly to us. Now, I thought the Thunderbolts worked so well because, unlike some Marvel movies, it's about characters who feel like real people. They're all broken, or grieving, or just failures. And they all have flaws and something about themselves that they're trying to work on. And we can all relate to that.
Why? Are you a disgraced Captain America?
Well, kind of, but I'm not allowed to talk about it. But I do also have some gross habits that I've struggled to beat. Like you guys know, I talk about it all the time here on the channel. You've probably seen my facial tick where I want to squish my eyes or clench my jaw. And I used to nervous eat all the time. And I'm sure you guys have your own bad oral fixation habits that you'd like to change. Now, I used to think that it was impossible to quit all those bad habits, and it turns out I was right. Because I couldn't just quit, I had to replace. And that is where Fume comes in. No vapor, no nicotine, just natural flavored air that actually satisfies. No stress, no withdrawals, just a simple swap. Guys, Fume is an award-winning flavored air device that draws flavor into your mouth and not into your lungs. It is a great way to satisfy my oral fixation habit with non-toxic flavors, and it is safe to use anywhere. So I want to show you guys, there is no vapor at all in here. This does not need batteries, and you don't have to charge it. It just has these flavor-based cores that you can personalize with your favorite flavors, like crisp mint or my favorite, orange vanilla. It tastes like an orange dreamsicle, one of my favorites from when I was a kid. Also, It looks cool. I love how it's weighted, I love the wood design, and it feels just premium in your hand. And it's also a great fidget tool that makes this incredibly satisfying sound. It is completely safe, and they continuously invest in third-party studies to ensure the safety of their products, and it is backed by doctors here in the United States. Physiology shows stopping a bad habit cold turkey is really hard on your brain, so Fume works to replace your hand-to-mouth fixation, calming nervous tension through fidgeting, and distracting you from your bad habit with this delicious flavor. Fume has already helped more than 500,000 people build better habits, so try Fume today, and if you order the Journey Pack now using our code ScreenCrush, you'll get a free Fume topper, an awesome accessory to level up your experience. Go to tryfume.com/ScreenCrush or scan the QR code on screen right now. Now, back to what I was saying. And then Yelena finds a guinea pig in a maze, and this is some clever foreshadowing. The guinea pig is an experimental test subject, just like Bob, and the movie ends with the Thunderbolts running through the maze of Bob's mind. But Yelena is the one who ultimately frees Bob from his mental prison, just like she frees the guinea pig here. I will call her Lieutenant Fluffy Cheeks. Very good. So apart from Lieutenant Fluffy Cheeks, there is something ominous in the lab. These shadows on the walls. Director Jake Shear, who, by the way, give him more movies to direct, he said that the shadows were meant to be symbolic of the Hiroshima shadows. What's that? Well, when the atomic bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the blast was so intense that it burned shadows of people onto the walls and burned their bodies to ash. You see, the powers of the Sentry are another kind of atomic bomb. Val worked to create the Sentry, but she really didn't know what she had created. Just like American scientists created the atomic bomb, and then soon the whole world was under threat of nuclear war. In the MCU, superheroes are the real nuclear weapons. I mean, Ross even compared heroes to nukes in Civil War.
If I misplaced a couple of 30 megaton nukes, you can bet there'd be consequences.
And then we go to Capitol Hill for the impeachment of La Contessa Valentina Allegra de la Fontaine, who was originally created by one of the all-time greats, Jim Steranko. Now, in the comics, she is a spy and often a love interest of Nick Fury. In the MCU, we've seen her lurking in the background, recruiting people like Yelena and John Walker.
We're gonna need a U.S. agent.
And in Wakanda Forever, we learned she was the director of the CIA and the ex-wife of one Everett Ross. So Congress is trying to impeach her for creating a superhero off the books, which is interesting. So I always assumed that she was hiring Yelena and Walker on behalf of the government, but she was actually hiring them for Oxcorp, a corporation that she claims she is divested from. Now, in the comics, Ox is a corporation founded by a life model decoy of Val, which is basically a robot duplicate like we saw in the show Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. The organization did first appear in Thunderbolts Volume 5, Number 1, and it was essentially a large shell company. In fact, that issue starts with Bucky hunting down Val, similar to his role in this movie. The representative holding the hearing is Leonard Gary, played by Wendell Pierce. Now, you may know him as Bunk Borland from The Wire.
Jealous.
And this summer, he's also playing Perry White in Superman. Now, Leonard Gary in the comics is actually a mutant. In one issue, when Hydra attacks the Capitol building, he brings statues and objects to life to fight their Nazi robots. So I wonder if his inclusion is a cute hint about the movie's reveal, because he first appeared in the comics Secret Avengers, and this is secretly an Avengers movie. During Val's hearing, she mentions rogue nations, and she's talking about Wakanda. And remember, in Wakanda Forever, she was pressuring the president to create regime change and seize the country's vibranium for the United States. And now we know that was probably so she could use the vibranium to create her own private superhero military force. And she also mentions that, just a few months ago, the president turned into a Red Hulk and raised on top of the White House, referring, of course, to Captain America Brave New World. And she also makes sure to point out that there are no Avengers. Following Avengers Endgame, I guess no superheroes decided to band together again, until Brave New World, when Sam finally opted to restart the super team.
The world needs the Avengers.
Val also says that the onus of the American government is to shield the people, and the choice of words there is interesting, because after S.H.I.E.L.D. fell in the Winter Soldier, superheroes have essentially been the world's main superpower. So Val is subtly saying that the government needs to get in the shielding business by controlling superheroes. Now afterwards, she tells Mel that she wants to get rid of any hanging chads. Who did that to all those guys named Chad? Now, this is a reference to the recounting of the 2000 election in Florida, when the integrity of a ballot was based on how much of a hanging chad was on a piece of paper. Then we go to the Red Guardian, who was the spy father for Natasha and Yelena when they were undercover in Ohio. The Soviet Union gave him super soldier serum and a super identity, the Red Guardian. And for a while, he was a hero of the people. But after he displeased Dreykov, he was sent to a remote prison until his spy daughters rescued him. In his apartment, we see this poster of him as the Red Guardian, wielding a hammer to break a chain. So this calls back to the communist symbol of a hammer to signify the industrial worker, but also this line from the Communist Manifesto: "Workers of the world unite, you have nothing to lose but your chains." So the Red Guardian, the Soviet hero, is freeing the proletariat from the grasp of the bourgeoisie. Easy, comrade. Well, actually, Doug, don't worry, because the movie undermines this with his capitalist fervor. At the end of the movie, he is a full-on capitalist, covering their new uniforms and corporate product placements. And he also tells Yelena that what he wants out of life is fame and fortune, which to him brings friendship, love, and cool gloves. He is watching himself in a parade, and notice that his 70s uniform is more comic accurate than the one he wears in modern day. Here we see another Red Guardian poster, and he tells Yelena that the only time he was ever happy was when he was saving people in the streets, foreshadowing the ending of the movie. And right off the bat, he tells Yelena she should join a team and be more like her sister, because remember, the Avengers are where Nat found her purpose.
I sound nothing.
US Cellular Prepaid, getting a great deal doesn't mean sacrificing a great experience.
When life plays dirty, water wipes. Pure, clean, healthy skin.
What's up, everybody? My name's Blayton from Shields, and today I'm excited to announce that we have 4 new reels coming to our lineup. That's going to be the Pro Classic, the Tournament, the Guide, and the 1 Series. All these reels are featuring an air drive design that makes that reel super lightweight and durable, and a Zion V frame that also is assisting in that durability. You can check out these reels available now in store or at shields.com.
Checkers and Rally's $4 unbeatable meal deal changes everything. Your choice of sandwich plus fries, drink, and an apple pie. Just $4. Saving money isn't going to change you, right?
Who, me?
Get more for your 4. Only at Checkers and Rally's.
Called Red Guardian Limo, complete with his signature star for a logo, which was always the focal point of his costume in the comics. Now, Red Guardian was also a member of the 2023 Thunderbolts team, which was led by Bucky Barnes. When he sees Yelena, he tells her that the light in her is dim, even by Eastern European standards. And this is part of the movie's reoccurring theme of light and darkness. Yelena ends up being the bright light that can face off against the void. We also see a photo of Yelena's Pee Wee soccer team, the Thunderbolts, which gives their team their temporary name later in the movie. Now, earlier I told you about our Thunderbolt soccer tee collection, and I know that we're also all so excited for the Fantastic Four. So we designed this Thing shirt at our merch store in the style of John Carpenter's The Thing. We also have other fun Marvel parody merch like the I Hate You 3000, Fiscal Fix-It shirt and yard side, the Woo, I'm about to make a name for myself shirt to remember it, and the RPG Cap Elevator, where he has 2 choices, fight or Hail Hydra. We love designing these shirts for you guys, and shopping our merch store really does help out our channel. You can become a member, get free stuff, and help us make videos like this one. Links are below. So Yelena's conversation with her dad leads her to asking Val for something that is more public-facing. Deep down, she wants to be an Avenger like Natasha. She saw how her sister found a purpose and a second family, and she wants that for herself. But Val doesn't regard her operative as the public-facing type. Now, we have seen this in plenty of comics before. In the reboot of Squadron Supreme, the government originally intended to keep 2 superhero teams, one for Black Ops and one more public-facing. And the previously mentioned Secret Avengers team were formed by S.H.I.E.L.D. director Steve Rogers to handle more Black Ops threats. But instead, Val opts to send her potential team to assassinate one another and then to incinerate the survivors. Yelena arrives first, finding ominous clues about what's to come. Black and white photos of dead test subjects and the Hiroshima shadows. But it's important that these photos are in black and white because it's foreshadowing the void and desaturation that's to come later in the movie. But this other page is in color, where we see hairstyle designs for the Sentry. So the Sentry is sort of like Marvel's Homelander. In The Boys, Homelander is a superhero that was created to be a corporate mascot, with every aspect of his uniform and persona carefully crafted by focus testing.
A massive 44% uptake with white males in the Rust Belt.
Oh, yes.
And guys, this first fight was just so much fun. I missed actual Marvel team-ups where characters from completely different franchises interact for the first time. And it's a staple that when superheroes meet for the first time, they always gotta fight. This gives the audience a sense of what they can each do in combat and how they would compare as a team. It's why Thor, Captain America, and Iron Man basically fought to a draw when they first met.
Are we done here?
So let me run through these other heroes with really quick refreshers. John Walker was the government's choice to be the new Captain America until he got roided up on super soldier serum and killed a man in public. Then he was disgraced and took on the name U.S. Agent. Here we can see that his uniform is worn and dirty, just like his shield. It's symbolic of the darkness that he has let overtake his life. And in the post
Come out in our way and took this fun little bit of an animation. Like it back here or no?
Again, so far this pack opening with more data.
Shit. Yeah, that's why I just kind of, nigga, I just had a blast.
Okay, you good? And finally, Taskmaster was the daughter of Reverend Director Dracov, and Natasha thought she killed her on her first mission for S.H.I.E.L.D., but it turns out that this little girl survived, so her dad brainwashed her to become an assassin that copies everybody's moves. And actually, Natasha freeing her from mind control in Black Widow is what brought her character full circle. Natasha thought she was damned for killing this little girl, but then in the movie Black Widow, she's able to liberate her, so she can live her life how she chooses until she dies suddenly in this movie. There are lots of cool details during the fight, like we see Yelena using her Widow Stingers, just like Natasha's, and at one point she tries to hit Ghost, but then Ghost phases, so instead, she hits Walker. Taskmaster and Walker bang their shields together, similar to when Captain America fought himself in Avengers Endgame. There's also this really fun, relay with the knife, where they all take turns tossing it at one another. It all builds to a fever pitch with the death of Taskmaster. Then Bob finally comes stumbling out, breaking the tension. Now, he is played by Lewis Pullman, son of Bill Pullman, and actually, Stephen Yeun of The Walking Dead was originally cast in this role, but because of the Hollywood strikes, he had to drop out because of scheduling conflicts. And I think Lewis Pullman is amazing in this part. He embodies the goodness and goofiness in Bob, while always hinting that there's something dark under the surface with this haunted look in his eyes. Now, during the fight, when Bob's cradle is activated, we see a silhouette on the panel, and the dark image foreshadows his eventual heel turn as the Void. After Yelena calls Walker a dime store Captain America, he says,
Let me know is actually the official Captain America, so.
Yeah, for like 2 seconds.
Referring to how the government took away his Captain America title in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. So that show ended with him getting a sort of redemption arc. He was chasing down a group of terrorists called the Flag Smashers when one of them killed his partner. So, after he was disgraced, he wanted to kill their leader for vengeance, but chose to save people instead. Yeah, I don't know, Jason, that's a pretty big redemption arc. I agree, but John Walker in the comics is supposed to be like this. He's an a-hole, and you can tell that Wyatt Russell is having a lot of fun playing this role. And then we go to Val's Avengers fundraiser, where she is exploiting the memory of superheroes to make herself look good, which is foreshadowing her actual plan. She wants to use superhero nostalgia to create her own corporate product to enhance her own power.
So she's basically the Walt Disney Corporation.
That's right. So at the gala, we can see various Avengers silhouettes on the walls. A clever way for her to avoid copyright infringement. But subtly, it's also indicating that these heroes are gone and that somebody has to fill the void. The Avengers A in the lobby is half built, symbolizing how she is in the process of building her new Avengers, led by the Golden Guardian of Good, the Sentry. The staff in the center is Loki's scepter, minus the Mind Stone, which Ultron put into the Vision. This is one of the Chitauri staffs, and Val calls attention to these Chitauri handcuffs. But these weren't actually at the Battle of New York. They're an item in the Guardians of the Galaxy video game, and Bucky must have grabbed them because he uses them to capture Ghost later on. And we also see the bust or body of the Chitauri in this case here. Now, most of this weaponry was gathered up by S.H.I.E.L.D., Damage Control, or Hydra after the Battle of New York. But as we saw in Spider-Man Homecoming and the great short film Item 47, some of these items are also scooped up by regular civilians. Now, Bucky talks to Representative Gary, and at first, he just wants to do things like a covert operative would, like when he clocks the blind spot between different security cameras. So Gary tells him to stop acting like a superhero and be a congressman. Do the required reading. Yeah, that's Tony Stark. Am I the only one who did the reading? And at his place, when he's doing the reading, he drops ketchup all over his shirt and the packet. Now, I think this symbolizes how really he's better at spilling blood than living this kind of official government lifestyle. And then we see that instead of washing his shirt, he washed his vibranium arm in the dishwasher. It's a great visual way to show how his extraordinary lifestyle is now being forced to squeeze into these ordinary surroundings. Now, back at the facility, Walker points out the Taskmaster destroyed half of Budapest, referring to the events of the movie Black Widow. And then they all learn that they are about to die. Now, Yelena, in particular, seems to accept her fate, again showing us just how depressed and on the edge of taking her own life she is at this point. So they have to work together. Sonic cannons are preventing Ghost from phasing, and these cannons are similar to the Stark Sonic cannons that we saw the Army deploy against the Hulk in The Incredible Hulk. Now, Ava didn't get a lot to do in this movie, but she does get to prove her loyalty twice. She returns to help them escape the fire, and then later she returns with the truck. But this isn't surprising because she has survived her whole life through the kindness of others, people like Bill Foster or the Ant family. Afterwards, Yelena flashes back to her first test in the Red Room, and young Yelena is played by Violet McGraw from Megan. In Age of Ultron, we saw similar dream sequences that showed us the character's worst fears and memories. For Natasha, we saw her complete her final test to kill a man, and then we saw glimpses of the hysterectomy they performed at her graduation. And we've also seen glimpses of the Red Room training in shows like Agent Carter. But this test is even more heartbreaking. She was forced to lure her friend away from the house, knowing she would be executed. For why? Probably to prove that she had no attachments except for the assignment. In fact, we saw similar assignments in Kingsman: The Secret Service when agents are forced to kill. Well, never mind. This is the same reason that they sterilized all the Black Widows, so their loyalty to their child wouldn't supersede their loyalty to the state. After she wakes up, we find out that Bob doesn't remember anything after he volunteered, and his amnesia is also adapted from the comics. And we also see him talking to himself, foreshadowing his eventual split identity in the third act. And then Yelena and Bob have this little moment together where he says that he should be left alone in the facility. Like we find out later on, his parents told him that he was no good and he only makes things worse. Bob even repeats this out loud when they get to the top of the elevator later on. And this is when Bob names his alter ego, saying that he and Yelena both know the voice. And her advice to shove it all down. Not a great point. And then we come to their second team trial, escaping through a narrow elevator shaft. I love when Walker tried to use his super strength to go it alone, but fell on his ass. And you know, Bob is the one who brings the team together at the end of the movie. So
come on, man.
He suggests how they can work together when they move up the shaft. And also, the shapes of all of their bodies look like the asterisk that appears at the end of the title. And Yelena says, and this made me laugh out loud because this is exactly what the internet said about the team when they were announced. They all have very similar power sets except for Ghost. Now, not only does Bob mutter, "I always make things worse," like his mentally ill mother said to him in his shame room that we see later on, but even the way he has to struggle to not sneeze is foreshadowing how he loses control of his mind at the end of the film. Now, when they escape the shaft, Walker touches Bob and gets a glimpse of his worst memory. And it's not when he murdered a man in public or was stripped of his Captain America title. He remembers ignoring his kids while his wife was yelling at him. He is looking at an article about himself and his fall from grace, and it features a photo that was taken from his announcement as Captain America at the end of Falcon and the Winter Soldier episode 1. So for Walker, losing his career and his honor isn't as shameful as losing his family. Or maybe he just remembers this moment because it's a time when he was most depressed, kind of like when Yelena encounters her drunk self later on. And when he comes to, he's at the edge of the elevator shaft, similar to Yelena on the edge of the building at the start of the movie. Again, this is a metaphor for intense depression. Afterwards, Walker lists his official accomplishments and proof he should be the leader. And he follows up by saying that he won a three-peat of a state football championship, Go Bears. And remember, we actually saw his old locker room and his old high school in the second episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier. And then Yelena brings up her team, the Thunderbolts, a bunch of losers who never won a game. Just like how all of the characters in this movie are losers who have lost everything that they've ever loved in life. And then Bob brings up that he was a meth addict who dressed up as a chicken to twirl a sign, which is also similar to Meth Head Badger's job in Breaking Bad. See? Outside, we meet the Ox Commander Holt, played by Chris Bauer from The Wire and True Blood. Now, Val has ordered him to use non-lethal force to capture Bob because she plans on being a nurturing figure to him later. Meanwhile, Yelena has become an actual nurturing figure to Bob, maybe to make up for her past mistakes of not protecting Anya. So to escape, they dress up in bad guy uniforms, a trick as old as the Wizard of Oz or Star Wars: A New Hope. But they're actually saved by Bob, who is willing to sacrifice his life for the greater good. We see this same attitude when he's a kid, stepping in to save his mom. But this also plays into the suicidal tendencies that he and the other Thunderbolts display all throughout the movie. And afterwards, Bob goes through a resurrection, similar to Thor or Beast, or because he likens himself to a god, you can read his resurrection and ascension to the sky as a metaphor for the resurrection and ascension of Jesus. I also love the way he flew up in the air. It's very awkward, almost like he was falling up because he has no idea how to control his powers. Now, after the team escapes, Walker feeds them with a cacti, a trick that he would have learned on his tours in Iraq or Afghanistan. And then he and Yelena argue about whether or not Dr. Phil is still in the air. And just right here, I would have loved a little line like, well, Dr. Phil was blipped and then they canceled his show. But it's probably a good thing that every single MCU story is no longer about the blip. And then Yelena gives some closure to Taskmaster, saying that she had a hard, short life. She killed a lot of people, and then she got killed, like us. Again, we're seeing that Yelena is super depressed, and she just expects to die. She's suicidal because, like Bob, she thinks that she is always going to be alone. But I'm also wondering if Taskmaster's death might have been because of the fan backlash over the role. Like, Taskmaster in the comics is hilarious, and he's more like Deadpool. So reinventing him as a silent assassin is more like what they did to Deadpool in X-Men Origins Wolverine. Come to think of it, they each go out in the same way, don't they? Now, they're kind of rescued by Alexei, who gives us some exposition comparing himself to John Walker, saying they're both a second coming of Captain America. And then he tells Yelena that she has assembled an impressive group, with the word assemble also hinting at the twist ending that these are the new Avengers. And there was like this little moment here when Alexei looks at her and says these people have made the light return to her eyes. And Florence Pugh just kind of looks away and down, and man, that floored me. She wanted a family, and now she's found it. So to keep this metaphor of the light going, Alexei says that their team can bring light from the darkness, and they can appear on the Wheaties box, which of course we talked about in our Indian Explained video. And then Val's convoy catches up to them. Ghost tries to phase into vehicles like she did in Ant-Man and the Wasp, but the Sonic can't stop her. Alexei makes a literal Molotov cocktail, but they are finally saved by Bucky. First, he blows up a Humvee using a modified FN-MK13 grenade launcher to shoot a magnetized disc to the undercarriage. This is the same way he blew up Fury's SUV in The Winter Soldier. And when he steals one of their shotguns, his mid-air spinning cock is lifted directly from this sweet move from Arnold Schwarzenegger in Terminator 2. Now, Bucky stops the last vehicle with his own tow cable to stop it in its tracks using his vibranium arm and super strength. And he did this because he wanted to save his last grenade for the limo. You get the feeling that everybody else here is just plain being a superhero, but Bucky is the only one who actually
Some pack opening
now,
like
Alexei
this.
recognizes him immediately, but only through reputation. They probably knew of each other during the Cold War, although Alexei worked for the Russian government and the Winter Soldier was a Hydra asset based in Russia. The two of them, however, did meet in What If Season 3, Episode 3, What If the Red Guardian Stopped the Winter Soldier. It was, for my money, the best episode of that season.
Like the others, so you gotta go a little.
The Red Guardian joining the Avengers. Meanwhile, Representative Gary is taking questions from WHIH, the Marvel Cinematic Universe's in-universe news station that used to produce really fun internet-only segments leading up to movies like Captain America Civil War. And then we finally find out who bought Avengers Tower in Spider-Man Homecoming, and it was Val. Now, you'll remember that this was originally built as Stark Tower, and then Tony converted it into Avengers Tower, but at the end of Age of Ultron, they moved to an old SHIELD facility in upstate New York. Val has renamed it the Watchtower, which is an amazing full-circle moment. You see, in the comics, the Avengers headquarters was always at a mansion, and the Sentry's headquarters was a skyscraper called the Watchtower. Now, the Avengers did not have a skyscraper headquarters until they moved into the Watchtower, and it became Avengers Tower. And now, she has added this incredibly gaudy gold to the front of the tower to match the Sentry's colors. Or really, gold towers just kind of mar the skyline of Manhattan. Now, while Val is trying to control Bob, she accidentally gets a touch of the boy. She sees her worst memory when her father was killed because she brought enemies to their home. And you can see
Only had no
this
claim.
will motivate Val for the rest of her entire life. She felt small and powerless in this moment, so she'll spend the rest of her life seeking strength and power. And this is what she offers Bob. She tells him that he is perfect. He is Earth's mightiest hero, which of course is usually the nickname of the Avengers.
There's some dude down there.
Now, when Bob wakes up, he doesn't know where he is. And this is similar to Steve Rogers waking up at the end of the first Avenger. Now, we keep seeing scenes like this throughout this film because this team is a dark mirror to the Avengers. Instead of having a person who is a soldier in World War II, 3 of the team members once fought for enemies of the United States, and the other was a Black Ops assassin. Also, Val is like the anti-Nick Fury. Fury believed in heroes, and he believes in giving them free will.
If you get into a situation like this again, what happens then?
He'll come back.
But Val believes that there's just the bad guy and the worst guy. She has a kill switch installed to control Bob. Now, after Val talks to him, she's ready to pull away and give him time. But the comic-accurate Sentry logo intrigues her. Bob has always been told for his entire life that he couldn't help, and he only makes things worse. But as we saw earlier, he does genuinely want to do some good. So, just like in the comics, he sees being a superhero as a way to find his self-worth. Meanwhile, Bucky captures the Thunderbolts, intending to bring them as evidence to the committee to force them to testify against Val. He doesn't even see them as people, he sees them as stuff to present to the committee. Now, he's still trying to have it both ways. Let the committee do its work, bringing them witnesses with his his superhero antics. After he lets them go, he gives them his own pep talk, telling them that burying their past, like Elena suggested, does not work and they have to face their traumas. Remember, Bucky already worked all this out in therapy and he's made his amends. On the way there, they all get to bond and learn about each other's weapons. And this is also reminding the audience who they are and what they can do. For instance, Bucky and Alexi talk about their serums.
What kind of super serum did you get?
I don't know, regular. Hydra.
Hydra? Oh, fancy.
While Yelena describes her weaponry. Now, in this scene, Bucky says he doesn't get tired, which I don't think is true. We saw him sleeping in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Or maybe like he can just go full tilt until it's time to sleep and he doesn't wear down.
Yeah, that's my secret person. I am always sleeping.
Now, when they burst into the lobby, my favorite detail from the fight was that Bucky rips the door off his hinges to use it as a shield, just like Steve did in First Avenger. Now, Steve doing that foreshadowed him eventually getting his Captain America shield, and Bucky was once Captain America in the comics. So maybe this is foreshadowing that Bucky will eventually get a shield of his own. And there's a fun Marvel cameo here. If this card looks familiar, it's because that's your mom. So the team enters the penthouse together in the elevator, and again, this is the mirror opposite of the Avengers. When we saw them get into the elevator in Endgame, they were going down. But the Thunderbolts are going up. One team exits while the other is entering. And Val reminisces about all the fights that happened here, specifically the fight against Loki and the fight against Ultron and whatever other battles happened between movies that we never got to see. When they enter, notice that Val is making herself a drink from the same bar where Tony Stark made a drink when he stood off with Loki.
You!
Not a great plan. And, like Tony Stark, she's able to systematically tear down everybody in the room. She mocks Yelena for wanting a forward-facing role, calls Walker the JV Captain America, and for a football hero, being called Junior Varsity is a real sting.
Why would you call him that?
And she mocks Bucky for being an inept congressman.
Yeah, well, he'd fit right in with the bunch of knuckleheads we got in there right now. Am I right, comment section?
Someone answer him now!
Yeah, but again, we're seeing Val as the inverse here. Tony used his time at the bar to talk up the teams, the Avengers. While Val is tearing them down in a very Tony Stark way. For instance, she looks at Red Guardian and says, "Who's this old Santa?" Which is similar to Tony saying this.
I'm always certain you never can trust the Stark.
Again, we're seeing these people as a dark mirror to the Avengers, just as the Void is a dark mirror to the Sentry. And then Bob enters in his full Sentry costume. He looks great. Comic accurate, just silly enough, and Louis Pullman immediately gives the Sentry this kind of detached air, like he's watching himself do and say things from across the room. We're already seeing that as he unlocks his powers, his mind is beginning to split. There are all these little details to show how godlike he is. There's this shot where he stops bullets like Neo in the Matrix. And remember, Neo did this after he was resurrected with his own godlike powers as the One. Just as here, we're seeing Bob fully unlock his powers for the first time. And in the scene, we do see the team start to work together. Like when he hurls the bullets at Bucky, Walker steps in to stop him with his shield. And then afterwards, the Sentry bends his shield back like a taco.
Blanket fort. Dinosaur. Dad. Vanilla, milk, cream. The best things in life start with the simplest ingredients. Better starts with Breyers.
While I hear innocence, sometimes evil walks away. Quite frankly, sir, you know. When we start to punish such evil, for you, Mr.
And notice how he is even able to see her as she faces around him. Like his senses can even detect movements through the quantum realm. Is that how her powers work? No one knows. During the fight, Bucky is knocked down and gets his very own "I can do this all day" kind of moment. And then he does the leaping punch that he used against Steve in the Winter Soldier, but Bob just attaches his arm like Io did in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. And then Yelena hops on his back to sting him like Natasha has done many times over the years to take down more powerful enemies, and he barely notices. The point is, this is not an enemy the Thunderbolts could beat with their fists. Like, the only Avenger that probably could have taken him down was Wanda Maximoff just by getting into his head. And I loved how afterwards everybody is just out of breath and worn out because, again, these are the opposite of the Avengers. These are ordinary people, not gods. Bob even tells Val, they're not even a threat to me, so why should I kill them? Down on the street, Yelena has her meltdown where she talks about how they're all useless. Now, if we're comparing this to the first Avengers movie,
What you call it right now?
we're not a team moment.
But what are we?
Lethal shooter.
Chemical mixture that makes chaos.
Again, everything in this movie is going to have a dark parallel to the first Avengers film. While above, in the penthouse, Bob reasons that, since he is more powerful than Thor, that he himself must be a god. And Val should have seen this coming because his psych profile included delusions of grandeur. Mel steps up to save Val's life, and by the way, I look at her as a member of the team. Like, she's the person who coordinates all their missions, optimizes them for, like, the best public opinion.
They can hear me?
Down the street, Florence puts on a clinic, breaking down
Oh shit. So he luckily ain't on Siege, cause you know my favorite psych nigga. No. On kick.
Right, back to the movie's theme of bringing light to fight the darkness of depression. She realizes this just in time because the Void wakes up and wreaks havoc in Midtown. Now, I should note that this is the same location where the Avengers first assembled, except they assembled on the overpass on 42nd Street on the other side of the building, while the new Avengers are on the opposite side of the building beneath the overpass. It's a subtle way to indicate that these Avengers are different. They're a little more broken, and they're not the elite gods and heroes that first assembled a decade or so ago. But the attacks do share some action beats. Like, there's a moment where Alexei flips Yelena into the air, just like another super soldier, Steve Rogers, flipped Natasha into the air. And it is just so nice seeing superheroes just saving lives again. It made the movie feel grounded, like it had actual stakes. And when the Void first attacks, he destroys a crane, which rips through the golden edifice of the building, symbolically saying the century is gone and he's been replaced by the Void. And the big hero moment is Walker saving the civilians, with everybody pitching in just to make sure that he is not crushed. Like, these are not heroes that can just throw buildings around. They are broken people fighting against all odds just to survive for one more day. And there are so many other fun moments in this fight. Bucky stopping the bus, and Alexei saving this little girl. Like, the civilians here feel like real people, so it is a shock when the Void rips her out of existence. This is why Yelena eventually decides to embrace Bucky's advice. Rather than ignore the past, she faces her darkness and enters the Void. She will not be responsible for the death of another young girl. And when she enters the Void, there is a parallel here with her opening scene when she jumps off the building. We've already seen that she is brave enough to step into the unknown. And by the way, small aside, I wonder how Mayor Fisk is going to react to this fight. While he's cracking down on vigilantes, a superhuman just forced 8 million people to experience their worst memories. I mean, what if this is... Yelena is back at her nightmare, but notice how now we can tell that the woods are actually in the background. And then the way she runs through that wall as the camera tilts into the next scene was a technique also used in the film Being John Malkovich, and they run through John Malkovich's memories. Charlotte Kaufman wrote a similar scene in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, and Joel's consciousness retreats into different memories to prevent being erased. Now, Anya drops a book in the snow called A Chair Blanket. It is a Russian folktale about a girl made out of snow. Now, this girl is both innocent and beautiful, but she is unable to love because she doesn't understand human emotion. But when she does finally experience human emotion, she melts. And this metaphor is appropriate because this is who Yelena became on this day. After she helped kill her friend, she had to shut herself off from attachments to others because otherwise she was worried she would experience hurt and pain. She sees herself in the Red Room, which looks actually very similar to the place where Natasha was trained. And after she's the first at assembling her weapon, it causes the other girls to get whipped. So this is teaching her the same lesson that young Bob learned. When she tries to do good, other people suffer. Now, outside, they all enter the Void. And I personally would have liked to have seen what Ghost encountered. Walker got his flashback, but we know nothing about
Even I would have been done before this nigga.
The murder of the guy in Falcon the Winter Soldier, and then maybe at least he would seem remorseful for his actions. And then, much like Joel in Eternal Sunshine, Bob finds a safe room to hide in. Now, through the floorboards below, we see part of his trauma. He believes that he is a bad person who always makes things worse for others. But the other team members find him, and then they have to fight off the room itself. And this is symbolic of how escaping our traumas instead of dealing with them eventually will destroy us. And I love Bucky's line here about how his past was totally cool. He had nothing to worry about. Again, Bucky Bucky worked through his shit in therapy, so he's actually the most emotionally mature person in this group. And then they have to briefly fight Bob when he was a chicken twirling a sign. And did anybody else think this was a tongue-in-cheek reference to Peter Griffin fighting the chicken in Family Guy?
Those chicken outside games is Cooper.
I'm sorry, this is expired.
You son of
And finally, they end up at Bob's lowest point, the moment when his worst fears were confirmed. He is a monster who only hurts people. Now this, of course, is in the same lab Elena destroyed in the opening sequence, and Bob sees himself as the Void. Now, he looks so comic accurate. Like in the books, the Void is just a silhouette with eyes and a mouth. The polar opposite of the golden guardian of good, the vow is trying to promote. I love this moment.
You can take the right path, you can take the left path.
Punching it, but instead, being violent and yourself only makes the problem worse.
That's really deep.
He slowly starts to be engulfed by the Void, and just like in the climax of Eternal Sunshine, the room falls apart around him.
One more to go,
Bob
but this time, $25,000 is on the line.
Is being able to punch harder, or is strength being able to admit that you need help? Elena is the first person to break free from trauma and embrace it. The group hug saves the day.
I would really avoid this next mine.
I don't want to see the sky beam or lasers shooting out of someone's
at the mine, which means the right side, it's clear. Do you regret putting 25 grand on this one? He now has another fork in the road. Need to go left or right? Yeah, I'm gonna stick with right. The part that good.
In the outside world, the shadow fades from New York, and the city is fully saturated with color once again. Like, notice now, like for the first time in the whole movie, there is a rich, vibrant color palette. And this is all characters with all-found purpose in their lives. And,
He could kill you.
Bob has no memory of anything that happened. And then Val pays them to walk into a curtain where she announces what the Astros need for New Avengers. I am so hyped about this. Finally got New Avengers team. They're weird and they're different. This makes me so excited for the next chapter of the MCU. Now, the Avengers have revealed their lineups publicly like this several times in the comics, like starting all the way back in Avengers number 16, where Hawkeye, Scarlet Witch, and Quicksilver joined the team. But there was also when Tony introduced the New Avengers, or when Norman Osborn introduced his Dark Avengers. And remember, in the MCU, Tony was going to announce Spider-Man as a new Avenger in the press conference for Spider-Man Homecoming. It's also part of this idea that in this world, just like in our world, superheroes are celebrities. They command media attention and captivate the public imagination. But Elena recognizes what this actually means. Val may be bankrolling their operation, but they have so much dirt on her that they are actually in control. And when the title is revealed, the full Avengers theme plays. It's good to be home, isn't it? Then we see part of the press backlash. Headlines calling them the B-Vengers, which is funny because when Marvel Studios began, there were articles about how they were trying to make B-list superheroes profitable. We also see the heard around the world, Walker riding his taco shield like Slim Pickens at the end of Doctor Strangelove. Elena appears as Rosie the Riveter, but asking, can we do it? And we see the team as Washington Carson the Delaware, and my favorite, the team appearing as construction workers building 30 Rock in 1930, which takes us into the post-credit scene. Now, we all
damn, where this nigga can, man.
So I don't want to go too far into
Bullshit.
They mocked Walker's helmet, and now he's replaced it with a beret, which is appropriate because he was an Army Ranger and this is part of their official uniform. Now, director Jake Shear has basically confirmed that they filmed the post-credit scene on the set of Avengers Doomsday. So that means that this conflict they hint about here, Sam versus them, is going to continue on in this movie. Well, Captain America Brave New World ended with Sam Wilson deciding to form his own team of Avengers. But Val beat him to the punch. So Sam is now going to be starting his own squad, while the new squad have the legitimacy of financing and also Avengers Tower. And I'm thinking this conflict could still be going at the start of the movie and could be a kind of type of Civil War event that allows Doom to win initially against these heroes. But we will talk about all of that in our What's Next video because we have a ton of theories and we cannot wait to talk about this movie more with you guys. Well, what did you guys think of the movie? Let me know down in the comments below or at me on Twitter, Blue Sky, Threads, or our free-to-join Discord server. And if it's your first time here, please subscribe and smash that bell for alerts. For Screen Crush, I'm Ryan Eric.
You're on the game. You said no. Oh. Give me an invite.
Buy one, take one. You get a dish for today and tomorrow, starting at just $14.99.
Welcome back to New Rock Rockstars, I'm Eric Boss, and this is a full frame-by-frame
shit
breakdown
up.
of every detail you missed in
That shit
Spider-Man
up.
Across the Spider-Verse. Now that the film is available...
For this next round, you're gonna be buried alive.
You ever get that feeling like something's watching you? I mean, not just watching, it's studying you, waiting. The kind of presence that doesn't breathe heavily to startle you, but you know it's there. That's the kind of fear we're talking about today. Not loud jump scare fear, real fear. The slow, creeping dread of being hunted by something far more brutal than you. They're built to hunt, more like born for it. The creatures that don't care about your backstory or your heroic arc, no more than they care to kill you, and they're damn good at it. So today, we decided to test the
Join. I'm in here. Bro, why the fuck is this game so fucking stupid? Oh, is that my mic doing that shit? No.
What is it doing?
Oh yeah, it might be yours, man. No, I don't hear no more. No, that's yours. I don't know.
That's me?
That's me?
Yeah.
Huh?
Like every time we talk, it's an echo and like it's staticky.
Yo.
Oh.
What the fuck? This game get froze and shit. Oh, there we go. I'm in here. 3 squad.
What
What about now?
You said what? Oh yeah, that shit's still doing it.
It's good?
No.
What about now?
Let me see. Hell no. About time you get a new one, brother.
No, this the new one. I just got a chat leak. Old chat leak I use. Try to get y'all audio.
Cause I can't take it out. Yeah, I can't take that shit out.
That sounded like JD.
What?
You get rid of that motherfucker, brother.
What the chat leak?
At the door, come on. Whatever that motherfucker is. Cause that shit echoing like a motherfucker. I can barely hear Brandon.
Yeah, I'm gonna get another chat leak. That's all.
Do it again.
I'm at the door. Oh shit. That motherfucker dookie. Turn it down a little bit, see what happens. Yeah, turn it down a little bit. There we go. There we go. Not that bad. I can still hear you too. Yeah.
There you go. Look out, little boy, look at man. That was a big, man. Hey, man, look at him.
When you wake wake up with pink eye, you get your prescription fast. In like an hour with Walmart Express Delivery. I wonder what else Walmart could deliver that fast.
Congrats, you too. Where is the hot sauce bar?
Mom, we didn't get a hot sauce bar.
Well, Firehouse Subs has one. Let's go, everybody. What?
Everything. I'm playing everything.
Welcome to the heavy spoilers. Spoilers with a Z there. We're here to talk about Thunderbolts. We've not done one of these videos before, but this is a great point in
you don't exist!
kind of talk about some things that we like. I'm sure many of you guys know, kind of fall out of love with a lot of Marvel stuff. MT, you've still been riding with it, and I thought we'd just give an interesting perspective. So first reactions, MT, what are your thoughts?
I thought that this movie was incredibly good. I thought that Marvel really knocked this out of the park, and I am surprised that this movie didn't feel like I was watching a green screen.
Jay gonna be 27.
Hilarious.
Randy gonna be 25. Old ass.
I really enjoyed it. I know people are giving it 10 out of 10s and saying it's the best Marvel movie ever. My feelings are a bit more tempered than that. Purely because I feel it sags a bit in the middle around the vault. I think we do spend a lot of time there, especially when they're going up and down the elevator shaft, and I'm like, do we need to see every bit of it?
I found that really entertaining, but yeah, it took way too long. It was way too long.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff I didn't like, it's nitpicks, and I feel they've done a fantastic job of characters that we've seen before, who Yelena I absolutely love, but the rest didn't massively care about. I didn't massively care about them. As like Ghost and Ant-Man and the Wasp, couldn't have given a shit if you told me she was coming back. US Agent, I quite liked his character in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I thought they did some interesting things with him, but I felt like they kind of explored everything they did there. Completely proven wrong, and I thought that they did a fantastic job across the board, and it almost kind of annoys me, well, not annoys me, but I wish they'd had this direction after Endgame, because it actually does feel like a cohesive thing, instead of just like random side projects kind of all sprawled out there. And though they featured in side projects, it didn't feel like there was necessarily that one unified vision that you really get at the end of this, including the payoff that we get with the asterisks. But this will be a spoiler review, so that's just our initial thoughts and reactions. We have just launched a Thunderbolts t-shirt that you designed yourself and came up with. It's playing on the Thundercat stuff. You didn't design it. You told Sheridan the idea. I want him to
hell no! What the fuck?
He's like, that motherfucker said he
You're done.
But Sheridan done it.
You're done.
Yes, Sheridan is a magic maker. I don't know how he does it, but like he just pulls out the best designs like out of like from God himself. So like go check it out. Like it's Thundercats inspired. And it's so sick. I freaking love it.
Yeah, it's brilliant. But yeah, starting off the film, we get the Marvel Studios logo. They've actually started doing some really interesting stuff with this recently. Falcon has quite a completely unique on it. And this one, it kind of like black shadows start creeping in. And it's almost like, oh, what's going on here? It's quite eerie. And that is, of course, foreshadowing the Void. And we then cut to Yelena in what was a scene heavily shown in the trailer. I believe Florence Pugh demanded that Kevin Feige put this in, and it's basically
you're
just
fucking done.
Talking about how there's a void within her, and she's just kind of depressed, and then jumps off the building, and it's just kind of we have a constant metaphor of characters falling from things. There's even a point where the agent's like finds himself standing, looking over. What you doing there, mate?
I know, right?
That's a great way to start it. And then visually, she cuts inside the office block, and then we get a top-down shot of her fighting against people. I loved what they do with the shadows on the floor here as well. It's kind of it visually foreshadows, you know.
I thought if you would have missed, me and Driz would have had. I don't know where you got 5 minutes from.
And I just thought those two things with the falling.
Yeah, he couldn't bother my head.
Very intelligent way to visually foreshadow what's coming. What were your thoughts from this?
Where the fuck is my phone? I'm just Ray Allen.
Like I thought, like it was. Like, I saw people online talking about like how like the introduction was like Marvel's way of saying
Just a bucket.
apologizing to Yelena Belova for like the terrible CG of Black Widow when she explodes like herself and like she falls and it's just like it's just not great. So I was like, all right, so you made it up to her. But yeah,
Don't admit. Don't admit.
The challenge to show people that like this is going to be a different type of.
I don't miss. I don't miss. Hey, I don't miss. I don't miss. Hey, I convinced the nigga from shooting with the from shooting with Ridley or whatever that shit is. What is it called? Ridley shooter. To shooting with the fucking button. He was like, bro, you're shooting with the button. How are you 79? I said, bro, I just know my fucking jump shot.
The room, so she ends up blowing it up. But this becomes very important later
It's
on
like,
because it's actually the
bro,
birth of
what's your jump shot?
and you do kind of get those teasers of the shadows
I said,
on the wall.
pass it down, pass it down, pass it down.
You kind of know what's coming.
He thought I was shooting that shit. He thought I was shooting that shit. I'm not gonna fuck up my percentage. Me, real nigga. Well, see, this is why you're 2 for 4.
Val is currently tying up loose ends. Every single loose end that she's got out there.
Still that bald head motherfucker.
Because she's about to be impeached by Bucky, who arrives at the
Pow.
Congress hearing, I believe. And I love
My nigga slacking. Yours, I would hope you would allow me.
All ran down, so we can't even get mad at that. I jumped. He missed. We out.
Reminded me of the end of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, where we had.
I like it, Cam. Not even mad.
Seems to have disappeared out of the MCU.
Then we can't get this deal. He missed. He ass.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, and I think
Now I'm mad.
He shot that.
Corner. Put back.
You know it. You know in the corner. Big Daddy. Big Daddy.
There's one last mission. Yelena's like, I want to do the fun PR jobs that are public facing, and she's like, I'll get you that. And that kind of plays into the ending as well, because they do get messages like that.
I've been working like a motherfucker too. Said I've been working like a motherfucker. Yeah, oh, really good. We got here with more fun.
Yo, when he did that, I was like, that's disgusting. Like, what are you doing, man? Just go buy some
Whole ass nigga.
It was great to see him. Such a funny guy.
He ain't scored though.
What were you feeling
Hey! Give me that shit.
Sorry, Juries. I didn't know it was gonna give you that
Give me that
answer.
shit. Oh! If I had 2, I would have chased that down. I ain't gonna. He missed.
That's one thing this nigga don't do.
Scoreboard says otherwise.
Wide open, wide? Bullshit.
Yeah, you missed one wide open.
That was bullshit, nigga. I did a whole step back and it was moderate.
Nah.
Nigga. It was moderate.
I don't know what I'm living for. I'm just like,
I think you guys should listen to Nino Pay.
More.
Corner. Alright, he made it very early and that was open somehow. Got it. He doesn't have real player percentage. He must have like a 95 layup. Oh, you got screamed dumb hard.
Basically, Yelena gets told, look, there's a final thing I need you to destroy. There's someone's gonna break into the vault and take some stuff.
Green.
To go down there and kill them.
Got it.
What she discovers
That's
is
not
that
green.
being kind of put there. But I thought this was a really, really good
Very much
scene
white as fuck.
that they kind of do again later.
Very much yellow as fuck, what we used to say back in 2K15.
That's just like, they're absolutely useless against him. But I loved watching this action scene. I thought it was fantastic.
It was so satisfying. Like, probably the best Taskmaster stuff we got.
I'm pulling. Oh, that was late.
Which is hilarious. Didn't even try to hide any of the marketing.
Let's do it, boy. I got 2 I'm out. Oh, you selfish son of a bitch.
Feed this man. I ain't mad at it.
Oh, fuck, nigga, I was running fast as fuck for no reason. Wasting my two-way for no fucking reason. Bum ass, bitch. I should go get on his ass in the game chat.
This was kind of, they conceded that maybe they didn't do the best job with Taskmaster. And
Yeah, I passed the ball. You missed.
I've never seen Marvel like toss out a character so damn fast.
And he made it.
They were just like, you know what, we goofed. Let's just end this now. Like, we don't need this anymore.
Yeah, and it did, although no other characters die.
God damn it, Brandon. What kind of pass was that?
Nigga, what? If you didn't, just what?
Nigga, it hit the fucking... You can't blame that on me. It hit the fucking rim.
Okay, show me I was done. Dre never won a lobby, bro. Nigga always want to catch one. Never want to throw one.
It's always with you, bro. I can catch any other lob besides yours. I swear to God.
Progressing the plot and giving lines about what's going on, kind of saying like, I'm here to kill you and you're here to kill me.
Bro, grab a fucking rebound.
Figuring it out in the fight. And also during it, they bump into a box that then sets something off, and yeah, this is when we get the entry of Bob, who met
God. You can't grab a fucking rebound.
I'm wide.
Oh, what is your
Yeah, I thought they were gonna make up some drug like crank.
fucking triangle? I'm so used to you being point guard. Dead ass.
My bad, man.
It feels like it was his. It wasn't Joel before he.
Oh?
But like, Lewis Pullman really just like hey, you seem really nice, but I don't know what you got. What's really going on? But yeah, like I thought the fantastic.
Yeah.
He just really likable.
And I think when you haven't had time to kind of flesh out a character for like over a TV show or several movies, you need to set up that he's very much overlooked and feels like a loser. So you get US Agent being a dick to him. He's not really useful amongst the rest of the group.
Really?
Kind of doing their own thing, and he's kind of like just strutting about. And I thought that was good. I did kind of feel the pacing dragged a bit here in the vault.
Whatever did he just
How do you get that still?
and score on my name?
Please get to that point. But it was nice camaraderie, them all kind of like shifting up and not really working together when they got to the door, and they've got to kind of learn to do that towards the end. And then while this is going on, a party
See, Drews, if I was center and I had that nigga
what the fuck was scoring that game?
Rockets up 5 in the first or second, 1 and 2.
First, second quarter?
I think it was like beginning of the second, end of the first, 1 and 2.
I need the Warriors to close this shit out tonight.
I want the Rockets.
They ain't going to stay tonight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they closing that shit out tonight.
Drews, lobby. Trust me. I'll use a bitch. I'm open.
She's not really necessary, but she's kind of a human character that we can relate to.
They just got in my way and shit. Like, I gotta put up a post shot and shit. Like, the post
I called for it. Said I was open.
My bad, man. Shit.
Nigga set me up for failure. You a Min Thompson for sure. You can cross on defense. Game winner. Oh, well, shit, it's one of them. Oh yeah, we out to that bit.
Damn.
Play corner, you missed. I ain't gonna lie, it was just a dub. Why are you
I haven't
that
touched
pass?
balls since.
It's because you suck.
Be something to do as well. Maybe Boogie could take her under his wing.
Yeah, okay.
So then they go to. Basically, they have a bit of a showdown at the
Bro, get out there. You see I'm slow.
Managed to get
Like,
away.
beating me just off me trailing.
gets shot up a bunch of times, then flies, then comes crashing down,
Hey.
and it's kind of like, whoa, he becomes the main focus. It's like, Bucky wants to get him because he's an overpowered threat. The Thunderbolts want
shooting
him
at.
because it's like, he's our friend, and Val wants him for the power, and then we kind of get Bucky
on his
and
forehead.
the Thunderbolts kind of conflicting with each other, where he's like, I'm bringing you. He shows up basically doing a Terminator 2 on a motorbike, sunglasses, spinning shotguns. I was loving that. It was a nice low-key action scene. I think it could have been bigger, but this did feel like a smaller scale Marvel film, so it wasn't. It was just three zombies in the desert. But I liked it. I liked it.
Yeah, like it was short and sweet and like to the point, and it got the job done. And it's really cool to see Bucky as the one that assembles this team. Well, like, you know, they sort of assemble each other, but like he's the one that suggests like
Y'all going back and forth and not playing defense on each other.
Very much like in the spirit of Steve Rogers, because like that's his bestie, and like that's, you know, he's very much turning over. He really is turning over a new leaf, like post Endgame, and like he.
God damn! Everybody ran wide open.
And he even sacrifices his congressman career over this, which is, you know, pretty significant. But yeah, like it's their dynamic is perfect. It's very Guardians of the Galaxy-esque, but
Just the process.
And I loved it.
Just the process.
Who's your icon?
When this cast was first
Oh, you're
announced,
power
I was
forward.
like, why this? Why this? Like, this isn't the Thunderbolts. Like, this looks something like the Thunderbolts comics. Like, I don't get it. But like now, after watching this, I'm like, I don't think I would have enjoyed it as much if it was like ultra super power. Like, you know, the Songbird and your Abomination.
What the fuck?
Like, I feel like it would be like, all right, this is another like, you know, supernatural movie, but like this felt very human. Like, yeah, we have super soldiers, but like.
Because we can't get a fucking. This league is only scoring because I'm running down on offense and we can't get a fucking rebound.
Like they say, they're the losers, and they're kind of the team that you don't really want. You're like, oh, fuck's sake, look where's our Hulk character? You know what I mean?
Whatever, and I ain't green that.
But they then travel out to see the Sentry. While this has been going on, Val's kind of manipulating their
Shoot.
way into Bob's life.
Oh my god.
Scenes that felt very similar to The Boys, I felt, kind of offering power, but not necessarily superpowers, being like you can be a star, a celebrity. It's sort of a Faustian deal with the devil where she's giving him like,
We're just up
you
a
can have all this
dub.
stuff or everything you've ever wanted, but I will control you. She's obviously very evil. We have a really interesting scene where we touch upon her past. We see her father getting killed. I don't know if that's maybe setting up Alexa, but
it don't matter if we was up a dub. We finna bust that ass.
So she has quite an interesting past to help we discover. I do like whenever anyone touches Bob, they kind of get things. And US agent was hit on with me because there has been times I've been just sat on my phone reading nasty comments on YouTube, and the kids are like, and my wife goes, like, come on, take your phone off.
You shoot that. Yeah. You made that off luck and you know you did it. I'm not trying to hurt shit.
So is my nigga Cole camping on this shit, nigga.
Bro.
Really though? Really on some real shit? I've been holding, like, I held that so long, but I don't know why it took him so long to just even take the shot.
That whole like exploring the thing that you fear the most, and like I really like that they sort of brought that back. It felt like the Void felt like a combination of Wanda's powers and the ether from For the Dark World. I know like so many people don't
No,
really
help!
because it's not really
Gentle, okay.
But like the main goal of the ether was to cover everything in darkness, and so like it just felt like a Wanda.
Trying to get this nigga the ball because I feel like he cooking me. He's not. Oh yeah, Jerry's right here.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Sentry moves into the deal. I loved how he was in a bedroom. When they
He's not cooking me. This nigga's 9 for 18.
sort of reminded me of the one in at the
Oh!
end of the First Avenger, where they're trying to slowly ease Captain America into being in the future, and they've got him in a sort of built like 40s style room, and it's kind of sort of manipulating him a bit to be like, well, look, you're fine, yeah, everything's great, why don't you trust us? So she basically says to people that
Oh, you bitch ass nigga. No, I'm not talking.
Yeah, it just gave me the animation, my nigga.
When you see me running at an angle.
Exactly, that's why I stopped, nigga. They put me in the animation.
Connection, which was a shame. But yeah, they show up,
Bro, all this nigga doing is running.
Completely get their ass kicked.
You fucking suck.
Seeing someone who's just completely overpowered,
Open.
just bending US agent's shield and making it a taco and stuff, and just completely kicking their ass the whole time. Fantastic job. Even
mean,
I thought he was going to break Bucky's arm at one point.
Yo, when he pulled the Matrix, I was like, oh my god. I lost my mind. I was like, that was so sick. That was so cool.
Yeah. Oh, it was awesome. So they basically just then leave the tower and are standing in the street and being like, fucking suck, we're losers. And then Yelena runs off. Red Guardian talks to... Oh,
you better not.
Red Guardian talks to her. Skip
Badgers.
but we'll circle back around. And I cried a bit at the scene. It wasn't...
You see how I timed that one? That got blocked?
I seen that shit. I did the whole fucking pump fake, all that
Bro, this nigga is only getting points because he's leaking out, bro.
It was just so, it was so powerful and like.
Why are you, nigga? Shoot the fucking ball.
Right here.
I don't got it. Oh my god.
They got my nigga guarding him.
His IQ is terrible, bro.
Even though like her and Natasha didn't really hang out before that, because I didn't see her ass before.
Nigga just missed a wide open fucking cut.
Yeah, like it's so cool to see her like finally find this family, much like Natasha did. When
What shit are you?
I ain't gonna lie, I don't know how that shit ain't getting blocked.
Cause it was a bullshit. Dumb.
Because Natasha had her problem about hurting a young Taskmaster, and now
Still.
it's like I heard this girl named Anya, and like just like my sister.
Help me up, my nigga.
Yeah, I liked it. No, that scene got to me. And there are just moments like that throughout the film where it's clear that they're actually writing characters instead of just doing...
You know what's crazy? I lobbed it, but he...
A bit of character
I seen you.
Century when we cut back to the top of Avengers Tower, which is now called the Watchtower, which
Yeah, but don't lie.
comic reference. But he's basically like, well, what do I need to listen to you for? It's like, you've said I'm the Avengers all rolled into one and I'm a god, because technically one of the Avengers is a god. And it's kind of how the power's gone to his head. Val just goes to activate the kill switch. It's like, oh, fuck's sake, gonna have to do it. Which felt very The Boys again. It felt very kind of Homelandery. Even down to the dyed blonde hair.
He finished.
He held her up against the wall and was going to kill her, and then Mel came in, activated it. He dies, they leave. Then downstairs they get a radio call like, the body's gone. And then everyone looks up and sees the dark black shadow in the sky. And I think one of the strongest elements of this film is the design of the void. I think it's such a good... I don't know if they just selected the layer and sucked all the saturation down and knocked the contrast up, but just those two little pinhole eyes, absolutely brilliant, really, really good. Just very ominous.
Very simple but effective.
That's the thing. Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's just very, very simple. You could have completely overthought this design and done loads of crazy things, but I feel like you could probably just sit and do this at home on anything, but it's just the creativity behind it. Really good. And then he starts spreading like a shadow over everything, and even like I think the Thunderbolts save the little girl, where Red Guardians, basically the Thunderbolts all come together to hold up a falling thing, which is like such a small scale thing to do, but it's nice to see them actually struggling with
body him.
And then Red Guardian saves a little girl, and boom, she's gone. I was like, oh shit!
Yeah, that was the most surprising part of the movie. I was like, oh my god, the girl is dead. Oh shit!
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Yeah, because throughout the whole thing, I was like, are these people actually dead? Because it seems pretty messed up. And that shadow's,
Bro, what do you need open?
Over the land, everyone...
Oh, you not giving it to us, you gonna give it to this nigga.
And then Yelena decides to go.
Nigga.
Yeah, no nigga get a double. He just
I don't give a fuck about that motherfucking double. He obviously ain't.
Yeah, they kind of acknowledge that in the movie, being like, we don't even know if she's alive.
He weak as fuck. Give me the ball.
We follow her into it, and it's a creation of
fuck him. What the fuck about that nigga WC? He missed. He wasn't gonna get it anyway. Weak ass.
There you go, miss. Come on, give it to me. Oh, yup, they got a chance.
I'm finna hate. Oh, here.
In the attic, which for a room in the house where we know that it's.
Oh, you guys haven't called time out.
We can see his dad being abusive to him and his mother. So I'm guessing that when that happened, he would run upstairs to this room and chill out here. And this is really also where he's hiding.
I definitely was trying to call time. I was spamming that motherfucker.
Shows up. Red Guardian rips up a pillow. Yeah, they go into the lab from the beginning and see where he was created, and they've basically got to they've got to work together and help him, which I felt like a kind of really good metaphor for people coming together.
Yeah, let's never have Brandon score more than me again.
Nigga, don't act like that ain't a common thing.
It's not, because you don't average more than me. It's not.
Yes, it is, nigga.
If it's a common thing, why do I average?
Okay, it's not common, but it's not uncommon. It happens often. Not like it's a
No, it is not.
Not a rare ass occasion, my nigga.
It's not often.
Shit.
It's often with Driz.
Shit. Driz. Is it often I'm a leader scorer?
It's sort of very much appropriate because like the super soldier serum
Bitch.
Exactly.
That nigga know it's often. Don't act like I don't be busting ass.
You average 12.
And I also be diamond, nigga. My average drop because I be diamond. I can be scoring, nigga. That shit off. I keep doing it too, nigga. Every game. Going for more than you now. That's what I feel like I gotta do.
I got AI on me. Oh, I got 91.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I think the criticism has been around kind of putting mental health.
I think Driz not even in our game. Oh, yes, he is.
Superhero fighting, you know, if that's your thing, you're probably not going to enjoy it. But I did quite like the complexity that it added to it. Also, having this, it makes me interested in this going forward because he's another.
This nigga Brand, they say this often that he's scoring more than me.
Driz, is it like a rare thing this nigga's make?
Especially in like things like the X-Men, you'll notice.
For me to have a great scoring game, is it rare, Driz?
Because he's such an overpowered character.
Has there been several times where I got more than this nigga?
Take them out the game, so they have to constantly come up with these reasons why we can't.
Nigga, young nigga low key play like a weak ass. I'm open.
And Sentry's got
a weak ass Kawhi.
You're a weak ass Kawhi, Driz.
So we've got kind of
Kawhi.
and I'm sure they'll be, you know, probably induced.
Hey, that's his Thompson.
I know it's his Thompson deal, but he low key like a bootleg Kawhi. Just slow and shit.
Why didn't he give me the ball? I got an AI, bro.
And then after that, they've saved the day. They see Val talking on a thing. She runs behind.
I'm wide open. Don't give me the ball. I'm in the corner eating my food. Look at tacos at it. Nigga, it's gonna be zero day mine. You better go get your motherfucking tacos. Call them.
Come on. Bring. Yeah, 5'7" or something. Bring me some lunch.
5'7", you can't make that. 5'9".
Oh, you can make a 5'7" on here. I thought.
No. 5'9". It's the AI.
No, I was getting wrong for you, nigga. Hey,
that's early. Oh, hell of a long.
See, look, my nigga got D's. Weak ass Kawhi.
They're kind of announcing something. These press conferences are
supposed
to be big things in the MCU. It's like this is the new hero.
Come on, one more.
So yeah, I thought that was great.
Driz.
And then we kind of have cut to the credits.
That's a Kawhi type of meeting.
You know what's crazy?
Basically, in a cereal aisle.
I've yet to see you hit a jump shot on this build.
Me?
No, Driz.
I was about to say, nigga, I just hit a 3. Go see your disrespect. No, I seen Driz hit some middies because this the nigga with the ugly ass jumper.
Very interesting scene. I had this so hyped up.
Oh, that's why you don't hit shit. That shit's slow as fuck.
I not fucking with.
An illegal version. Well, if the lawyers are watching,
Go, kid.
was at the cinema. When I was walking there,
Bro, I'm just trying to eat my pizza in peace.
so I kind of knew it was going to
Are you still weird and eat cheese pizza? Like order cheese?
they're kind of building up to the
Yep.
thing where they show a logo and then the next movie's kind of.
I don't get how that's weird, bro.
I don't know, bro. That shit just. I feel like that shit not common.
A lot of people eat cheese pizza.
Yeah, I mean, but like, I feel like that'd be like little kid shit.
Nigga, what? It's
Like,
food. What the fuck?
Like, you right, but like,
it's food.
It just like make me think like when niggas order chicken nuggets, bro. Like,
I don't eat pepperoni like that, bro.
It's other thing like sausage.
I don't eat sausage. I don't eat sausage, period.
You mean pork, nigga?
I'm not putting no bacon on pizza. If it's not bacon, yeah, nah, I'm cool on that. Oh my god. I can't grab the ball now.
They've been holding us on the steals. I don't even think we got a steal last game that I can remember.
Corner.
I'm passing this animation. Doing it at the moment. Cheers. Who? I seen Goggle. Oh. Look, got your bitch ass shooting free throws.
I've been playing Need for Speed, bro. Oh my god. Nigga ain't got no free throw.
It doesn't say stretch, it's just called Free Richard, but basically he was the one who drew Galactus to their world, and I think the trailer ends with him saying, "We will save you." But I feel like this failed.
Heat up to start playing defense and shit.
Because they've done life rafts in the comics as well. They did Secret Wars, Fantastic Four built a big life raft to kind of escape their world because it was too, and that's kind of what then led into Battle World because they were all kind of out in space and stuff. So that was my thoughts on it. What are your thoughts in general on the film?
I thought that, like, I left that movie feeling that I wanted more of this type of, like, filming style. Like, it all felt very Phase 1 MCU. Yeah. Like, it just felt like people were filming
No,
real
good pass.
and, like,
I don't need to cut.
It was a breath of fresh air because I feel like, I've loved
Ain't no need to cut that, bro.
Like, it just felt like they were filming a lot of
He grit that bitch.
in studio and like they were just cranking out content rather than like really focusing.
Green Driz.
Hell no.
Taking 5 years to pass the ball and shit.
They marketed it that way too. It's like, hey, it's a film. Go watch it, guys. Like we really tried on this one.
Oh, he just hawked to that thing. He just hawked to that thing. Oh my god, Driz, you nasty motherfucker. Ooh. Oh, you should have heard him on that car ride, Brandon. He was hawked to that thing. I was on the freeway like, oh shit. I was on the freeway like, oh shit, Drew.
You gotta spit on your girl pussy, Drew. That shit ain't all the way wave. You gotta do that shit.
Nigga doing the whole night. Slob. All type of shit. Like a motherfucking wet dog and shit.
Ooh, I could have double odd it. I knew it was gonna be that shit.
Disconnected projects, heroes come together and make a big kind of
going against the ATM clan, y'all.
Here's I'm about to cut.
The recent MCU films, you can kind of spot big reshoots.
Oh, they told us.
You can't chase lobs.
They're having to redo loads of stuff. The CGI isn't fully finished, and
Don't bitch.
it feels kind of rushed. And that 2-hour runtime, when I saw that, I was like, oh, it's another, mandatory 2-hour.
If you try to get you to get a body,
but I thought
his
they pulled it
ass
off.
said
I
he
really
ain't
enjoyed
nobody.
it. I don't know where I would rank it.
Oh, wow.
The other recent
D.
phase movies.
Play him.
I prefer Spider-Man.
For 3.
That was mine. I just wasn't on him the whole time, and it.
I'm looking at my Blu-rays to see what else has come out.
I'm gonna sit right here. And I'm gonna eat that food.
There's some, I don't even know what the stuff is anymore. But yeah, I would say it's one of the higher ones in terms of stuff.
He's done. He's fucking done.
Probably after Guardians 3, because it very much again felt like a Guardians of the Galaxy type movie. Like I love seeing, people that were viewed as one way, sort of
Corner Dread. Corner Dread.
Like redemption, and I'm just like, hell yeah, man! Like I love seeing that.
Wow.
So,
Yams.
That's deep.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. I would say probably around the level of Guardians 3 for me.
These niggas ass, bro.
I've watched twice and I've not really went back to. I don't like animals getting hurt. So I've not went back to it, but I would say kind of around that level. But yeah, it does feel like a step in the right direction. Just the MCU, and then it's been kind of like, I need to watch another 6 hours of a TV show or whatever. I don't know if I've got it in me. What do you mean I'm getting ready to do it all? But, so, yeah, as someone who kind of felt like the MCU was getting to be a chore, it was nice to actually have that feeling of being seeing a team come together. And yeah, it was great. It was well acted. I think
we can.
Did what they should do, which is that they went from being like characters I didn't really care about
to
good shot.
What the fuck?
No.
That's 2K, bro.
Captain America, Thor, they were all kind of like lower. Hawkeye, Black Widow, they were all kind of like lowering.
Throw it to me again. Throw it to me again.
Oh shit, they're A-list. They're who everyone wants to be.
God.
And, it'd be great to see this movie kind of do that. I don't know if it's necessarily there.
Give it to Beamer.
With some of them,
Give it to Beamer.
Another movie like
Give it to me, Drew.
No, I don't see it being a problem. So yeah, really.
Alright, you just put up some fucks.
Nah, I know what the fuck I can tell you, Cam. This nigga nice.
Watch much of the shows, you kind of pick it up along the way. And yeah, thanks for joining me. If you want to see us do these kind of videos again when there's a big movie, it's nice that we've actually.
Yeah, you got no D though.
Yes, he do.
Normally it's like you go cover that and I cover this, and we never get a chance.
Oh, they switched, Cam. Go ahead, have a ball day.
Thanks for jumping on, and remember,
I am eating.
Oh, well, my nigga switched to you.
And the Thunderbolts won by MT.
Throw me the ball.
Yeah. If I get a message off Sharon,
Oh, did they fuck with you? For some real shit.
but yeah, thanks for joining us, and I'll see you on the
That was open?
Cheesy crepes can happen anywhere, so eat cheesy crepes anywhere you can.
Alright, this lady gets it.
Okay, I don't mean.
Dips on the tail. Want it? Need it? Cheese it.
I ain't gonna lie, I want some chicken.
Come on, I'm open. I'm open.
I want some good ass chicken.
Oh my god, that shit is open?
He shooting over here because he's 5'9". Hit me. Alright.
Jury's nigga 1 for 9.
Marvel's The Thunderbolts has now officially been
We don't go over there again?
it is time to go into full spoilers for this movie. So that's exactly what I'm going to do for you guys, is giving you my
We y'all going to Orlando?
talking about
June 13th.
You said what?
June 13th.
Oh.
for Avengers Doomsday, along with everything and anything in between. But it's not just going to be about my opinion. I need you guys also turn that comment section into a discussion. How do you feel about Marvel's Thunderbolts? Is this one of the best Marvel movies post-Endgame? As well as your theories on where this takes us in the future of the MCU. Just kind of jumping into it again, I found Thunderbolts really refreshing. It brought me back.
Yeah, you're right. I gave it to the wrong nigga.
That's the kind of vibe I got watching.
I mean, shit, I get the ball. I ain't got shit else to put up. What, nigga?
Really interesting characters. I love the group dynamic.
The nigga in my face when he handed me the ball.
Nigga, I gave you the ball.
You were literally right next to me.
No, the fuck I wasn't. I was on the whole other side. I was literally
why you gave me the ball
right
then.
here.
I told you I'm eating.
You got the AI on me. You're moving around, so it made it seem like you were back.
Nigga, I'm just moving so I don't get kicked.
I wouldn't really say Thunderbolts is finally a real movie. I just
think
after having a row of disappointments and underwhelming films, this Marvel can still do really good stuff. So let's just start off with the beginning of the movie, working our way down to that post-credits scene. So the opening of the film kind of really took me by surprise.
What the fuck is this game on? I can't pump fake.
Carries out a mission for Val to get rid of some evidence of wrongdoing so she doesn't lose her spot in the government circle. But it was really the monologue by Elena where she's just like, there's something.
Some bullshit. I tapped that motherfucker.
Let me see, Jersey. I'm on it, man.
The ball, goddamn, bruh.
That carries on throughout the rest of the film. You know, we joke around about Thunderbolts being Marvel's The Suicide Squad, and in DC, the Suicide Squad is named that because if they refuse to do what they do,
Why he cut in?
Suicide not to do it, but they're also being sent out on a suicide mission where they'll most likely be killed. Looking at it here, the Thunderbolts could genuinely also be called the Suicide Squad because every member of the team is actually suicidal. Kevin Feige, brilliant! And honestly, that's not even a joke. If you've seen the movie, there are a couple of times, and I've seen the film twice now, where a handful of these characters
Why are there two niggas wide the fuck up?
Because he's fucking frying. And even look at peace with them looking to die. And that was such an interesting, powerful way to go with this movie, even more so with what they did with the Sentry. But not getting too ahead of myself, backing up a little bit before we get to the Sentry. Yelena again is feeling.
And I won't cook the AI.
This nigga's on my dick. What?
Played by David Harbour. And dude, just
I'm guarding you.
Guardian is on screen.
Shut up.
He just eats up the scenery. Every piece of dialogue he had just had me laughing so hard. Like when he thinks it's DoorDash at the door, so he's like, "Your subordinates
5'9".
If you want to shoot from that deep, make this shit.
Through the talk that they have, Red Guardian mentions, you know, the happiest time I felt is when I was Red Guardian. When I was Captain America for Russia, serving my country and saving my people. You feel fulfilled? Oh, yeah, so fulfilled. Your sister, Natasha, knew that, and it's probably why she was an Avenger.
Big two goofy, but dumbass niggas trying to jump at the ball.
So that's where she agrees and gets sent off on one of the bounties that ends up being a trap, where all the members of the Thunderbolts were sent there to kill off one another. And so kind of breaking down that vault scene, just one fight scene.
I've seen that cat.
Really great. I'm not gonna say this was like top 10 best fight scenes in the MCU, but
he is firing him.
Powers, and I also thought it was effective in what they were good at. But it was also
one more. Oh, good shot.
That was early, bro.
How dysfunctional they are, but yet they're still able to work together and actually get something.
We lost this shit, boy.
I'm gonna go again. I don't know shit. I'm gonna switch on to the point guard.
Let's just get it out of the way. Taskmaster. What were they thinking?
They get back to guarding me. I've been cooking the whole game.
Taskmaster pretending like she was gonna make it to this scene of the movie because early on in the trailer,
nigga hit me. What the fuck?
Nigga cut. Oh,
what the fuck? I was wide the fuck up. Nigga. Nigga. This nigga cut.
Nigga, the only thing I seen in my head was the cut. You not shooting perfect, nigga. You
I don't matter. Give me the ball.
Shit, better off with you cutting.
I shoot better than you.
Shit.
I shoot 51% from 3.
Yeah.
I shoot better than you. Green.
weapon they're using, whether it's a sword, a shield.
He can't mess up the pass now.
Cool power, and I feel like Marvel just fumbled. It also, in a weird way, left kind of a sour taste in my mouth for the Ghost character, because, I mean, she actually killed her. And, you know, Yelena, having been with Black Widow and knowing the backstory of Taskmaster, there is a part of Yelena that feels a little bad for her. You kind of just killed someone I kind of like. And, like, to make matters worse, there's even a scene where
I'm gonna say, watch that shit still say green.
gadgets and body parts. I'm like, oh, she doesn't need this, she doesn't need that. No, she would have wanted me to have this. Okay, man. Taskmaster disrespect in full swing. But I guess jumping off that point to Ghost,
Leaving me wide.
someone that I just
Niggas leaving me wide.
Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Niggas over here dribbling. I'm
I
wide.
was honestly very shocked when it was announced she would be part of the Thunderbolts, but hey, she's like one of the only characters with abilities, phasing power. I love that added
I knew you were gonna do some fuck shit. That's why I was waiting on it.
there was even some weapons with a high-pitched sound that kind of ruined her phasing.
Nigga, I was gonna come up there. I was gonna come on, nigga. I was gonna come to your house. You see how many times I had to say that shit? I was gonna have to come to your. I was gonna have to come to your house and slap the shit out of you and make your dreads real faster.
Fascinating seeing the discourse online amongst fans, because
Alright.
it's almost like a Homelander situation where there's no
Green.
sympathize with his version
He smacked that bitch.
and some who think he should still be the real Captain America. And if you still think that after watching Thunderbolts, ooh boy, you just missed a lot of points that went over your head, because they full out address it like, dude, okay, you're trying to do right, you're trying to redeem yourself, but there is no way you can be the real Captain America. You're an a-hole, you got a big ego, and anger issues, my guy. Yet, even with all those traits, you can see the glimmer of heart, the glimmer of kindness in him that makes him likable. And so maybe that's what more people are drawn to. It's just
I didn't know it was gonna give me a dunk. Yeah, I know. And I didn't know it was gonna give me a dunk.
Yeah, I should beat your ass. You should get that boy to me. I was gonna fade that bitch.
I was even shocked they brought up his whole kill scene from Falcon and the
Open
Winter
already.
Soldier. That is a real debate amongst fans online whether he was justified in
Ooh, I
murdering that
missed.
person or whether he was in the
My
wrong
bad.
of killing someone who was surrendering to him. Because Ghost says, didn't you kill an innocent man in the public? And then John Walker responds with, define innocent. Just literally the fight fans have online at MC. But they're repeatedly calling him Dime Store Cat America, and he even had a moment where they're trying to like destroy a fuse box where he says, on your left, bro is stealing them Captain America lines. But I mentioned there's something I want to complain about.
You need the ball every time I don't pay attention. I swear to God.
That man, Marvel, you messed up with giving Sam Wilson Captain America his first movie as this Red Hulk story that turned out to be really
You ass.
Go miss it.
for the character.
I just
Sam
knew it.
Wilson's first Captain America movie should have been a version of what Falcon and the Winter Soldier was on Disney Plus. That show should have been turned into the first movie and would have showcased John Walker with a film, because when you really look at the team, he's kind of the only one that comes from a Disney Plus show.
There it is, fuckers.
All these other characters made debuts in movies.
The
It's
L.
going to be another fumble on Marvel's part, but it's also showing you just how well of a job they did in this movie with kind of giving you tidbits of everyone's backstory without
I should have been got this shit.
Ant-Man the Wasp, or I didn't watch those episodes of Falcon and Winter Soldier. They did a real good job of just giving you quick lines of dialogue of where they came from, major points in their backstories to how they are.
I'm finna switch with him, put him on the AI.
Like it was just genuinely treated as information. The last thing I want to gush about with John Walker, which is something I noticed in my second time watching it, after Bob, who we know is the Sentry, and he has these abilities to send a character
Rotate.
Oh my God.
trauma or things that have made them depression now. After we see John Walker's moment of him mantle, lashing out on his wife, where we then later find out she left him and took the baby. After that moment is over and they've climbed that mile-long pipe up, there's this subtle thing where John Walker looks back down.
We guarding this nigga.
And it actually looks like he's wanting to jump, like he's wanting to end it right there because of how disgusted he is by his actions from that moment with the baby.
Oh, I just thought it missed.
That's the worst nigga on the court.
Things like that in this movie that I felt was really touching and refreshing and brought this movie up a notch from the
Oh my god!
Even going back to
Can never get the ball.
the incinerator goes
Nigga, you all the way past half court. You know I don't got no fucking pass.
Nigga, he sees me.
Hey, they just met. They're not friendly or loyal to each other. When the countdown is going down to like 5, 4,
the
and
fucking
the camera
AI
zooms in on Yelena, and you just see her close her eyes and accept death.
I mean, they leaving me open.
Taste buds tingling? For sure. It's Hillshire.
I thought diabetics couldn't eat donuts.
Not making much progress,
I can't even help, bro. He want to get in my way and prevent me from jumping. So be it. Let him be a fraud. Huh.
What's your wish? It could be anything.
Coconut.
Dr. Squatch body wash for men who prefer natural.
That's some powerful stuff. I love that the movie was able to.
Oh my god.
Bucky Barnes, but let's talk about the Sentry part of all this. Okay, so I like some things about Sentry, and I didn't like some things. So the things I really did like about Sentry is how they use his powers and abilities from the comics to kind of connect all the Thunderbolts and really emphasize this mental allegory of depression.
Yeah,
So
talking about.
MCU version, we find out that Val
Why did you reach?
wanted to create her own super soldier, almost her own version of a Superman who could also work as almost like her boy toy where she commands it and nobody's going to tell her otherwise, and because she has this
Oh my god.
Oh shit. Okay.
So you make a strong, but you can't make a wide open?
Died except for Bob. We learned that he was actually a drug addict with a very traumatic past, had an abusive
That's up on the right.
and although they were testing him for the Sentry project, he was never going to end up being the guy if it was successful. He was just going to be a guinea pig. And so the way they kind of
Get out. What are you doing? Why did you to the AI? Why did you switch on to AI?
as it's described in the comics, along with giving him those powers, the darker
Sinner dumb as shit.
also manifested into its own persona, giving this darker side the ability to make others relive their trauma. I like that part of it, and I'm actually kind of disappointed we didn't get to see little memories of like Bucky or Red Guardian.
This nigga just missed a wide open fucking layup.
Oh, that nigga ain't missing, bro. That nigga under the rib.
That's hard, man. He tell y'all straight out rock, man.
Turns on his friends just because Val and it did look really cool actually see where each member of the Thunderbolts are just fighting Sentry, and you get a real idea of just how extremely powerful this guy is. Even if I'll admit in those moments it looked a little too characters, still a really fun scene. I just feel like we could have spent more time instead of kind of rushing into that, because by the end of it, they save him, they relieve him of his trauma by building a community and being there as friends. Great allegory. His mind is just conveniently
What's up?
and we're good for now. We got
I'm finna switch my beard real quick.
to me where I was like, okay, that's where the Marvel stuff has to kick in.
That was my fault.
Towards the end. And even just commenting on his costume, I think the costume is fine. Not
Center.
a big fan of the blonde hair, but I guess they had to do it just because it's comic accurate. I think maybe they'll give the
Cause why is he not following his man? Why we worried about the AI?
Confirmed to be an Avengers Doomsday, and I do have some theories on how they're going to use it in Avengers Doomsday. But now here's where I want to get into the character I was hinting at in my spoiler.
That's why he stayed down there, because he was worried about the AI. I didn't run to them.
Just were not making sense by the end of this movie.
Y'all trying to go right back into it, or can I run to the gas station?
Oh, if you run to the gas station, I'm getting. If you run to the gas station, I'm all. I got work in the morning.
I'll order another one. Come on.
In the house, and that he thinks this is the best use of his abilities. Trying to change the system within legally through passing laws and stuff like that. Which, honestly, on paper,
Oh, you even back in
I
here?
think that actually does work, even if it caught me off
Yeah, I'm
guard.
joining right now.
I was like, fuck, he's a congressman. He's murdered a lot of people. Then again, probably a lot of congressmen have. But it ended up working nicely as part of him also feeling unfulfilled like a lot of other members of the Thunderbolts, because he's trying to get stuff done. He's trying to be a member of Congress, but it's just not fitting for him. This is obviously an environment that isn't working in his favor. It feels like he's not getting much.
What's up with 2K and this movie slow? What the fuck is on the server?
Gave him on the desert
My anaconda don't. My anaconda don't.
It feels like sometimes they make the winter soldier so OP.
Oh my god.
And other times
Oh no.
used to show how much other characters are more powerful. And it usually involves with him trying to hit somebody.
Ain't that damn bad, nigga.
Stopped like it's nothing. But okay, the part I was mainly talking about, and my mind has kind of slightly changed on that in the second viewing, is come by the end of the film, as we all could have guessed, we find out what the asterisk stands for in Thunderbolts. That's the new Avengers. And holding off on that title reveal for just a second, Bucky ends up going along with them and actually joins in the Thunderbolts and becomes the new branded Avengers for the current MCU. And that motivation just did not make sense by the end of the movie. I felt like it did not work with who the rest of the Thunderbolts are. The reason I say that is because every member of the Thunderbolts has done something wrong. They've been considered a villain in the past and have had blood on their hands. Obviously the Winter Soldier too, but his excuse is a lot more valid because he was under mind control. He never made those choices. If anything, I think his mind is way more aligned with someone like a Steve Rogers, who wants to do good, wants to do things morally the right way. So when we come to by the end of the movie, is the one responsible for all this has been
like a rundown. We've got now who's going to stay back in security and the extra camp. We're all just going to walk over one. Our job is to distract them.
That's where the character motivation did
This is my last game. And I'll be on tomorrow.
Get into with the post-credit scene with Bucky deciding to be okay with this that causes conflict with Sam Wilson. I mentioned I'm kind of forgiving it the second time I watched the movie because I was able to.
It was officially time for us to head to the court to start the first game.
Thunderbolts when they're all tied up, telling them that hey, I'm kind of in your position. I'm looked at as the bad guy. The answer is definitely not to run away from this thing.
That's right. The next chapter is hosting Michael Beasley versus It's one-on-one for $100,000 live on Facebook.
Almost seen eye to eye with these guys. I feel like the actual Bucky would not take the offer to become a new Avenger and help out his friends.
Oh shit, Ryan lost tonight?
Sorry, Val, you did wrong. Time to go to jail.
Ryan Garcia?
Obviously, though,
the movie already?
That way because Val.
Oh yeah, he fought tonight against Riley Romero.
Yeah, I just didn't know they fought already.
He lost. I guess it's unanimous decision.
Segue us into the actual post-credit scene of the movie. So there are two of them. The first
Unanimous.
one, which I'll just use this to actually talk about how I feel about the Thunderbolts name change. We all knew the Thunderbolts asterisk was eventually going to lead to something Avengers related. Like it's just so obvious. But I thought it would be something more like the Dark Avengers, right? Or West Coast Avengers. Having the title New Avengers, I was like, okay, a little surprised by that. And them even becoming the official Avengers staying in the old Watchtower that Val has taken over, and because of her position in government, they are the official United States.
Oh damn.
Two things. I've seen a lot of fans complain about this saying,
You left, nigga?
Hell yeah.
And other people who say, oh,
it was
the future of the MCU makes sense. Now we know who will be the Avengers we follow for the next couple movies. Y'all ain't paying attention. They made it very clear after they're announced as the new Avengers that the public hates them. We, even the audience, aren't supposed to love the idea that they are the official Avengers now. There's a ton of articles and photos that pop up where they're called the Avengers, or is this Avengers a joke? Can they actually save us?
Y'all back in the wreck.
Job application. Fuck, nigga. You
out there banking on it?
Second squad invite.
Nigga, you need to go ahead and buy a job, nigga.
Alright, game invite.
You said what?
I get a game invite.
I'm not even back in there.
Real heroes to be able to finish the job. So I don't think at the end of the day, when everything's said and done, this is our permanent new Avengers. I think this is just the Avengers in place, setting up our heroes where they need to be, so then other heroes can join them up. I don't think when Secret Wars and Avengers Doomsday is all said and done, this will still be the official team. It's gonna change a lot. But there is a part of me happy for these guys like Red Guardian, who is getting back in the limelight, getting that great
saved a little girl, and then she got freaking blasted away by Sentry. That was a
Get
crazy
this game
movie.
over
So that
with
is my
quick.
thoughts
I'm
on here,
tired
but
as
now getting
fuck,
to the
man.
actual post-credit scene that happens at the end of this movie that was nice, long, and really gives us a clear
Need to
picture
end it
of
on a
how
bang. I need a cool
opens
45.
up. It's been 14 months later. They have Avengers logos, new suits, which I'm just gonna say it. I hate Bucky's new suit. I think it's supposed to pay homage to the comics, and the director of Thunderbolts mentioned that he
You weren't with me shooting this Jill?
by the creative team making Avengers Doomsday. So a lot of these suits could end up being the official look of the heroes throughout the movie. And again, Bucky's
Nigga, I'm
was
already
the
at the
only one I
door.
wasn't in love with. Everybody else's suits look fine, and I'm sure they're still working on the Red Guardian wearing that NASCAR look.
Hurry up, black ass up, nigga.
Months later, the public still don't like that.
I got all night.
Walker mentions that there's nasty.
Damn, I thought you work on the weekends,
People
bitch.
not liking them. I think it's still so
Shit, I love it.
14 months
Free
later,
pay.
his shield is still a taco. How did that never get fixed? Why wouldn't they reissue him a new shield? But whatever. But the really interesting part about this is that they have a conversation that Sam Wilson, our current Captain America, is not happy about them being the official Avengers, using the name Avengers to the point that Sam Wilson has even copyrighted the name so they can't use it. They even made it sound like Sam is putting together his own team. That's again where I was shocked, where Bucky mentions he's talking to Sam, trying to figure out some sort of compromise, but that talk did not go well. They're not on good speaking terms. I'm like, oh, these guys are supposed to be bros.
They call it the West End, though. So, you know, we had San Antonio having a good time. I ain't with y'all just kicking it, man. This is my... Oh, yeah? First time playing for man. We got okay.
To continue the shield, Bucky, shouldn't you be following in his footsteps? But whatever, it's probably going to lead
Here, go defense, what? I don't even know how he got that shot off.
This is stretching things a bit, but I feel like it's
11 now.
since they actually
You're a long way to 11.
legal battle now for the name Avengers. Is this how they then throw in Charlie Cox character?
Damn, I'm power forward again.
Why not? But I think the obvious thing that's going to happen is
Oh yeah, I gotta get this average up, ain't it? I gotta get this average up. I've been quitting on this nigga a lot. Nigga average a D plus. Cause bro, I get shit players with this shit, bro. Cause I'm a black plate, bro. Said black player. I said black plate. Color. I know. I thought you said black player.
Danny Ramirez is Falcon, Shang-Chi, just based on the official names that we know are part of the movie. Those
Oh shit, when you ain't getting the ball, shit.
part of the Sam Wilson team, and they'll have to drop whatever feud they have to team up.
I be playing on this nigga all the time. He's way better. He got all the shooting badges ready and faster.
Oh, what a freaking hype
Charge.
moment, man. I had not been that
I'm gonna go ahead and shimmy to that real quick. Dude, shimmy. Fall to my knees. When the Lord came.
My nigga's still stuck in the animation.
His defense just lowered by a lot.
So again, we see
Instead of 91 perimeter, I got 74.
Wait, is the other nigga the center? That nigga looks small as shit. Oh yeah, Juris, I'm cool.
I will admit this kind of now gives away the ending for the Fantastic Four, but there are still some unanswered questions. We all figured that would be happening, that the Fantastic Four
He was about to piss me off because he was going slow. I know, that's what you said last time, but you...
Pow! On your forehead and nuts in your mouth.
Just to make sure he don't block it.
Or did they save the day and are aware that Galactus or some other threat like Doom is on their way to this Earth and they're coming here just to warn us and help us? I'm thinking it's going to be the latter, and so we all kind of figured the movie would end that way. But the question is still up in the air whether their planet got destroyed or it's okay.
I'm beating your ass.
Theories I have now about what could happen is how they're going to end
No.
Avengers Doomsday. Because it does end with saying that the new
I was wide the fuck open next to you.
Oh yeah, my nigga down.
Bob in the post-credit scene where he says, yeah, sorry, I can't be much help. If I did, the other guy would come out, meaning the void, the darkness. So they kind of just have Bob there as a last resort where, hey, if he's really needed, he'll come out.
but there
Shoot
is
that
a risk
shit.
that the void comes out again. There's either
He's
two things
baiting
they
it.
end up doing with Sentry. One, he's just used as cannon fodder to show how strong Dr. Doom or whatever other villain there is. Because again, they just showcased us that Sentry is Superman level powerful. The guy
We did too much unnecessary casting.
and if you
D with the wicks. Weak as a
he
bit.
kills him right away, well then that just establishes to the audience, hey, that guy is
Got it.
this guy's even stronger. I mean, that's kind of what they did.
28.7.
Thanos won. But two, and what I think they should do, and if they don't, it's a real missed opportunity. I think using the Void's powers of being able to see someone's backstory / trauma is probably how we'll get our answer of the backstory involved with Robert Downey Jr.'s Victor Von Doom. That's where I could see the Sentry actually being used in a way that would make sense for the movie, is that maybe they send Sentry after Dr. Doom.
Got it.
Moment where Sentry is able to put him in the void, and that reveals us the backstory.
My turn to pull from deep. Right here, Dre.
Possibly revealing like what his face
Damn, my nigga.
mask or his motivation for being evil and wanting to take over the multiverse. There's fan theories out there that this is actually going to steal the face from a
That's some Lynn Thompson shit. You talking all that shit.
So we could get that into
Nobody get no
Let's
fucking
show
steal like
a
that.
mirror something as.
Y'all ain't getting no steal like that, nigga.
I already got a steal, bitch.
Just use him to showcase how strong Dr. Doom is, and they kill Sentry right away, which would be a waste because Lewis Pullman.
Go up there, Sore.
Great in the room. All in all, very happy with the Thunderbolts. Finally puts me on a path where I'm excited to see what's next. I cannot wait for these new Avengers to interact with Sam Wilson's Avenger team, the Fantastic Four, and this ensemble cast is already looking so exciting for Avengers Doomsday. And I really wasn't able to say I was that thrilled and excited after like something like Brave New World. This is what I throw out to you guys though. What did you think about the Thunderbolts? Your thoughts and theories? Anything else? Be sure to like, subscribe, follow me on Twitter at 3C Films or on TikTok at 3C Films. But as always, I'm Chris. Yeah.
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens. Shop weekly deals at your store or at walgreens.com.
ZXI irons. Pure forged. Pure Strixon.
That two-way play.
This is a breakdown of 2018's Deadpool 2. This is the 11th installment of our
Step up.
X-Men Six rewatch as we go back through all 13 of the Fox X-Men and Deadpool films ahead of Wolverine's Mutant Homecoming.
Wait, Jers. Wait. Here I come. Here I come. Right here.
This is the film with the post-credits scene that totally obliterated several timelines and franchises, and we're still waiting to see what crazy havoc that could wreak on the multiverse in Deadpool 3. So let's break down Deadpool 2 scene by scene for all the Easter eggs, details you never spotted, and stuff that could come back in Deadpool and Wolverine. And to celebrate this X-Men rewatch, we have these special Xavier Institute shirts, which are the best way to support new rock stars right now. Grab one of these designs by clicking on the link in the description.
One more.
So we open with Deadpool smoking a cig. He blows the smoke directly.
I'll try to give it
camera
Cam.
and winds up this music toy. In the first film, he had a weapon, 11 X-Men Origins Deadpool action figure, and here he's got a toy of Wolverine impaled on a stump from the end of the 2017 Logan film, which came
I'm checking out. Come on.
He taps on the stump as if to make the injury hurt more for Logan, and he activates his toy, and it plays All Out of Love by Air Supply, in keeping with the cheesily awesome 80s love ballads theme from the first film, The Juice Newton Angel of the Morning song. This is also a song Ryan Reynolds sang in 2002's Van Wilder.
I'm all out of love. I'm so lost without you.
As Deadpool walks around his apartment destroying things, he wears his blue Crocs that we saw him wear in the previous film. On his corkboard, there's a pamphlet for Amber Gorman Live. Amber Gorman worked in the art department of this film. There are also some photos of Deadpool and Vanessa together, including one of them in Christmas hats. There's also a Canadian flag and a note that reads, I like you, do you like me, yes or no?
Hey.
Yes, checked off. As he blows up his place and himself, the hand on Deadpool's severed arm flips as a bird as he says,
Wolverine. First, he rides my coattails with the army. Then,
The hairy mother ups the ante by dying.
Now, some fans thought that Logan was allowed to have an R rating after the success of the first Deadpool, but director James Mangold insisted that Logan was already rated R before Deadpool was even released. And I like how with these opening words and gestures, we're really getting a sense that Deadpool and Wolverine coming together was just destined. Deadpool says that he's dying in his film too, and then he flashes back 6 months earlier to the start of a global killing spree in Hong Kong. The characters in the neon sign on the rooftop translate to Deadpool. On his portable mini radio, he listens to DMX's X Gonna Give It To Ya, the song that he and Colossus and Negasonic Teenage Warhead walked in slow motion to during the first movie's big fight scene outside of the helicarrier. When he calls his target, Deadpool says it's Gail calling, which is a shout out to Deadpool comics writer Gail Simone. In keeping with his method of only messing up people who deserve it, these guys are all mobsters and sex traffickers. He kills them to Dolly Parton's 925, and the fight choreography is awesome. And just a note to the viewer, there were different versions of Deadpool 2 that came out. There was the original May 2018 theatrical version, but then they released like a super duper cut with deleted scenes and some crazier jokes that weren't necessarily as funny as the theatrical version. And then they did like a Christmas special that had some like Fred Savage, Princess Bride framing story elements to it. I'm going to be referencing all the versions in this breakdown. But this montage takes Deadpool to Sicily, where he pops out of a casket at a funeral to kill a mafioso and his goons. Do not go in there. Yeah, he's referencing Jim Carrey and Ace Ventura. Do not go in there. Then at a bathhouse in Osaka in Japan, he gets blood in the eye of his mask and calls for a timeout, again treating the eyes of the mask like his real but cartoony eyes. He gets a look at one of the guy's junk and calls him Scoutmaster Kevin. Later on, he and Vanessa both agree that the name Kevin is too strippery. These are probably both nods to Kevin Feige. In Biloxi, Deadpool poses as a stripper before killing a bunch of guys belonging to the biker gang Burning Bastards. Burning Bastards MC is the name of an erotic book series classified as alpha biker romance. And as Deadpool says he needs to go because it's his anniversary, he taps his watch. This is his Adventure Time watch that we saw him wearing in the first film. He later gives it to Domino when he's dying. Deadpool described that first film as a love story, and this one he claims is a family film. In the super duper cut, these fight scenes were all extended with even more blood and death. Like, look at that thing that we can't show you. And that thing that we can't show you. Waiting outside the cab is Dopinder, listening to a self-help tape on confidence from motivational speaker Tony Robbins. As Deadpool is chased by a mob, he shouts at Dopinder to start the cab, in a scene that's similar to the beginning of Raiders of the Lost Ark. The ad on top of Dopinder's taxi is for Alpha Flight. Alpha Flight is, of course, the Canadian mutant superhero team. The ad reads, cheap deals, last-minute flights, travel insurance, book now, call...
Did that nigga Chris Snow still play 2K?
We're noting that in the comics, Wolverine was briefly a member of the Alpha Flight. Dopinder asks
Do he still play?
Mission accomplished, and Deadpool responds in a George W. way, a reference to President George W. Bush's speech that he gave...
Well, let me shoot this. Let me shoot this. Pull it.
Premature victory banner. Deadpool says he's talked about in the same sentence as Jesus.
Cause I'm making her food?
Trailer, he refers to himself as Marvel Jesus, but here he's referring to the fact that the first Deadpool film almost surpassed
One was for me to get water.
grossing R-rated movie at the time, and Deadpool did surpass it overseas, where he says there's no such thing as religion. Just like in the previous film, Deadpool squeezes himself through the taxi divider window and into the front seat with maximum effort. He tells Dopinder, time to be Goose being co-pilot to Tom Cruise's Maverick and Top Gun. Dopinder wants to become a contract killer and has a different Tom Cruise movie in mind, though, saying Deadpool is the Tom Cruise to his Kirsten Dunst in Interview with the Vampire. Wade gives Vanessa a list of excuses for why he's late, including that he was fighting a caped badass, but then discovered that his mom was Martha too, which is a dig to Batman v Superman, and one of several Batman nods in this film.
Still not fucking with me? Okay.
I'm not fucking with you. He cut.
Now be open.
Stop giving these niggas the ball. They're not giving me the ball. Stop giving these niggas the ball. I don't give a fuck if they open, they cut. I don't give a fuck if we lose, bro. I'm not giving these niggas the ball.
Deadpool will also have this exchange with Cable.
You sounded hostile.
And right after this, Deadpool says to him, "You're so dark. Are you sure you're not from the DC universe?" Poking fun at films like The Dark Knight, but mostly probably Zack Snyder's Batman v Superman. Wade and Vanessa exchange gifts, and he gives her the lead skee-ball token from their first date, setting up how Cable will use it to save his life later. She gives him her IUD, which she had removed so that they could have a baby. He tells her, "Oh my god, I want a boy. Oh, little girl, definitely one or the other." Later, they watch Yentl, which is a movie in which Barbara Streisand is a woman pretending to be a man. Wade says that the song "Papa Can You Hear Me" sounds familiar, and later he realizes that it does sound a bit like "Do You Want to Build a Snowman" from Frozen. And this is just another example of the fact that Wade is a huge musical theater nerd. You love Bernadette Peters and Rent in the first movie. He references 24601 in this movie. Yeah, I think musical theater is gonna come up in Deadpool 3. Wade wonders if men are destined to become their father. Wars, and Vanessa once again corrects him when he talks about the kiss Luke and Leia share.
Oh, I'm sure Luke nailed her.
Maybe that's Empire.
In the first film, she made a similar correction when she said that she was going to write him like Luke on Yoda, and he mentioned her making a Star Wars joke, and she properly used the term Star Wars instead of A New Hope. It's not like A New Hope is inaccurate, it's just like, you know, people who grew up with Star Wars and Empire just called it Star Wars, not A New Hope. But Vanessa gets killed. And it's worth noting that Wade throwing the ice cream cheese spreader at Volishnikov is what caused him to flinch and fire wildly and hit Vanessa instead. This fight and Vanessa's death all take place in the span of time it takes her to heat up Twister's turtles. He's punctuated with a this pivotal moment for him as he chases down Volishnikov. Shoeless in the rain is similar to his wet shoeless fight with Ajax in the lab in the first movie.
Shit.
During both of those fights, there's a James Bond-esque opening credit sequence set to Celine Dion's Ashes. Instead of the scope of a gun and a bullseye, Deadpool is centered in the middle of cream cheese spreaders. The credits have once again been given a Deadpool spin.
Jersey, young nigga ugly as fuck. You look like one of them niggas that like being trans. Strong face,
Starring, obviously, someone who hates sharing the spotlight, written by the real villains. In the first one, the credit read written by the real hero.
Wait, am I allowed to say that, bro? I'm sorry. I know you told me to watch my mouth. Can I say that? Is that wrong?
That's wrong.
Can I say
That's wrong. Shut the fuck up.
Sorry, dude. You know I don't mean no harm by it.
But with gold bullet casings instead of water. There's also Cable's daughter's teddy bear, which gets torn apart by bullets. And at one point, the camera swoops through Cable's bullet hole,
right time.
the same spot where he will later take a bullet for Russell. Then at the end of the sequence, the bullet flies through a stack of arcade tokens, since Cable will later use the arcade token to save Deadpool's life by stopping the bullet. In Sister Margaret's bar,
Damn, I just want you to turn around and run.
says George Michael was right, I'm never gonna dance again, which is a callback to him playing Wham's Careless Whisper at the end of the first film when he and Vanessa came back together. He also said
in my head. And this nigga gave it to the ops.
Died in January of 2016. Dopinder works the bar now. His first step toward becoming a contract killer. Buck messes up his lines, and Wade tells him, "No more speaking lines for you." We see Buck in the Deadpool Wolverine trailer, so we will see if he ever gets to say anything. It'd be kind of a fun bit if he never actually gets any lines. I guess not as fun for the actor who plays him. I guess I do kind of want him to get lines, so he gets paid more. In Blind Al's apartment, she listens to Jack Benny on the radio doing his famous "Your money or your life" routine. Wade retrieves his cocaine from under a floorboard, which is, like he told her in the first film, hidden next to the cure for blindness. Blind Al tells Wade he needs to just keep living, and he calls her Matthew McConaughey, a nod to his famous line from Dazed and Confused.
You just gotta keep living, man. L-I-V-I-N.
Wade shoves the coke under his mask, and after he says he's gonna do something terrible, he waves his coke to
Damn!
and it makes a magical pixie dust noise. And then we're back to blowing himself up. In the super duper cut, there was a montage of Deadpool trying different ways to kill himself. He throws himself into the polar bear enclosure at the zoo. He drinks drain cleaner. He throws himself off a building. He also says he just needs to find a way to die harder. Trademark Fox. After Colossus brings Deadpool to the X-Mansion and says he took the liberty of dressing him, the shirt he wears has two cats on it and reads Olivia and Meredith, best friends forever. Olivia and Meredith were the names of the cats of what famous pop star who's friends with Ryan Reynolds' wife, Blake Lively?
That nigga said, "Fuck him, I ain't touching it."
Warhead's girlfriend Yukio is played by Shioli Kutsuna. We saw a different version of Yukio in The Wolverine, played by Rila Fukushima. Wade calls her Pinkie Pie from My Little Pony, who is an adorable all-pink pony who bakes and sings. There is a bunch of X-Men nods and references in this Mark movie, like Wade hijacks Professor X's X-spoked wheelchair and recklessly drives around the mansion. And calling back to the first film, he makes another joke about how the studio should throw them a bone and give them some more X-Men cameos. But unseen by Wade, a room full of X-Men quietly closes the doors before he spots them. These include James
If only this nigga knew.
Evan Peters as Quicksilver, Ty Sheridan as Cyclops, Alexandra Shipp as Storm, and Cody Spit McPhee as Nightcrawler. And yes, this is completely crazy because Deadpool 2 is supposed to take place in the present day, and these are all the versions of them from like either the 80s or the 90s, but it would be early 90s. It does not make sense for them to look like this in the present day. But you know what? Deadpool is just its own cartoony universe where anybody can just show up and cameo. Wade also mentions the putts with the giant pigeon wings, obviously referring to Angel. We saw two versions of him in the films, Ben Foster in The Last Stand and then Ben Hardy in Apocalypse. And Wade wears the Cerebro helmet and says it smells like Patrick Stewart. So again, he's saying it smells like Patrick Stewart, but we just saw James McAvoy. But whenever...
I can't believe you got pink eye, Ferris. When you wake up with pink eye, you get your prescription fast, in like an hour, with Walmart Express delivery. Who else Walmart can deliver that fast?
The new H2 Pro system separates separates clean and dirty water. The new H2 Pro from Cedar.
What happened to no one being ready by breakfast? Dessert. Lego with Lego.
Oh man, my bad.
Almost pinned that nigga shit. Almost pinned that nigga shit, B.
David Leitch talked about all of those cameos, saying that Dark Phoenix was shooting at the same time as Deadpool 2, and that set supervisor Dan Glass had an idea that wouldn't require everyone to be on set together. Leitch said, quote, "We shot our side here, and we sent the measurements and the camera positions and things up to Simon's team on Dark Phoenix, and they shot the plates for that there. Then we put the two together. So actually it turned out to be easier than we thought. If we would have had to get all those people in the room, it probably wouldn't have happened." Then we meet Cable, played by Josh Brolin. In the comics and X-Men animated series,
Never mind.
Nathan Summers, son of Cyclops, and a Jean Grey clone named Madeline Pryor, who's created by Mr. Sinister. We get a nod to Mr. Sinister when Deadpool and the others go to the Essex House for Mutant Rehabilitation. Sinister's real name was Nathaniel Essex. He actually did run an orphanage at one point, with the goal being to manipulate and control young mutants. Here, Cable travels back in time to destroy Russell Collins, aka Fire Fist, played by Julian Dennison, before Russell can become a supervillain in the future and kill Cable's wife and daughter. As Cable swipes through time periods, his computer shows images of Ronald Reagan, Joseph Stalin, a military tank, and what looks like men storming the beaches of Normandy. And just to remind you, Wolverine and Sabretooth were there. And then we see the Blackbird in flight. The time travel device he uses resembles a watch. This is actually a Carl F. Bucherer watch brand. Bucherer watches were featured heavily in John Wick 2, the movie David Leitch worked on before making Deadpool 2. The super duper cut also includes a deleted scene where they're just kind of hanging out at the X Mansion like we see in like the X-Men 90s animated series. Colossus is doing burpees and Wade inside the kitchen complains that his fridge food labels are not being honored. We see a label for Bulls and Beast. So
It made me go down more than I wanted to.
around the mansion, or at least he expects them to show up. Colossus complains that the soap dispenser has been refilled, but Wade just used all of it. And I love how Yukio gives him this look like he knows what she used it for. The scene ends with him like running his finger along the wall and like indicating we know what he did there. But I think the scene was cut honestly because it's like the one time Deadpool doesn't leave the scene by going, "Bye, Yukio." When Colossus, Negasonic Teenage Warhead, and new X-Men trainee Deadpool arrive at
Breeze, I thought you were cutting.
Sticker at the bottom reads, "Weather report. Abnormally high winds expected in downtown area," which seems like a storm. Celebrity news: Christopher Plummer reduced his role in Deadpool 2, which
We'll fold it under pressure, bro. Put ball in my hand, Jerry. You can trust me.
idea that he might get recast. Christopher Plummer had just reshot all of Kevin Spacey's scenes in the movie All the Money in the World after Kevin Spacey faced his own allegations, and it's worth noting that Kevin Spacey had previously worked with X-Men director Bryan Singer in The Usual Suspects. And then finally on the
Oh yeah.
notorious bank robbers Westervelt and Gizas arrested Sunday evening after high-speed chase. Dick
Third
Westervelt
milk
did
dub.
film and Nick Gizas did visual effects. The news reporter on the scene is Irene Merriweather of WHIT. Now in the comics, Irene Merriweather was an investigative reporter who got on the wrong side of the Hellfire Club after
Oh, that shit counted. I wouldn't have shot it.
involved with Cable. She shows up later in the film in the news helicopter that shreds Shatterstar into green goo. A DMC officer says Russell belongs in the icebox. That is Canada's maximum security prison for superhumans. In the Marvel world, Russell calls Negasonic Justin Bieber, so Deadpool likes him right off the bat. Both of them also call out Colossus for using the "come quietly or there will be trouble" line from RoboCop. In the first film, it was Deadpool who quoted RoboCop, making fun of him. Dead or alive, you're coming with me.
One more, Jerry.
When Russell blasts Deadpool into the building, he autographs a box of Hero Flakes, which has
Bro, I went from a midi to a 3, and it just fucked my head up.
Luke Rossler, who played young David, son of Professor X, in the show Legion. Deadpool jumps out the window and does a superhero landing, and then struggles to get to his feet, calling back this moment from the first film. Superhero landing.
Head at the ceiling. My head is at the ceiling.
4 or 5 moment speech before just shooting this guy. The first speech also ended with him murdering someone, if you remember. The guard who puts the power dampening collar on Russell is this movie's stunt coordinator, Sam Hargrave, who also worked on Infinity War and Endgame, Captain America Civil War, and a bunch of others, and also went on to be an impressive stunt director turned movie director with the Extraction movies with Chris Hemsworth. With David Leitch and Sam Hargrave, I'm just always really impressed when stunt guys become directors, because they always make really good action movies. Wade and Russell are brought to the icebox, and with the power dampener on, Wade's cancer comes back since his mutation can't cure it. It just regenerates the cells that are destroyed by the cancer. The
What?
Says 90-90 will great is Mike Dopit, another Canadian stunt actor from stuff like X-Men Origins Wolverine and Days of Future Past. Cable arrives from the future and robs these two rednecks discussing toilet paper and proper butt wiping etiquette while listening to Escape the Pina Colada song.
Nigga, I'm 10 toes. Yeah, give me Dodgers.
Cable knocks them out and steals their trucks. This is the first of several Terminator parallels for the character. Before the role was cast, there were many who rallied
Give me Dodgers.
to Arnold Schwarzenegger. Later, Cable does a one-handed spin reload of his gun, which was Arnold's signature move.
Niggas ain't your niggas.
Cable repairing himself while staring coldly in the mirror is also very Arnold in Terminator, and specifically, go look at the shot and the way
I try to give
that shot for T2 when Arnold looks in the mirror. They used Linda Hamilton's twin sister to rig up that shot. To use that visual illusion, there was no actual mirror there. This is something that Tom Cruise does in many of the Mission Impossible movies, and it's my favorite practical effect. Deadpool tells Cable, hands off that kid John Connor when they fight on the truck. So, yeah, he's basically a Terminator figure. Everybody learns the hard way that you need a phone case, and if you're a Marvel fan, Casetify's Iron Man series will protect you.
Oh my god, bro. Bro, I just did a whole dribble ball.
I feel like it's in the Mark III suit. And this is just so cool. Like, Iron Man's chest armor is just so iconic. It makes flipping your phone face down during a meeting feel so satisfying. Like Thanos just punched your phone. He's taking a nap now.
I didn't even call for it.
Safe accessories. Awesome. This is my favorite.
Okay, 3 minutes. We need to lock it in.
Helmet maquette, which I would be plenty happy to have on my desk on its own. And the lights turn on, but you can flip it open and then slide your AirPod case inside and then close it back up. And it charges them.
No more Jers.
Marvel line is the perfect mix of form and function to keep your accessories safe and stylish. Head over to Casetify today and check out their Iron Man collection. On the back of the guy's truck is a pair of silver truck nuts, a bumper sticker that says this vehicle makes frequent stops at your mom's house, and the one that says save a horse, ride me. When Cable repairs and builds his gun, he outfits it with a knob that goes all the way up to 11, which is a nod to the famous scene from This Is Spinal Tap.
These guys are knackered.
We meet Black Tom Cassidy, brother of Sean Cassidy, Banshee in the Marvel Comics, and the butt of a bunch of jokes in this movie about a white guy with dreadlocks being named Black Tom. Cable busts into the icebox and takes out a whole bunch of dudes. Deadpool thinks he's there for him and asks what he did to piss off, quote, a grumpy old motherfucker with a Winter Soldier arm. He gets a couple more digs at the MCU.
Whoa.
Audiences say enough with the robotic arms, and saying that without powers, they could, quote, give me a bow and arrow and I'm basically Hawkeye. He makes fun of Cable's utility pouch too, calling it the fanny pack, and saying he had one in 1990 never. In the early 90s, Cable in X-Force Comics, Rob Liefeld strapped characters with a ridiculous number of Come on, says this.
Hope these niggas not on Xbox protects me.
You're fucking done.
Make up for it on defense.
What are we
I'm getting this bitch back for it. I'm getting that bitch back. I'm getting that bitch back. I'm getting that bitch back.
Also Zeitgeist, played by Bill Skarsgård. He spits acidic vomit. Both of these guys are from the X-Force comics. Zeitgeist
About to cut.
116 tattooed on his shoulder. That's for his comic appearance in X-Force 116.
Back out.
Shatterstar, played by Louis Tan. Shatterstar comes from the Mojo world, where he fights as a gladiator celebrity for a TV network run by Mojo, an interdimensional TV producer alien. Next, we don't see Vanisher, but later we find out that he is Brad Pitt. Yeah, there are so many crazy cameos in this. Then there's Domino, played by Zazie Beetz. She has the power of luck, which Deadpool argues isn't a real power. They go back and forth, and Deadpool says Mario Lopez, which is a callback to Wade's connection to Mario Lopez in the first movie. We saw him reading his autobiography in the first movie, and he also tackled Mario during an Access Hollywood to announce Deadpool's R rating. And then finally there is Peter, a normal dude with no powers, played by Rob Delaney. And Peter shows up in
Oof.
I'm fucking reaching.
Every time a member's added to the team, notice their headshot is pinned to the wall with a knife. But the exception is Domino. No knife there. They use attack for hers. The knives foreshadow the X-Force members who totally die in the next sequence, but Domino with just attack is the only new member to survive. As Cable stalks Deadpool in the alley of Sister Margaret, fencing he stands next to makes a series of X's. He kidnaps Weasel, who sells out Deadpool immediately under the threat of torture and warns Cable about the wind advisory in effect. Again, just setting up that the wind conditions are not good for a skydive. And Peter also brings us up right before the mission. All this setting up the spectacular way it all goes to hell. When Deadpool debriefs the X-Force, he uses his hand-drawn crayon map, which has a ton of fun details on it. The upper corner in the mountains, he drew a little Wolverine in a cage, a reference to Wolverine's time locked up at Alkali Lake. Deadpool labeled him Prisoner 24601, reference to Hugh Jackman as Jean Valjean in Les Miserables.
Hey, the help, Jared.
He also wrote the word sequel money and pointed to the city. I made a joke about how the sequel's budget was way higher than they got for the first movie, allowing them to shoot a huge
Oh my God.
the words no need for third act, which is a filmmaking joke. A lot of action movies have a big second act.
They were not going for the fucking foul.
The movie really could just end early, but these big plans have to fail for the third act to happen. Deadpool describes Cable as 5'11", not like in the comics. That's Josh Brolin's actual height. Ryan Reynolds is 6'2". In the comics, Cable is super tall and towers over Deadpool, but that's just kind of a running thing with Ryan Lee's movies. He's always like awkwardly lanky compared to characters who should be taller than him, or he has this relationship with Wolverine who's supposed to be a stocky guy, and you know, there's between the two of them. On the helicopter,
You sold more to me now, Drew.
That's a joke about the X-Force comics in the late 80s. The series was totally a derivative attempt to reinvigorate the X-Men series. It's also just a commentary on how a lot of things in the X-Men universe just have X in the
Call it time out.
You're fucking done.
Right before the jump, Deadpool turns the camera.
We have no time out.
You're done.
Costume guy who helps Ryan Reynolds get
Yeah.
out of his Deadpool costume on set. Reynolds gave him a shout out in that preview scene.
You're fucking done. What else can I do, B?
Peter an adorable little helmet push, and AC/DC's
I'll be on tomorrow to carry you.
awesome as they form an X in the air with their bodies.
Just let me know when you on.
Of the opening scene of the 90s Power Ranger movie, which they've just begun by skydiving. It's completely unnecessary to the plot of the movie, but it looks cool. But the high winds kick in, and they're brutal. And one by one, they all die except Domino. And here we see Brad Pitt's one cameo just going. The Suicide Squad movie from James Gunn would pull off essentially the same move a few years later, putting together a hilarious group of superpowered people, focusing on them heavily for a couple scenes, and then killing them off in a matter of minutes. Deadpool gets snagged and hangs like a marionette on a billboard reading Puppet Show today at noon, and he watches the rest of the team struggle with their parachutes. Batman gets hit by a truck, Shatterstar gets chopped up by a helicopter blade, and his alien sliders on the windshield along with his ponytail. Yes, of course, Vanisher is dead, and then Zeitgeist goes into a wood chipper, and Peter Duncan tries to help Zeitgeist spin all over him.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus. Free shipping, no order minimum. For all the things you wanted, plus the one thing you forgot. Plus no worries, because quick shipping means you can forget the forgetting ever happened. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Came on an Irish ferry, let go and it sound like a tap dance. The way that I bought, no yellow, the ref haven't give me a black card. Who did what we're doing with rap? Man couldn't sell out his show after all them years of doing it. Cat sprinter, 2 gallons of van. 2 man in Milan heard one of my things daily. P. Diddy 20% or whatever. Outside, head in my hands. I told her my name is Sen. She said no, the one on your birth certificate. Your boyfriend ran for that diamond test cause they weren't legitimate. She Turkish Cypriot, but a curve Brazilian.
The most uncommon thought in your life.
I brought what's our affiliate. Before I give you my Insta password, I'll give you the into my amen. Alright, this ain't stainless steel, it's plastic. In a table I got money, t-shirts tucked in nothing. Still loading, that's the caption. I've only amounted a minimal fraction. Eat good, I got indigestion. They're in my hood, no aspirin. Can't get rid of my pain with aspirin. Dave just came in the Aston, I'm making that Maybach music. They're trying to insult my intelligence, something I may act stupid. I never went uni, I've been on a campus with students. If bro let the drumstick beat, then something gon' leave me playing exclusive. Take a look at these diamonds, wrong as a life is squinting. Can't just stare. We're babe through thick and thin. She already fixed on brown and black. Could've changed my mind, I was halfway there. 100 meters. I just put 9 gal in a sprinter. 100. It won't fit in one SUV. SOS. Somebody rescue me. I got too many. They can last me the next 2 weeks. Alright. Let's send the address through, please. Fire for a ride. Can't run with that. I ain't wearing a vest. Don't have to send a ferry. She got it. A lot on her chest. In Jamaica or a Quebec. Hit electric cash converters. Don't worry. Trust. You're more important than chilling with bro. Man, book one flight and they're all impressed. I'm in the G63. The car has me like a friendly twist. This touch man living with me. Don't know which was what. Back from his and hers was hers. His hers was mine is too. Heard that girl is a. It can't be true. She David Jews. Baby blue. Papers pink. Probably Haley too. You ever spent 6 figures and stared at Baylor? Look what you made me do. Started with a few that are waiting in line. Asking my blazer. Why you so focused on your Asian stuff? I know that with Jack boys playing, they get to the clubs and dangerous stuff.
I got the stones to help.
Domino safely lands on a giant inflatable panda. In the comics, Domino had pale white skin and a black diamond over one eye, kind of like a panda. Here's since she's played by Zazie Beetz, it's kind of like the opposite with a white diamond over her eye. Deadpool geeks out over meeting Juggernaut, naming a few specific issues. Not getting X-Men number 183. Juggernaut speaks about the Colossus at Mars. Thor 411, we learn that Juggernaut is capable of withstanding blows from Mortimer. In X-Men Unlimited 12, Juggernaut is the main character. After Juggernaut rips in half, Deadpool says, probably a nod to this moment in X-Men First Class. Domino carries Deadpool to pieces like a backpack, just like Chewie did with C-3PO's pieces in Empire Strikes Back. Back at the apartment, Wade regrows his legs. There's another good homage. He's wearing the white shirt with the same pattern as what Trump wears in that movie. The stuff uniform when first being discharged just hanging down on the couch. After Wade, no doubt there's something wrong with it. When Cable shows up, Wade uncrosses and then recrosses his baby legs, which Weasel calls the basic mistake from the new Sharon Stone moment. Put this in the movie, as Cable tells him about Russell's future, there's another of many musical shout-outs as his daughter sings Tomorrow from Annie, which up everything. Wilson, Chungas, comics, and next to giant fantasy games, Fearless that raised one world peace, 2 called Offender, 3 kill bad guys, and there's also cast photos of the people. Now, in the post-credits montage scene, Deadpool calls Big Sonic 11 as she fixes his time jump device, obviously representing 11, played by Brown, or shaped head, and then shares Papa John Time plays, and Deadpool fixes some things in his past. First, he saves Vanessa by nailing the shooter in the head with a green cheese spreader. He saves Peter from Zeitgeist acid vomit by telling him to just walk away. Then he goes beyond the events of this film and kills the previous iteration of Deadpool. Weapon 11 from Instant Orange Wolverine. They actually reused the real footage of Hugh Jackman as Wolverine saying, "Striker finally figured out how to shut you up." But then they reshot the angle